It's that time yet again. Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of our first ever cash game invitational here at the Triton Poker Series. Maestral Resort and Casino playing host to the highest stakes poker games anywhere. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, and how about summertime Luca Vivaldi there showing us a lot of ankle cleavage in the foreground, presiding over things. And a new collection of 8 players. Many of those names, whether or not you follow the Triton Poker Series, should be very familiar to those of you who soak in televised poker on a regular basis. We'll be playing $1,000, $2,000 blind with a 2K big blind ante, no limit hold'em. You see boss in C3, Paul Phua, Triton co-founder, Phil Ivey to his left, Tony G. These are guys that have been playing the highest stakes for a very long time, and then perhaps those that you may be lesser familiar with. We'll get to know all of them as the day goes on, I assure you of that. Mikhail, Petrov joining us for the first time here.
Social media star. Tony, don't post.
Xuan, definitely an example, Randy, of
Don't
one
post
of those
on
players
social media the result and everything.
He needs no introduction.
He needs
Can we
he
explain
has
to
an
you?
appetite for gamble. Get to know him over the course of this week if you don't know him already, because he is absolutely dynamite. A really insane sense of sniff on him. Not afraid to put in a big bet or a bluff or make a big call.
And it doesn't need to be normal cards.
No. In fact, I almost think he prefers them not to be normal cards. Andy Nee in the big blind did very well for himself in day one.
Yeah, he grinded quite nicely. Of course, different lineup, different strategy. We needed to do some damage here. For now, though, onto this hand. Xuan c-betting pocket sevens and getting called by the gut shot.
Yeah, not one gut shot, but 2 on this board texture that the sevens face, and obviously they're not in love with being called by both opponents. Little could Tan possibly ever imagine this, but those sevens are still good on this 9 of spades turn.
Yeah, it's very interesting because clearly no one has a good piece. And if someone can just find a bet, whether it be the turn or river, even unimproved, they will likely take this one down. And it's actually Andy coming out betting on this turn card and taking down with 5 high.
It really isn't the kind of turn card that we expect any hand to be leading out on.
It's 9.
And yet,
I think he's showing.
Look
Look at Ivey.
look at Tan.
That's good advertising.
Petrov having a look of concern, perhaps, as he's one hand in, and he's like, well, listen, if that's what I'm going to have to deal with.
You know, sometimes a hand looks like a bluff. It actually is a bluff.
Yeah.
And obviously, yesterday's action was really good. I think today's is going to be a bit spicier just on that note alone. Petrov going to open up ace-queen.
Maybe some jet lag has been shaken off.
Oh, Joe dominating. And he just calls here, letting Petrov off the hook.
Ace-king slow play. This is much better. And that 9-5-4 board texture could be letting Petrov off the hook as well. Does go check, despite the 2 overs in the backdoor diamonds. Turn card doesn't help either player.
Yeah, one of those boards where both players are pretty happy in general to check this one down, but it seems like Joe is actually going to bet with the best hand.
And things could have been a lot worse there for Mikhail, no doubt. Joe, by the way, didn't play long on day one, and I believe he left us in the red on the day, so he'll be looking to avenge those losses.
But I like this look on Joe. This is the one he brought the first time he showed up to our tournament in Montenegro.
Exactly. It was here at this festival that we watched him make a final table and really march to the beat of his own drum, for lack of a better way to put it. Deep run, big cash.
Yeah, I think it's wardrobe change that's going to change his luck today.
Okay, it's a little bit early. We don't have a lot of data points yet, Randy.
I mean, 2 hands and he's already in the green.
Ace-Jack suited here for Tan. 2.5x. And the mystery card moment brought to you by GG Poker is upon us. Esti Wang, 3-better to 6,000. That doesn't feel right.
Well, we do
If
know.
the open is to 5.
Likely, if I had
16.
to guess.
There we go.
Yeah,
No,
there's
wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. What?
Look, I think.
I'm so confused.
We missed it barely. But I believe it's ST that 3-bet. Maybe Andy cold called the 3-bet. That would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I think it was a 16K 3-bet to the 5K open. A flat by the 2-9. Story checks out. Those 9s have been out-flopped here on a Jack A3 board by Xuan.
10 hand, very likely to be best unless he's up against an overpair of ST.
Doesn't feel like an overpair when we check.
When you see this round of checks on the flop and you're in Tan Xuan, you are just loving it. Time to go for value. Not that many draws out there. He can really just pounce on a hand like pocket 9s, 10s. They usually do exist. Brings in 30 into 53.
ST gonna make the call here, and given that he 3-bet pre, check the flop and is calling, where do you range his holding at?
I would say he usually is behind the ace-jack. I'd be shocked if he was checking an overpair on that flop. So, generally speaking, I would put him something like 10s. Would make sense to me, and maybe a weaker jack.
Well, if it is 10s, it's performing well on this river. If it's hearts, it is as well. Not sure how many of the flush draw combos wouldn't have c-bet on the flop. On balance, though, we will see a little bit.
We have seen
of
balance
checking.
and tricky play from these players, but I do agree with your statement. I think Tan likely will still go for value because it's hard to imagine if he checks. Well, it looks like he's going to check. I was going to say that. Does ST find bluffs? It feels like ST is unsure which direction on whether to bet or check his hand.
Well, here's the thing. If Tan's checking, it doesn't feel like he's got the flush, and it feels like he's a bit concerned about board development here. Might we leverage that concern? It sure looks that way. ST jamming 153,000. Now, you might think it's a foregone conclusion that Tan would bin this hand, given the overbet. But you and I have watched this man play enough poker to know that if all of a sudden he decides you don't got it, his chips will beat you into the middle.
Yeah, this is not what Tan wanted to see. He wanted to see like a smaller bet, like, all right, maybe I'll call that. He probably didn't expect a 1.5x overbet all of a sudden, especially with the line that ST took. I think he's leaning towards
Oh,
folding.
he's not done with it just yet.
13、14万。
Pocket tens does come to mind.
It does, but when we think about bluffs, it's also very hard to find for ST. That's what Tan needs to do is, what hand are you doing this with that I can beat?
A4。
I believe ace is ace
4.
4.
I know, but I wouldn't expect
Busted
him to call
wheel.
that.
Yeah, and it was ace 5 of hearts. The nuts. So just like we had
不
discussed,
打了，不打也可以的。
He's got some
打了
tricky play there.
yeah, a slippery post-flop check in spite of having flopped
有
the
可能
nut
洗
flush.
咯
9应该不会再
Very nice from Tan Xuan to be able to get away from that.
很像实时哦。
I'll tell you what, the line that Esti took there, we know that ace-5
you went
suited,
under
these
big
baby
blind.
suited wheel aces, they like to activate in the form of a 3-bet pre. That part's not so surprising. But to check when we flop the nut flush draw,
All together 5 reds. 3 more
and
reds. Yeah, okay.
usually take that holding out of consideration in our opponent's minds in a situation such as that, he almost got paid by the ace-jack. It felt funky
It
to
did.
Tan, but you know,
Yeah,
the number I think was a little bit too meaty.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
like-
if he goes like 3/4 pot, maybe he gets paid.
I
don't
think
know.
he might get paid 3/4 pot. Hard to say.
思路我应该领先你吧。
But ST tried his best to make his hand look a little funky to try to get
Yeah.
called, and it was close.
Super polarizing sizing, of course. Now another ace-jack suited in clubs for Triton
我
co-founder
觉得
Paul
没有
Phua
戏。
of Malaysia.
我没找到银牌，妈，没找出来。
Gets all the way through to the big blind
Bingo.
of Tan. Go flat.
Flatting makes sense because he's in the big blind against an undergun open.
Not the board that he had in mind. However, note that the 10s are performing quite well as blockers to the Broadway draw that Phua is c-betting, and 8,000
Nice
does
call
get
there.
called.
Yeah, it's really nice by Tan. He's got a little stick in him, but you know he plays quite a good game. Tough to play against. Can't just think he's a one and done kind of character.
Board pairing deuce on the turn. An emphatic check back
所以不用打。
from Phua.
A 勾啊。
Oh, he called it out.
Ace. Did he say ace jack?
Yeah, basic go means jack. It's a hook. Called it perfectly.
没大力翻钱，大哥可以推掉。跟拉10万。
I mean, how does he call his hand specifically?
Because that's the one he needs Paul to have as an upfront raiser in order to be good with the 2 10s. And he's blocking ace 10.
Yeah, I don't really want to play against a guy who can call out my hand instantly.
I don't want to play against a guy who in a little tiny pot when I fire the c-bet and the king and the queen are out there and I was the under-the-gun raiser is sticky with 2 10s.
Two unders.
Just go away. Give me this one.
It was a sizable bet on the flop, too. That's going to be a good game.
Tony G now of Lithuania, who has had some very famous televised cash game moments.
On your bike.
On your bike being the one. Look it up if you don't know what Randy and I are talking about, and rejoice in that moment if you do, because it was an all-time classic.
Is this not a boomerang? 10's back in Tan Xuan's hand. Okay.
I just
Really
realized that.
3-betting.
25K ahead to the flop. 2 overcards to both of the pairs.
See how Tan Xuan navigates 2 overs once again. Although this is a 3-bet pot and he's the aggressor.
Firing 20,000.
Oh,
And by the way,
look.
Tony's peeling and taking a page out of Tan's book here.
Oh, 7 on the turn. Tony G.
Gin. And now Tony goes from hoping that Tan doesn't have a king or a jack to praying that he does. Oh.
Oh,
I thought Tan was going to reach out and touch something.
he did touch those blue chips briefly. Look, these two have played a lot with each other. He probably figures Tony G in general is on the snugger side, and he's trying to take advantage of that with a double barrel. Trying to fold out a jack. A weak king, perhaps. To slow player to jam, that's the question. It kind of seemed like Tan Xuan is ready to put in the rest of the chips. The thing is, they've played so much, and Tony knows that Tan Xuan loves to bluff with really random cards.
To the river we go. There's over 200,000 in there.
I don't know why I get this feeling that Tan Xuan is looking to empty the clip. Really just think, look, if you don't got King Jack, you're not going to call me or something like that. I don't know.
And he doesn't have Queen 10, but Tan does pump the brakes. And Tony just says all in.
All right, so the main hand he can pick off here is busted hearts. Some of these busted hearts are coupled with a pair, so they can actually show it down. For example, like 10-9 of hearts, 8-7 of hearts, they can maybe beat like an ace-10, ace-queen that might two-barrel. So that really reduces the number of combinations of broken hearts that he can pick off here. Another question he needs to ask is, how thin does Tony G value shove? Is Tony G shoving king-queen, or is he checking that one back? The more hands that Tony's value shoving, the more he should fold his hand. Slightly relevant that the 10s block a little bit of the value, which is queen 10, but I think there's more other hands that he has to worry about.
Lucky 7.
My
7
goodness.
from heaven.
Tan pays it off. Losing almost 200,000 in that pot. Unable to part ways with the 100K investment to
Good
that
stuff.
point.
That's the Tony G I remember.
You know what's brutal about that for Tan? He was right, but he still loses the pot. His read was, it isn't a king, it isn't a jack, it isn't queen 10,
He didn't think
maybe it was
that,
busted heart. He didn't have the hands he's supposed to.
Right, he was thinking, well, if you do have a set, you probably flopped it. Didn't think he would get called by 7s on the turn, and he felt that Tony G wasn't value betting a hand like king queen. Just felt it was a bit too narrow.
Yep.
And Tony G, of course, a little self-celebration there.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be
telling
the
you.
first time he reveled.
We've got other cash game content that's on the Triton YouTube channel that I do commentary on. And these two, they play so much. There's a lot more going on than, oh, they just played 3 hands together.
You're
so
right.
far at
There's
the table.
history there. Worthy of note.
No bluff. No bluff. Need qualify.
So immediately we got more money on the table, courtesy of Tan Xuan rebuying.
Well, he's not a guy that's looking to play short stacked. That's for sure. His style of poker is one best served.
He's that guy actually who's like, when someone else rebuys, he just instantly reloads and
He wants
covers.
to cover you,
He
yeah.
always wants to cover.
He just has such an appetite for massive pots.
And I think it's also because he enjoys just making people, feel unsafe.
Well, we enjoy giving you free rolls and talking about our partners over at GG Poker. Their award-winning software is where you're gonna want to do your thing online. New players use Triton promo code _2024. Get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket on a minimum deposit of $20. Offer available to new players only. Get a full welcome bonus. That ticket will be added to your account within 72 hours.
I kind of already have the itch to play after seeing, 10 minutes of play or whatever it was.
I mean, that first orbit, we're not even done with it.
Ivey coming in with Jack 6. Okay, never mind. He's not going to see a flop.
刚这里3路有打，哎，看起来三路，4路哎，
啊，4路有打。
5路敲给他打。
他这个牌没什么 K 的组合嘛，3打比较重，很少 K 的组合。妈的，搞个这个玩意，啊，太。转set。
Petrov, 5-6 suited. Not tempted by it. We saw a lot of people opening 5-6 suited yesterday.
It didn't work out for them so much.
You think he was watching yesterday's stream and decided, no, this one doesn't make any money?
Look, this table is splashy. You don't want little cards in early position, against them if possible.
It's true. People do get kept in line, more so when you know a lot of 3-betting is going down. Ivey, button open, king 10 offsuit, picks up Esti's ace-6 suited for the ride. 2 quick checks on the queen high rainbow board. Second diamond on the turn.
Let's see if Ivey feels that king high is good enough to show down. Seems that way. Seems like a check through. Yeah.
Knuckled all the way down.
Esti's going to be happy with that.
Sure. So Tony G off to the early lead.
I mean, that's not tournament chips he won. That's 200K code hard cash. And he can cash that out if he wants. We know him. He's going to play.
I think it's a good idea.
No, he's not going to take off the
stretch your arms and yawn and say, you know what, guys? I just remembered I got somewhere to be.
Nah, Tony G is willing to play bigger and longer with these guys.
Pocket 8s now for Ton.
ST's got a hand.
Ace queen offsuit. And he's going to 3-bet it on the button. Table for 2 requested. Blinds will comply.
These are 2 Chinese great poker players, and they have very clashing styles. 2 8s versus ace queen, fair fight.
Oh, an 8 in the window.
Pretty sweet.
Rainbow 9 high coordinated board here. It is one of those situations, though, Randy, not to cut you off, where Ton, reaching for chips.
I like this.
Even if it is a legitimate hand like the overpair, not that there's anything illegitimate about the ace-queen, there's a lot of check back that's going down on a board such as this.
You're 100% right, Ollie. ST, even with an overpair, might actually check here because this flop is quite advantageous to the pre-flop caller.
Mm-hmm.
2个高张敲给他，他也不会打。
Ace-queen able to just get away.
I like how Paul immediately asked King 10, like, you just throw out bluff hands when you're calling out Tan Xuan's hand, but other players you might be like, oh, did you have a boat? Oh, what kind of bluff did you have?
Right.
不打你会开枪啊？没什么区别，我特技也是先打，不特技也是先打。
I heard the word toji.
You know it.
To those viewers who are unfamiliar with it, that is Mandarin for bluff, right?
That's right. And actually literally means steal the chicken. But, steal the pot. It's kind of the same concept. You see how Tan Xuan's got the flavor for these suited connectors in any position? He's got a different style compared to some others. Tony G is going to be our mystery hand as they go to war again with the company of Joe Zoe.
10-8 deuce. 3 players in. For
12.
6K ahead, was it? 7?
Yeah, this is Tony's type of board, so when it gets checked to him, it makes sense that he's betting, whether he's got it or not.
Second pair, the product of big blind defense from Joe.
Expect Joe to come along on the flop. He's got a middle pair, could have the best hand.
Predictably down to heads up as Tan gets out of the way. Jack on the turn. Bottom end of the gut shot. That's the development for Joe.
The bottom end is not ideal in this spot. It's very plausible for Tony G to have a queen in hand. So if you hit a 9, you could lose more chips regardless. You're hoping for a check through if you're Joe, but doesn't seem that's coming. 40K. This does not feel good.
Almost full pot.
I would think these 2-8s are usually hitting the muck unless he has a very strong read that Tony G's messing around.
The problem is, even if he is messing around, he covers us.
And he's got a ton of outs,
And
usually.
Let's say best case scenario.
Wow. That is a loose call. Unsure if he's ahead.
Loose and deeply surprising from Joe. Diamonds come in on the end. He unblocks that. And the point that I was on the way to making, as we see Tony snap jam the river here, was that when we make that call, we're going to be facing a river bet at decent frequency, and there's really almost no card on the river that we're going to suddenly start betting. Bar maybe an 8. The 7 puts a 4-liner on board where any 9 makes a straight. The 9 that gives us the jack high straight gives any queen X a better straight.
I don't see how Joe is going to call here. I mean, there's so many hands I got. Queen 4, Tony G. What a bluff.
Made it.
What on
Hot.
earth?
Tony, you're a
Make the
sicko.
show for you guys.
Yeah.
That was bad. That was a bad one if you opened it.
Yeah, it was.
That was very ugly. Very, very ugly.
What on earth did we just
would've had
witness?
a lot of
Queen
explaining to
4
this.
of spades?
When they drop them, it's smooth.
You gotta love this guy, Tony G. He
Sure.
celebrates when he wins, you know. He plays some
Diamonds
pretty
are the
sick
best
poker.
friends, even for Tony G.
Leverage that diamond to his advantage. Like, look, you gotta be scared of the flush. I don't have any bluffs here. He had stone cold bananas.
That was wild.
5K.
Like, I've seen sessions where Tony G plays kind of snug.
Mm-hmm.
This is not that. This is Tony G coming out guns blazing.
I mean, what was that all about?
What, less than 2 orbits? And, like, he makes that crazy bluff. Called with 7s of 2 overs. Doubles up against 10. We got a game today.
King 7 deuce.
Look
Three-way
at Tony
pot,
G.
and Tony's involved again. He is speeding here. Off to the races. 10K take it. Pot after pot.
Butcher of Baghdad's my friend.
The Butcher of
King
Baghdad.
comes, I usually have it. One of my favorite cards. Diamonds, kings,
Girls.
girls. I love girls.
When Tony G has a lot to talk, we are
What's
in
that?
trouble.
It's okay. Enjoy it.
When there's a lot of Tony G chatter, he's doing pretty good in the game.
Yeah, that's true. There's a +1 correlation typically between how noisy Tony's being and how he's performing in the game.
And you know, Ivey's one of those guys that's heard Tony G from way
Oh,
long
yeah,
ago. He's like,
rolling his eyes
this
right now.
again?
Don't tell me I gotta sit and listen to this dude all night now that you guys have pumped him up early. Ace 8-6, 2 spades. Bottom pair for Tan. Defended his big blind against the ST raise. Follow through of 5K.
It just flicked one in, getting called by this bottom pair.
Broadway gutter.
That's a good card for Esti to fire once more if he wants to. He can really just pounce on an 8 and 6x. The king overcards that. I like this bet from Esti. Slight over pot.
Mission accomplished. Not that Tan had much to work with.
Esti had a phenomenal day one.
Yeah, he performed very well.
He played,
As did Andy.
Yeah, they both played excellent. I believe Esti was the biggest winner.
Somewhere around 600,000 or 700,000, was
Yeah,
it?
about 700K,
Yeah.
plus or minus 50K. Played really good. It's been away from the cash game streets for quite a bit, but he's back.
Five to go, says Andy. Boss in the big blind. King 10 defend. And flop top pair here.
Nice for him, as he's likely to get a C-bet out of Andy on these king-high textures, which they like to represent.
9K barrel. Paul content to just flat. Not what Andy was hoping for. Trip kings now for Paul.
Quite a good one for Paul.
Checking again, hoping a second barrel is in Andy's future. No compliance from the ace high, which is just going to be hoping that 10 jack, jack 9, maybe busted backdoor spades is what's cooking across the way, as we can see. None of the above.
Not sure if Paul can find a number that ace high is going to look him up with. But given the check back on the turn, it's unlikely Andy's hand is very big. Andy's grabbing the blue chips, perhaps trying to pick off those straight draws that you mentioned, Ollie. Jack 10, Jack 9, etc. Oh, there we go.
Convinced that 20 would be the right amount to get called. Boss manages to come with the right number to get paid.
I actually feel like he got max value there. 20
was
to
just
30
thinking,
is
yeah.
pretty meaty.
It is anything above that. I mean, granted, oftentimes we talk about the polarity of upsizing there on the river, where it makes people much more suspicious. You know, as we saw Tan earlier facing the 150K when the mystery ace-5 of hearts was what he was up against, and he didn't really have much to call with there with the ace-jack. I mean, granted, he did. Top pair, top kicker, but for
I hear you.
1.5x on the end. But the point to be made there is, like, sometimes we look stronger when we bet half to three-quarter pot than when we're betting 1.5x, ironically enough. 8-9 off against 5-6. Ace-jack 10 board here. Ivey defending, and it's got the two-way straight draw. Checks. Tan with...
Hits the straight, but also, you
Yeah.
know, you got to be fearful of the king.
Hence another round of checks. Full pot river. Tan says goodbye, and then he looks over at Phil. And, you know.
It's like, oh, okay. Sure. You do your thing, Phil. But you know, Phil Ivey is our hot seat player today, Ali. So the one pro at this table.
I believe that seat will be interchanged midway through
That's right.
today's 8-hour session. 4 2-hour frames. That's the way we construct things. There'll be a dinner break there at that midway point. And that's when we will draw from a whole host of others who are playing at a second table that's away from the stage, not being covered, but hoping to be drafted into the big leagues.
That's the draft you want to get. Although this table is pretty splashy, so you better have your variants ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look at Paul. A7 offsuit. Bad timing. Ivey wakes up with big slick. To be fair, though, Paul would have got it done had it gotten back to 10.
I mean, 10 would have 4-betted to 58,000. What are you talking about?
Right.
Ivey, though, the man 4-betting, understandably, and all of a sudden King Jack of Clubs looks a lot less attractive.
土地动手了，我已经丢了。
Esti folds, and so does Paul. I think he flashed an ace.
No, he flashed a 7, actually.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. All right, thank you for the chips. Ivey's thinking.
Let's not pretend that we ever have a clue what Ivey's thinking.
True. I take it back.
And by the way, that's what makes him very difficult to play against. He just has that fairly blank affect at all times. I've mentioned that I deeply feel that he's playing, in spite of having watched him perform at the level that he has throughout the course of his career, the best poker that he's played in a very long time.
I 100% agree
Here
with that.
and now.
Had an amazing Montenegro last stop. Many deep runs. But you got to remember, he originated in cash games, so he's in his comfort zone here.
That's a really good point to make, because not everyone cut their teeth in the cash streets. A lot of people just dove into MTTs or sit and goes and stuck in the tournament realm. And it is such a different animal, man. You know, really successful cash game players who crush can hop into tournaments and perform so poorly. And inversely, tournament crushers who don't play cash hop into a cash game and all of a sudden they look like a fish out of water.
Exactly. Ivey's one of those guys that can just flow in, flow out at any moment.
You're right.
昨天小妹妹赢了没有？
Well, that's the thing. These VIPs, this is actually more their comfort zone, the deep stacks. The tournaments is where they kind of have a little gamble, but 20, 30 blinds is not really their thing. And Jozo is actually topped up. He's like, yeah, I don't really want to play short stack. He thinks 100 big blinds is short, so he's going to go up to 220 or so.
Multiple top-ups already upon us. 6K ahead. 3-way to a flop. That price point brought to you by Xuan with the King 10 off, which isn't performing particularly well on an 8-6-4 board. Hence the check. Andy's got that second pair and the gut shot, yet it is Esti in position who is firing. Queen 9 of diamonds interacting with that 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, and
to the tune of
also
8K.
the 9's a little bit extra helpful because you block some of the continues that would check call the flop, you know, like 7-9s, 9-10s, so helps to reduce frequencies whenever you can. Andy with middle pair. This guy's, he's strong.
Not looking to have to take a turn. The check raise comes in.
Why did it sound like Paul asked if it was GTO raised there or something? And then Andy just busted out laughing.
Maybe because he's like, why do you think I know what a GTO raise is?
But Andy, he's... First time I've seen him play cash games was yesterday, and I really liked the way he played. But he really, you know, he doesn't sit back and just wait for hands. He finds opportunities to attack aggressively, and you can't just be like, oh, he's going to play straightforward against me, because that is not the man at all. Aces, good start for Paul.
Standard open size.
Just enough.
Deuce 3 suited. Like the look of that 4 of spades in the window. Nothing further to be proud of than a deuce, ultimately. Bottom pair. Facing the 7K C bet.
It's a pretty decent flop for Joe.
Peeling. Failing to improve. Ace is quite comfortable with this turn.
Yeah, Paul wants a lot of value. Most likely he can get a lot of value out of a 10x. He's going to size in that manner.
Second barrel getting it done. Note that Joe, sticky against Tony G earlier, not sticky on this occasion. And forgive me, I was just lunging at a mosquito that appears to have paid us a visit here in the booth. This is often some battle that we wage.
It's a battle that you wage on, right? Like,
we're in this together. Oh, got him. Got him. Evidence.
Congratulations, sir. If commentary doesn't work out for you, you can go into
Pest extermination. I swear I've got a knack for it.
15 hours, I'm saying, from here to Hong Kong. How
It's
long?
good news is you don't use chemicals.
No. I'm an organic exterminator. Yeah, I'm not very efficient, if I'm being honest. But
No, yeah. 4 deuce suited. So as long as they look playable, their intentions are raising range.
what looks unplayable?
Yeah.
Randy?
Like,
But, you know, to finish off the point about Joe, he made that call against Tony G for a healthy number on the turn, ultimately check folding to the all-in, and he was bluffed in that spot. But against Paul, check folds the
Stay
deuce
there for 2 months.
correctly.
players
mind you.
have different reputations. You got to adjust accordingly. Give yourself the best chance to make money. Bottom pair, C betting for 10.
Andrea still lives here? Oh, never
He
mind.
move out.
Winner.
Yeah, Petrov
It's going to be so.
letting go
The one
after
is
defending with the ace-9.
I'm going to guess that Tan Xuan is going to have the highest VPIP at this table. You feel me?
I do feel you, but I think it also depends because there's certain personalities who, if you get them stuck, the VPIP goes way up, and if they're ahead, the VPIP sometimes goes down. You know, sometimes for some people,
You prefer
it's
Hong
the
Kong,
opposite. But
I think whether Tan's winning or losing, he just plays
yes,
the same range,
I
you know?
agree.
He's like, can I bury you more, or can I get, out of the hole? Like, he really just likes to put the pain.
Someone's
you.
getting in a hole. It's either going to be me or it's going to be you, but someone's getting in a hole. That's Tan's philosophy.
Yeah, he doesn't like a game where everyone's like, comes out even. No.
No, that would be... He'd look around and be like, what did we just do that for 8 hours for, guys?
Zero. But you don't get like
Tan wants to see some chalk outlines when it's all said and done, man, and it isn't personal.
It's like, wow, there was a real massacre here.
Mm-hmm.
So many different weapons was used. Wow, 4s were used, kings, queens, 10s, like the whole deck. Looks like Tony G and Joe Zoe
coming after you.
gonna be fighting. Comes in Paul.
Oh, wow. 8, 9, 10 rainbow boss. Flops the nuts. Tony with top pair and the gutter. No clue what Joe's got, but a round of quick checks and a blank on the turn here.
Paul just flopping it. Shoots out 10.
Note, by the way, that with top pair as the pre-flop raiser, Tony did not want to barrel it, even with that gutter.
I think it's actually pretty good because rarely does he want to face a check raise and his hand's very strong, but
Yeah.
it's hard for him to get paid off.
I don't disagree. Just he's showing some discipline, and now he's showing some good fortune as well. The jack rolls off, and boss has a much more face-up holding and is wary of king-queen, perhaps, hence the check.
It's also hard for him to get value on a 4-liner like this. It's better to try to induce.
Tony firing 30 into 51.
I mean, we see 2 queens. One in Tony's hand and Paul. Can Joe have one too? Oh, he's representing
He might have more.
more than the queen?
Oh, and this is really gross for Boss, who flopped the joint, now faces a bet and a raise behind him after understandably checking this river.
And he knows that he's never scooping the whole pot if he makes the call.
The other issue is, let's say he only gives Jozo credit for a queen. You make the call, and what happens if Tony goes blasting off behind you?
Then you just throw up. And maybe you want to avoid that situation altogether. So you see Paul asking to spread the pot. See what's in the middle. This is disgusting.
Beyond. A deeply unenviable situation that Phua finds himself in.
He's going to lay down to queen.
I get it. I really do, and I think you do too, as we see
Wow.
Tony end up paying off. And now, in retrospect, given that Joe had the king-queen,
Queen 10, yeah.
he was repping.
Queen Jack. Nuts. What the hell?
Boss will feel terrific about his choice to check fold.
He was the one with the
91?
queen. He lost 0 on the river, whereas Tony G lost $100,000.
He call I raise. Then we chop.
Bad spot. Can only be chopped.
Joe's feeling pretty good about the fact that he has clawed back quite promptly many of the chips that he passed along to Tony earlier.
Maybe you fool. Oh. 是啊。no.
$5K to go, says Andy. Queen 9 suited. That which is responsible.
这没考虑就扣都完了。
Ivey coming in with ace jack.
不是讲肯定啊。
Still has best.
Ten, 6-2 spade board. He checks it over. Andy c-bets just 4,000. Gets called, and how about a jack on the turn for some spice? Top pair for Ivey. Andy, though, with enough to barrel once more in the form of the open ender, and this time it's 13K.
Feels like Ivey's hand is under-repped. Rarely does he have the jack. I like this check call, trying to get Andy to fire a 3rd barrel. Oh, and he gets there with the queen.
Yeah, not really the card that he had in mind, and yet it is enough. Do you feel like hunting value on this river is obligatory? Busted spades?
It's not obligatory, but it's also difficult to get your opponent to call. But often, though, the queen is good.
Yeah, and I think Andy knows it. Not worried about a 10.
It's pretty good awareness to value bet here. And now Ivey's actually in a really tough spot. Lots of hands got there that barreled to turn. Whether it's ace-king, 8-9, a queen that got there, and he gets paid off. Nicely done, Andy.
Yeah. Didn't seize up. Saw some available meat on the bone and went for it as Ivey pays off. And Andy picking up where he left off yesterday, perhaps, Randy.
Look at Ivey. Huh.
Nice hand, Joe.
Very nice.
像黑有点黑哦。哦，Esti，昨天我的第2大的花 K 花，我问了专家，不口，2个专家都讲。
真的。
I feel compelled to mention that Tony is considerably quieter after that dust off against Jozo.
He feels like he got really unlucky, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, objectively.
But then you got to remember, he got very lucky with the 2 sevens against the 10s.
Oh no, come on. We don't think like that.
That's too far in the past.
Yep.
GTO 就是你这里很少有 K 花嘛，对吧？因为 flop 大部分你都打。啊？我说 GTO river 你很少有 K 花嘛，因为 flop 大部分你都打了嘛。对。
没有算老板那个有 K 有算他。
那个老外 UTG
有10啊，高手可以那个。
大，我 K 勾拿花我跟庄家。
Well, as the chatter continues, you see that it didn't take long for Xuan to find the hole that we were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, he's the man in it. 237,000 in the red, already having topped up though. Still 463 in front of him, enough to cover everybody but Jozo and Esti Wang, both of whom are in the green. Relatively modest amount, along with Andy Nee, but the big winner on the day continues to be Tony G.
小盲敲他，大盲打出来，走我 call 咯，花了嘛。River 没关系的啦，又没有棋对。
River 出一个方片2，方块2。
对，5张方块。
哇，5张方片。
Suited connector for Jozo.
打一个底子。
Petrov, the bigger spades. He's in.
你看那3-5的崩出来搞一枪的，所以我说嘛，专家有没有说对面是谁？
没有吧？
他偷鸡是吧？
我没看啦，他讲他偷啦，肯定嘛，多2天看得到了。
3个人，我们加我是4个人，我4个人，我
哇，那几个人又掉5张，我肯定扣你了。
哦，
肯定的。
Queen 9-4 rainbow here.
我看完你的牌，我说这些在想什么？
Mikhail's ace jack suited came along in great shape against Joe, but on this particular spadeless flop, he understandably does not want to proceed any further. So nice follow through there from Joe.
有这种行为就肯定要。
哎，老外不懂，老外听不懂。懂老外。
Well, with one day of cash game action under their belt and perhaps a solid night's sleep as well, moods seem light out there. Everybody seems fresh, you know, happy.
It's the beginning. Daylight outside, as you can see.
你知道方块给你不偷啦？
我肯定就扔掉了，投降了。
I think Boss also sets the tone in that regard. Just when lose or draw, we've touched on, he's always in a good mood and really is a great example of, I think, you know, a disposition that you should be capable of if you're going to play nosebleed poker.
I hear you.
Otherwise, maybe you're playing too big, you know?
I mean, Tony G seems to not be in the mood all of a sudden, even though he's the biggest winner still.
Upstuck Randy, you know how that goes. He thought he was just going to go infinite green candle. King Jack 5. Couple of diamonds. Top pair for Andy. Middle pair for Joe. 2 checks in front of Esti, who's got bottom pair and backdoor clubs.
Trying to steal it on the flop.
And note, by the way, that last time, Joe with the 7-8 suited was willing to c-bet into Mikhail with air on that queen high board. Here in a three-way affair with one player behind him, despite having a fairly strong hand in ace-jack on this board, did not want to c-bet. And so
it feels like his middling strength hands, he's more willing to kind of play it passively. But having said that, I think he's gone upstairs.
This is wild. And it puts Andy in an awkward spot when it gets back around to him, presumably. I don't think Esti's going to have an appetite for appeal with a player behind him, unable to close the action, and a price point of 30,000, no less.
I mean, you got to keep this in mind. The pre-flop raiser checked on this board that kind of hits him. And then all of a sudden, check raise is massive out of nowhere. And you can see Andy's thinking, this is uncomfortable. I'm not even sure what to do on the turn if I make this call.
One and only for me
He really did not expect this.
is down the street.
Is it?
One and only for me is
Right. And then this, and then
Joe,
4 seasons. It used to be they own the property, but they sold it.
telling you, wardrobe change.
I don't know.
It's a real thing.
Maybe a
maybe a
strategic shift.
It's the
One
same
and
thing.
only maybe some distance away. Now the
3
street
minutes.
still need 3 minutes. I didn't know
When
there's
I
a
re-
one and only there.
When I remember, yeah, that's the best, I think.
Okay.
But when I remember, that's how I remember it. So maybe it's
4
further.
seasons also should not go.
Andy,
No bathrobe, no slipper, nothing. Empty room.
folding the best hand there. And Joe, he's brought a different approach from what we've seen thus far here today.
I mean, Joe's got game, all right?
You know what's weird? For whatever reason, I've always, from the first moment I laid eyes on him on a stream, thought, like, this guy's got it. Like, when he's firing, when he's, you know what I mean? Like, just table image, whole presence. I'm like, I don't want to be calling big bets from this guy. He's one of those that I like Ton, you're like, okay, this could be air.
Yeah.
This much we know. But with Joe, I just feel like a lot of credibility, like a respectable presence.
And he got credit there when he shouldn't have got credit.
That's
He's
what I
using
mean.
his image.
That's what I mean.
Look, I'm telling you, he didn't need to add on more money at this table. He was already 100 big blinds deep against these guys. But he did, because this is his comfort zone. It's cash games. Tournament Street, where you say you first saw him, like, yeah, maybe he was playing a little snug here and there. He wasn't really sure what to do with so few blinds. But here, he's doing his thing, and it's working. I actually find it interesting that Tan just folded Jack 10 offsuit under the gun, but he sees Deuce 4 suit, and he's like, that's me.
King 7 suited. Yeah, you're right. Randy, 5K to go. Ivey somehow manages to realize this 3-bet is performing well.
Good timing.
Did he show the 7 again?
I think he did.
Second time Ivey's caught boss with a 7 in his hand.
You picking on Boss Ivey?
UTG 也是这副牌，少了一个我不懂，好像 K8才能够开，无所谓。
Well, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge all of you who are watching us live on the Triton Poker YouTube channel or the Triton Poker Plus app, wherever it may be. Welcome. Good to have you aboard from here at the Maestral Resort and Casino. Second day of our Cash Game Invitational, the first ever of the Triton Poker Series. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu reminding you to click like and click subscribe. Make sure that you don't miss a moment of everything that we've got in store here at the Triton Poker Series, which continues to innovate and look for new and exciting ways to bring high-stakes poker to your front door.
What's up, chat? Do me a favor, chat, if you can. Let Triton know, whether it's the social channels or in the chat right now on the YouTube channel, that you like this content. They're going to give you more if you do. If you don't, I don't know. They probably will, but you know,
How
I mean,
could
do
you
your part.
not? You know, this is as much poker as we see Mikhail picking up pot A, I believe, there, finally. As much poker as you and I have watched throughout the course of, our careers in the booth and beyond. This deep into those careers, to wake up and know that we get to come in and actually get paid to sit and preside over these streams is truly a dream come true, and really, stands in stark contrast to perhaps all of the assignments that we've had to grind our way through over time. I mean, let's say they told us we had the day off today, but these guys were playing, right? And we could watch. What else would you and I be doing?
Look, you know how it's a privilege to get to play at this table, right, for some of the pros? It's a privilege for me to be invited out here to commentate on this and do what I like to do, is watch the best, or, these players that splash around highest stakes possible. and in a lovely resort.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful time of year out here.
My only regret is I have to do it with you, but it's. I'll take it. You know, the rest outweighs the cons.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
I'll look upon that as a as a declaration of love. 9-7 offsuit, by the way, hopping in here for Petrov.
You
Who
see,
does
it's
connect with that
5
nine.
ways.
Rare 5-way affair.
So who's ahead?
Pocket 8s for
No.
Tony G, I believe.
No, look at the bottom.
No, hang on.
Petrov.
Oh, the 9. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. I've talked about it already.
I don't blame Tony G to think he's got the best hand of 2 8s here. He also knows his hand is vulnerable. It's not an easy call here with the 9 just because there's still multipliers to act and Tony betting is still strong, but he does call correctly.
Note, by the way, that the Queen Jack open ender just laying down, a couple of clubs on the board, pair on the board, 5-way affair.
The logic there is he doesn't have clean out. Sometimes he hits like
Yeah.
a king or an 8, but the flush comes in, someone makes a full house. Like, just stay out of the way.
Full shutdown, by the way, once Mikhail stuck around, and
There we go.
you see the 8s getting pipped.
Finally, he wins the pot.
Another pickup there for Petrov, a chess, golf, and polo enthusiast
Oh,
based in Dubai.
nice.
New Edge, company that he owns.
There we go.
Polo, by the way. I mean,
Polo is
that's,
which one again?
It's
Sorry.
on the horses.
Oh, like the little logo on the Ralph Lauren.
Yeah, leave it to Randy to turn to the fashion world to get his bearings. By the way, I wish you could all get a look at Randy here today because he has a truly luxurious pair of sweats on.
Yep, bright yellow.
Bright canary yellow.
Okay, don't make this about me. Tell me more about Petrov.
That's all I got.
Okay. Well, he likes multiple games. Chess, golf, and polo, like you just mentioned, and poker.
2V 啊，back VIP。
Tony, under the gun, played this king queen as a limp pre, I believe, and then ST took us upstairs from the big with this 8-9 suited.
Would make sense given that he's following through from the big.
I'm just a bit befuddled at why it was that Tony elected to do this, and perhaps it's precisely to open up the notion that he was trapping on this ace-10-9 board. ST bet of 8,000 gets raised to 20. He does have bottom pair, but could feel like he's in trouble, and a little bob and weave there.
That was nice from Tony.
Have to defend the limp, right?
9、9、10、10注意拎，打不清楚。Curious to know what you have there. In 2 days, 3 days time, you know.
Yeah, that's not really a hand that I think Paul would expect Tony G to limp with undergun and all of a sudden just raise on ace-10-9. It's a nice play. I would say that Tony's really unpredictable.
Yeah, I don't advocate the under-the-gun limp flat, and then, you know, but
He has a game plan.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
doing things that are unorthodox, that are unpredictable, as you mentioned, Randy, and mixing that in to, you know, your whole overall game is super important when playing against lineups such as these, stakes such as these. If you end up with any patterns, if you end up being a one-trick pony, you just get tortured.
Exactly, and they know when to kind of bet against you, call you down. You got to throw in that little flavor just so that people have to, you know, use their brain power to try to figure out what's going on here, and then all of a sudden you shift gears again, and they're like, oh man, what's going on? It's what makes cash games really fun. You can't really do that so much in tournaments just because you don't have that many blinds to mess around with.
Jozo back in his seat after fielding a phone call. It's business hours. Randy, you know, a lot of these guys,
Yeah.
heavyweights of their respective industries. Poker more of a hobby.
You know, Joe Zo's got another hobby. Can you tell us about that, Ollie?
If you insist.
I do insist, if you have the time.
I do have the time. Randy, can I do it in between?
Yes, you can. I'm sorry I put you on the spot. Because you know what? It's kind of running not too bad with this board, with this hand.
Overpair for Tan Xuan and gut shot and backdoor spades here for Joe, who does fire the C-bet of 11,000 after picking up 2 callers pre.
Double gutter, backdoor spades. Still a pretty good board for the overpair of 9s. Tan's not really a straightforward player where call is usually what you see in this spot. He's actually raising it to 35K. Joe's thinking, man, if I can just hit this straight, I'm going to get paid off huge.
Down to heads up, 91,000 in the middle. A third club and a board pairing 6. Not really what Joe wants to be looking up at when called by none other than Tan Xuan.
It's also not one of the cards that Tan Xuan is looking to see, right? Like, clubs, yeah, sure, he has one in his hand, but maybe Joe is bet calling with clubs himself or some kind of 6-7. It's possible. You also got to remember, Joe bet called from early position, so you're not going to put on just 2 random overcards anymore. It's something that connects with the board. And Tan's actually firing just 25K, a bit of a bet. Try to get the showdown cheaply. Don't expect his opponent to make a big move, I suppose.
25K out of Tan on the turn, and that'll draw the curtain on that one, understandably.
That shirt kind of reminds me of like something you would see like the Win. You know what I'm saying? That kind of like flower feel.
Where at the Win?
No, I feel like what? Maybe I'm
like
wrong.
in a painting?
Yeah, maybe. The decor, like the...
There's a lot of floral stuff going on at the Win.
Okay. Jeez, you made me feel wrong for a
No,
second. I suppose if it was more red.
Red is definitely the color. Nothing exciting until we get around to the open.
Barely connected.
9-5 suited for Esti. Similar hand composition for Tony on the button. He'll come along. Andy, offsuit Queen 10, wants to rumble. Jack 6-6 board.
If the pre-flop raiser can just see bet, likely going to win it.
That's what we've got on our hands. 6K and take it. ST, man from Shanghai, financial industry investor. Touched on the fact that he's kind of been away for a while. Rarely participates in No Limit Hold'em cash games, but still has a lot of love for poker. He's got a lot of skill too. From what we observed yesterday, I was very impressed with ST.
Can I give you just a random fun fact to self-promote a little bit?
Yep.
First time I went to Mikhail, I won a tournament. ST was at my final table.
Really?
Yeah, it was like a 3.5K or something like that.
Interesting.
That was
How long ago are we talking?
12 years maybe or so. It's a really long time. Maybe 10 years. At least 10.
Well, the reason that I ask is because the performance that he put in yesterday definitely story checks out more so. You know, he's been in the streets for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So, because he was savvy.
I think he won a lot of money back there and then just kind of took a break, did some business ventures, and he's like, all right, so I'm doing all right over there. Let's use some of these winnings to make more in poker.
three-way affair. 2 clubs, 2 5s, and a 9. Gut shot straight draw for Boss, who started the party. No heart out there.
The gut shot's nice, though. In paired boards, oftentimes your opponents just don't have a piece to continue. This bet into 2 players is going to be the winner. Better day for Paul today.
Yeah, he really didn't get much going in day 1 of the cash game. Didn't find himself involved in any particularly big pots, just kind of bled away a little bit.
There
right?
was, I don't know if you remember, but there was that pot against Aaron Zhang where Aaron Zhang had the mystery hand and he bluffed him off the flush where Paul had 5-4.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. He had a small flush.
And then Aaron Zhang turned his 3-pair Jack-9, his favorite hand, and that was the one.
Yeah.
But I remember Paul throughout yesterday just being in that kind of tough spot. It was like, why? He's always like getting raised all of a sudden, making like some incorrect folds and things. But, you know, today's a new day. It's working out. Paul knows how it goes. Obviously, we touched on it. He has a lot of experience.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nothing is going to happen out here in the course of any given session, no matter how high the stakes are, that's going to leave Paul flinching. That much we know. Queen 9-6, couple of clubs. Andy flops himself the flush draw after picking up ton. 7K follow through and the ace high. Nowhere to go.
What are you doing so stealth?
Well, this is called a Toblerone, Randy.
How about
I've been fiending chocolate since we got here, and I thought, going to be able to enjoy it without anyone realizing that my sweet tooth is getting the better of me, but thank you for putting me on Front Street.
I mean, you did take me for a stroll, multiple supermarkets to look 3 different shops and couldn't find chocolate, even though there was so many different types. There was so many different types of chocolate, and you're like,
They
oh,
didn't have peanut M&Ms.
no M&Ms. This is not my thing. I don't buy.
I ended up buying like some bootleg chips and some bootleg iced tea. It literally, the packaging looks exactly like, you know,
something you
other
find that
major
Shanghai shop you were
brands.
talking about.
Yeah, exactly. How about counterfeit
Counterfeit chips.
snacks? Raise and take there for ST. You want some of this?
That's a pretty... Yeah, I was wondering.
Have you ever
what,
had some of this?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Well, then why'd you ask me earlier? Oh, you asked what I was doing.
Yeah, I was asking what are you doing because you're trying to do all sneaky.
Well, yeah, Randy, it's not my first time misbehaving in a booth.
Yeah, you go ahead and turn off that mic and eat that chocolate right now. You enjoy it.
You know, I'm going to eat it with the mic on. How's that?
Suited ace for Andy. Ace-9 suited, lovely hand. +1. This is the type of hand Xuan likes to see flops with. 4-3 of diamonds. Hearts. Diamonds are covered, I mean. The hearts over there for ST.
You're doing great, by the way, Randy. I appreciate you holding.
Yeah. I can do both ends for you. You know, please, hit the mute button again. There you go. And don't go work on a second piece of chocolate, all right? I need you to come back in because we got a squeeze from ST.
Going to work with the Queen Jack suited out of the big blind. Takes us up to 23,000 here.
Ace-9 suit is kind of a tricky hand. It's not one you want to see too many.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, I was...
Here's the thing. Andy's eyes are wide open. He knows that given there's a flat between him and the 3-better, that some frequency, this is a squeeze. Exactly what it looks like. And it doesn't have to be attached to a hand that's going to want to call a jam. So blocker properties of the ace alone. And then maybe some playability.
He's an
Not that
action
there's
player.
Not
He's
that
an
there's
action
any more
player.
decisions,
buddy.
but yeah, I mean... This is why these cash game streams are the best around. a fearlessness index higher than you'll find anywhere else.
Yeah, he's just like $200,000. I'm all in. Yeah, and he made it work. I mean, sometimes, you know, we see these newer players that we're unfamiliar with, and we're not really sure what to expect, but a lot of them that come out of the Triton series have really just stand out. Back-to-back wins there for Andy. This one didn't have to work as hard.
Andy, by the way, counts himself among the business owner ilk here at this table. Learned poker about 6 years ago, he says. Considers it a hobby, but one that he has been excelling at thus far here in Montenegro. And I would imagine in the years since he's learned it up until this point in time as well. Everybody pays tuition early on, although some people sunrun. I've definitely been at tables where it's like, oh, really? Your first time playing mix? Congrats. Can I help you rack those chips up, by the way, that used to belong to me?
You wait big blind or post 5,000? That's it.
Button raise and take there with the suited ace for Esti.
Post is 5,000.
那边规矩就是去上厕所，回来就放一个大盲。
不要啦，你不等大盲就5000嘛，大家一样的嘛。因为我一直去抽烟，不过我回来我是等到大盲，知道吧？等大盲叫我。
我都是等了你来过了我再过去，那就不要跳了小盲大盲不要跳了。
放1000很不公平的嘛。
5000，那么2000，
也不公平吗？我等大盲我就去厕所，这回来就放2000，本来是4000的。像我们这些都不会这样啦，不过。
本来4000，但是多打几次牌咯。
那你可以等的嘛，等到大盲。
I believe Ivey posted his blinds. Is that how he checked the 2K that was in front of him there in the hijack?
Was he away for a little bit?
It would seem somehow, because I didn't see him put chips into the pot.
That would mean that he missed his big blind.
I think that might have been what happened here. Jozo checking back the big blind and a gut shot straight draw and flush draw. Looks up at a position bet of 7,000 from Ivey, who's really just trying to win it here and now.
Yeah, it's a full pot and it's a check raise to 16K. Ivey's like, huh? Look at this. Ivey bet calling 10 high on King 652 clubs. Looking to make a move on Joe, but Joe makes the flush.
39K. In the middle. $22 and take it.
GG bought double SOP.
No, compete with us. We high roller. They mid stack, low stack.
I got a chuckle out of Petrov.
You're not competing.
No.
We are our own brand.
Cool.
You want to invest? Oh, 500 million valuation, very high. Huh?
Very high, yeah. Hard to make money. No.
For GG, it's okay because they can use their online thing and qualify and all that.
Fine card player.
A7 suited from Tan. This conversation.
500K Invitational, Bahamas. We are all going.
Oh?
All of us.
Which date is it?
December 6 to 9, 3 days.
Gonna say conversation evolving there between Boss and Tony G. Uneventful takedown here for Tan with the ace-7 and a barrel on the flop. Surrounding the announcement of GG Poker acquiring the World Series of Poker recently.
Yeah,
They've been our sponsors for
but we don't make
some
anything.
time.
But they pay
But-
for everything. Production, everything.
Non-compete. And in fact, Triton's going to be heading
Spend a
down
lot of
to
money on all this.
the World Series of Poker Bahamas in December. Everybody looking forward to that. And if you're someone who likes sports betting and or crypto, you should be looking forward to what's on offer at tether.bet. Make your first deposit and pick up a 100% deposit bonus with as little as 20 USDT. Use promo code Triton and pick up an extra 10 USDT as a complimentary additional bonus. Offer available to new players only, and only the first 100 signups
I don't know the market.
will get it. So make your move now.
Any Americans will play? Yes.
Yeah.
Big L for sure, confirm.
Queens for Ivey.
6K to skate. Wow, Joe just letting go of the King Jack offsuit there on the button, no less.
He's a field player.
Have to go.
Petrov suited
this
connector, small
25K,
blind,
50K
flats,
guarantee.
now nines. For
Superman
Tan.
event. they call it.
I think that
Superman.
Tan's going to squeeze this one up.
2,000 entries. Crazy. Rebuy.
This is going to be trouble for him.
需要2000人哦
25000
，25000，
30K.
5000万保底哦。
啊，保底。那
We see the aces
对啊，
always a candidate for a slow play. Kings far less. Queens though.
Pretty much
Let's
not
just
this
jam.
stack. Yeah.
千几百个咯。
哇，
I don't really see how Tan's going to lay this one down after making it 30K. There's a lot of ace kings in Ivey's range.
差不多700了，700多。
3000就要
对啊，
600多700。
Yep. He didn't waste any time making the call. And always aware that on some occasions it will be the bigger pair across the way. And bottom of range, he's thinking to himself is 2 overs, but he's ready to go racing.
He's always ready to go. He already put in 30K too. It's not always just the overpair.
1000万第不是
So a $308,000 pot.
七星打别人说
Dealer verifying one time. You see Ivey say, yeah, that's how I roll.
The dealer knew. It wasn't like, do you want it to two? Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Tan, I doubt he's ever asked someone to run it twice.
It's going to need a 9 to take Ivey's chips.
一次2个。
Conversely for Phil, the covered stack just needs to fade. One of those 2 outs, and he does so as everything but the 9 feels like it showed up there.
If you reload, if you add on 100K more, the money won't go in.
Yeah.
It's just nice.
Boss, by the way, pointing out that if Ivey had topped up, then he wouldn't have been able to jam that 150 and get called.
True.
So it kind
I
of
could-
played out
I could
very
see that.
nicely for him.
Regardless, we can confirm that Ivey is up $100,000 now with that pot.
So
That's
about
all it
Cyprus,
takes.
you going?
You?
Oh, yeah, too busy. Don't spend too much time on poker now.
Yes, too many events.
Yeah, everywhere.
Leon will come. It's enough. If he comes.
You going to Cyprus?
I'm not sure as well. I don't know. It's just so hard to. You have to stop over in Turkey. No direct flight. I don't know. Thinking. It's middle of summer. You know, it's hard. Need to live your life.
Queen Jack dominating Queen 6, although Petrov flops himself a flush draw here. Tan, easy check fold.
Too many kids.
How many kids you have?
6.
Official 6, unofficial.
No.
All different women?
No. 6 kids. All taken care of.
I feel like Ivey said one line the entire stream, and it was strong.
Single father.
Single father. No. I'm single. Single now. Hoping for 3 more. Last 3.
You're still young, you can have some more.
Yeah. 3 more.
Pocket kings now for boss in the face of a ton open on the button. And what we love about this setup is A, it's Tan Xuan who's got a lot of risk tolerance and gamble, and also we could be 3-betting just feeling as though he's light on the button, and all of a sudden it turns into a leveling war, but things don't play out nearly as interestingly as boss might have hoped.
Yeah, also boss actually 3-bet him a couple times already. Got caught. Was hoping for action.
99那把，70多个他妈，是啦，他在前卫，Ivey啊，不是 Elton 啊，真好啊，第3场，第3场他自投而已了。
那没多少钱嘛，这边要跟了一下，这边不跟的话，我大真的顶一下。
So Joe's got ace jack. Sees a raise in front of him.
Flats the 5K from Andy. King 7 suited for Tan. Now ace 10 off on the button.
Feels like those extra chips are coming in.
Yeah, he wants to find out what's what, does boss, as he 3-bets to 30,000. And
He also has the button. I mean, the button position's important. He sees all these flats. That usually contains hands that can't take the heat, so that's a nice 20K profit in that hand.
I was going to say, note that that ace-jack offsuit has itself a tough time in that spot.
Yeah, once you see flats, and he flats like a hand like ace-jack, you kind of don't really want to play a squeeze spot because you could be up against ace-queen, ace-king. I think it was very good awareness from Paul to play his 10 in that manner to get better hands to fold.
Agreed.
哦，是，
他也可以啊，人家也可以。中国护照啊，我是中国护照。
中国护照不？
6 for 6s.
Ace-queen suited now for Ivey, and he's going to play it as a flat here. Thought perhaps he would look to isolate, but instead he manages to get the dominated king-queen in there from the small.
Yeah, definitely a hand he could have 3-bet, but obviously flatting allows your opponents to bring in hands that are dominated.
Jack-Jack 10 board. Open-ender for Esti checks. Joe not looking to c-bet that texture. And now Ivey had the opportunity to put something in there. Does not. 8 on the turn. Two-way straight draw for him now, although the 9 would be no good.
ST looking to rep it. Half pot. Gets the best hand out. Ace-queen, though, has enough draw to continue. Could be a fun one incoming on the river. Blanks out. Can ST fire once more to win this pot against Ace-queen?
By the way, Jozo would have made 6s full on the river.
He's kicking the table. Look at ST. This guy's solid.
Yeah, and it just looks so credible
奥运会啊，
Overcalling is a flat from the small blind. Checking to maybe try to get in a check raise on that board texture, and then all of a sudden we activate turn and river. It just feels like a lot better than ace queen. Even though it was just king high, so credit to Esti there.
对，西班牙。
Well, looks like
Wow, it again.
Xuan is going to top up. Saw him put 2 fingers up.
He's going to get even. It's going to be all at once, I guess.
Ivey in with jacks against ST's king 8 suited.
And jacks full on the flop for Phil. Maybe too much hand for him to want to get a follow through in. Hence the check.
Like that. Looking for opponent doesn't have anything they might stab, and if they have the queen, well, you can build that pot even more.
You know, given he opened from the cutoff and got called on the button, the check on this flop feels more honest than usual, and I think that's why ST happily activated. Though once the 5K gets called, we begin to wonder. Could be some of that ace-10.
It could be, although he also fears a hand like a jack, but maybe he can put some heat on some smaller pocket pairs. Checking, though, to give up. Makes sense. Once Ivey sees the check on a turn, though, I don't think he's going to put ST on a queen too often. Wow, that's good awareness. Couldn't get the bet, though. Look at that look after immediately. You trying to get me?
The thing about that river check is, I think Ivey felt like there just wasn't going to be a lot of calls. And so better to check and induce from a hand that it's going to be tough to get any chips from.
Right, the thing is, when you see the check on a turn, you don't put on the queen. And when you're holding 2 jacks, the hand that can pay you off is a jack.
Right.
Well, there's only 1 jack left, so you have a better chance of getting value by getting your opponent to just bluff.
Yep.
Mark the hand if it's not bad.
Little suited ace here for Mikhail. Bins it.
Do you want to play out of position against these guys? Not really. They're just flatting everything.
I mean, listen, you don't have to raise it up. Obviously, it's a recommended course of action as we see not 1 but 2 pairs of 7s distributed here to Boss and ST. Joe performing even better than he would on average with this king-queen suited. You see him a favorite in the 3-way affair, in fact.
Looks
Flopping
like
top pair.
They're in trouble. I'm going to say Joe's going to win this pot.
You're probably right. Although it could come a 7 on the turn and they all chop it.
Really? That's the line you're going to go with, buddy?
It's not a lie. 10K from Joe on the turn.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a lie. That's
just, you know, one of the possible outcomes.
Remember when I said one of the cons of coming here for me
was having to deal with me?
Yeah.
You'd be so bored without me, Randy.
I mean,
actually, you normally do these by yourself, don't you?
But why? Yes, I do. I don't know why they brought you in, and why are you standing up from your seat again?
They brought me in because without me, who's going to kill these mosquitoes?
You no need, right?
刷一个。
Trader.
Oh, first straddle is on.
Where are you flying from?
No surprise from Xuan.
Still so far away. So many months.
Maybe you have to give me a lift
Yeah.
from Europe.
My plane cannot go direct from Hong Kong.
No. Last time you came to Lithuania once.
To go
ST,
Dubai,
ace
can
5 suited.
I don't think.
or London, 9.5 hours.
London.
No
is-
customers.
Maybe Dubai should be able.
London have daily flights direct. But I don't know, maybe it's shitty airlines.
Yeah, it's British Airways. Maybe I take jet if other players go.
I mean, commercial first class is okay, isn't it?
It's okay.
Very comfortable.
It's fine, yeah.
Private jet not so comfortable if a lot of people
Yeah, for a lot of people.
cannot lie down.
No, you can. You can.
I
Lie
mean-
down better.
I mean, those jets can have 6 beds only.
If you have too many people.
Yeah, 8 person, 4 person cannot lie down.
Time for a bigger plane.
Ivey is really killing it, by the way, with the one-liners so far here.
BBJ.
Quality
Take the
over
Or
quantity.
supersonic, maybe in 3 years.
really private jet.
Supersonic, maybe. I think in 3 years.
Private.
Private, maybe in 5 years. I don't know.
Andy, the party started with the queen 10.
Half the time, flying time.
Mikhail flatting, and then Tan with the suited ace. Took it to
Many
26.
companies producing prototype testing.
Andy hanging in there.
Look, it's the opponent that's squeezing.
Too dangerous.
There's even a chance that Andy's even dominating pre, given Tanchuan's usual ranges.
Yeah, Concorde.
Yeah, Concorde.
So this one, it's going to be hard for him to win against 10.
Like Concorde, not so famous. It was two. Russian one and Concorde one. Russian also gone. Also one catastrophe also stopped.
Feels like on this board texture, you either bet very small or you check with a hand like
Yeah,
this.
new materials.
Yeah, you gotta be a little bit wary of some of the bigger aces being a part of that raise and then call the 3-bet
Sound is very loud, huh?
out of Andy. 20K the sizing into the 59, 1/3 pot, let's call it.
Andy's thinking about making a move. To be fair, if he calls his flop, or maybe even raise, usually he's got a piece.
Well, thinking about it is all he did, and maybe good news, considering I don't think Tan was in the mood to fold, especially with backdoor diamonds available.
No, he definitely wouldn't be folding to a raise.
Hmm?
你都没牌，你跟我说偷鸡，对没有对，单也没有单。
King high 了。
Starts on the 6th. That's the first one of the series, right?
6, 7, 8. And then you have the Triton main event 100K. Start on the 8th. 2 days, 3 days maybe. Then after that the 25K, 50 million guarantee. I think.
Boss talking about the upcoming WSOP Paradise in the Bahamas that we will be a part of, along with GG Poker.
Day 1A, day 1B.
I'm excited.
We're going to have a
Is it 3 in the
massive
middle now?
invitational, then a main event, and then you heard Boss talking about it, a 25K, 50 million guarantee.
Unheard of. Oh, everything over there is unheard of. I mean, also our Triton million, right? 500K buy-in for each player. That's $1 million for a pair. I mean, last time I had Invitational, it wasn't as big.
250, I wanna say?
250. I know we did the million one time too. It's just okay. Let's just bring all the good stuff in one destination.
Actually, I think the line that you're fishing for is let's just hope that crypto doesn't tank any harder than it's already if we're going to keep those
Ollie,
guarantees intact.
we've got plenty of high rollers ready to play. Do we have enough pros
No,
ready
but
to play?
I'm talking about like a
Brian?
50 milli guarantee, you know, and for a 25K. You do need some crypto exposure to go the right way.
Yeah. Currently, I will not be playing, but you never know.
Right.
Things turn around rather quickly. Let us go 4 ways.
That we shall. Standard raise pre, Jack, Jack, 9 trips for boss here, the best of what's around. Note that the 2 King 10s have turned into gutters, and that gutter would be disaster, as it would fill up the Queen Jack.
One of those King 10s is betting.
Guess who?
Tan.
$8,000 ahead, and both King 10s remain intact. Surely a queen on the turn is not in the cards, is it? Okay. Deuce on the turn.
So when Tan gets called in 2 spots,
Yeah, the
decent
second barrel
chance
is tough.
Yeah, it's tough just because a Jack clearly in their opponent's range. Even a 9 might not fold to a double barrel.
Especially with a turn as innocent looking as a deuce.
Paul looking to get some value. Unable to do so. Nice grind so far for boss.
Yep.
Up what, $1.50?
It's still early. Don't ride the broom.
Yeah.
Randy, we shouldn't be counting.
I don't know,
You
I
know.
know. But I'm just, I like to look at it. But people are topping up.
That's true. And the one word that I haven't heard yet, even though I expect that we will. Straddle.
There was one straddle.
Was there?
It was Tan, but no one else.
It just
Sure.
quietly happened and he didn't make
It was
a big deal of it?
because it was just a raise and take on that
Yeah.
pot.
We need Elton. Yesterday.
The president of Straddle Club.
He really is the he's not only a president, he's also a member. he just kept looking around with that like almost like boyish enthusiasm. He'd be like, round of straddles?
Well, those straddles really did some damage to Elizabeth Chen when he had position.
Yeah,
So you know he's the straddle player, and we've got action here.
Yeah, damage perhaps on the horizon as we see the ace-king open from Jozo up front. Mikhail Petrov, 3 bets to 18,000, and now boss having to navigate a couple of 10s. I do sense that Petrov's table image skews toward the tighter side of the spectrum just based on this first hour.
I agree. I actually wouldn't fault Paul for cold calling here. It's not something you see too often, but it makes sense because there's an early position raise, next position 3-bet. 10s is pretty strong, but you don't want to 4-bet and play a guessing game in case Petrov jams. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop as Jozo calls of ace-king. 59 in the middle.
7-7-4.
Great flop for queens.
Yeah.
And when I see Paul cold call my 3-bet, I'm putting Paul on like jacks and 10s, and I'm going to go for some value on this flop.
Yeah, you're not so worried about pocket kings, pocket aces. We expect those hands to be heard from pre-flop, so the queens are quite cozy and betting 40 into this 59, 2/3 pot.
This is a tough spot for Paul because if he's up against a bigger pair, he's only got 2 outs. But if he's up against ace-king, he might be thinking, I call this 40, maybe this one checks down and I can just win it.
Here's the thing. With the ace-king, in a three-way spot be as inclined to barrel? I know the board texture is such that it feels like a good spot, but you tell me, Randy.
That's the big question. Would Petrov still bet into two players?
Right.
Someone who cold called a 3-bet who often has a pocket pair.
I think it's the presence of Joe in the pot behind boss that really leaves him less proud of these tens. But nevertheless, it appears that he's going to settle on a call
It
and
feels
see
like,
what's what. Note that the ace-king very happily folding now.
of course,
for
that's a
Joe.
good fold. It feels like intentions here for Paul is call. If I get one more bet I'm faced with, then I'll get away from these two tens.
Especially when there's a 9 on the turn. We still have the overpair. It's not a card that complicates matters for us. Now the jam from Petrov, and Paul hates it.
4万也不会再扣。
So when someone jams on a turn like this, you gotta ask, what hands do I beat? Is Petrov ever doing this with just naked ace-king? I'm not so sure. I think Paul knows it. And
再一点就好了，
这是
是吧？4万我都不想去。不知道跳跳了不跳。
He's not beyond a muck, though.
there's the muck.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Tony G girls.
Tony G's girls, is that what he said?
Not big enough.
这么短的马敲你一下就麻烦到。
敲我没事啊，也是不然我也敲嘛，那我不知道打我也飞嘛，肯定的嘛，
Healthy pickup
看人嘛。
for Petrov, by the way. And note that Paul, in spite of the fact that he lost nearly 60,000 in that exchange between
6万
pre
打4万哦，
flop,
很重。
just
Just
as
laughing
if
it
it never
off.
happened.
2万。
I do like the way he played it, though. Kept his
They
opponent
got
honest on one street and was like, all right, if you bet once more, I know where I'm at.
打出这样去。
Yeah.
He was right.
哎，不应该去。你 AK 啊？哎呀，你 all in 就好了，我省4万。
I think he was telling Joe, if Joe goes all in pre, then I can get away from the tens and
Yeah.
not lose 40K
It
on the
sounded
flop.
exactly like what he was telling him.
他总数17万嘛，18万。
We've seen more than a few occasions on which those ace-kings, by the way, you know, and I think a little bit of that is the distinction between tournament poker ace-king and cash game poker ace-king.
没必要把这一张。
Extremely deep here, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Not looking to just rip pre.
They were about 150 big blinds deep. They were like +1 and +2, and there was a cold call. I like that call of ace king from Joe. Got away. Really just lost the minimum there.
King 10-5 board here, top pair for Andy. Blind versus blind, bottom pair for Tony and backdoor spades. He checks it over and faces a tickler.
Tony scratching that itch, making the call.
And picking up the spade draw, checking once more.
不是 TV table。
My interest would be piqued on that turn card.
我怕人家讲哇，这样也不进那么紧。
他一个晚上3第一次。
Andy going for more value against the 10, the 5Xs makes sense.
Full pot.
那没开牌肯定要去啦，王八。
Max charging this draw.
Tony obviously still in
Oh,
there and now
wow.
finds the flush.
But look at the two pair that Andy's just made. This is bad.
I think if he doesn't improve on this King 3 on the river, he may check back. Instead, one can't blame him for thinking this is actually a great card for me and firing 36 as an overbet into the 30.
Can't blame Andy to not think he's got the best hand trying to represent a bluff.
And for Tony, the decision is,
I don't think
can I
he's-
raise?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. He's got a baby flush.
Yeah, a smaller size, I think he does it, but 36 into 30.
It's definitely crossing his mind, though. Well, he is going to jam it.
Wow, I mean, that was a pretty precarious check jam there. There's just not a hand that's going to call you unless that 5 deuce of spades is devastated.
And you notice how Andy folded that 2 pair without a thought. He was like,
Yeah.
whatever, you got it.
Yeah.
So that's where it comes a little dangerous to jam smaller flushes, like really small flushes like
No
that.
投机 no bluff
2对5。
2对啊
Ton, ace 10 raise. Speculative flat from ST. Jozo defending with the 10-6. Queen 7-4, 2 spade board. Top pair for ST here. Ace of spades working for the preflop raiser Ton.
Yeah, also that queen gives him turn straight draws that he can multi-barrel. Like a flop bet here.
10 dimes into 21, just south of half. ST happy to flat. Exit for Joe.
Not the turn card Xuan was looking for. ST's kind of a bit of a tricky spot here because his kicker is not that great, obviously. But then again, does he want to give a free card to like a 6-7, 5-6? Oh, ace on the river. Nice one for 10.
Bail out after it goes check, check.
Now it's time to go for value.
And you know what's funny is Ton gets value in these spots more than your average player because of his reputation. You can fire some big bets in these spots and leave people breathless. 24.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to fold this queen against 10 because of that point you made. It's just your opponent.
Yep. Payday. Nice pick up there for Ton.
There he is, Jungleman. Welcome. Welcome. You're the value nowadays. We're all waiting for you.
You look horrible.
You finally became a value player.
Paul!
Look like an old man.
Wow. Just laying on him.
Savage.
Wow, 穿 Versace.
Daniel Cates
Now I'm waiting for you.
lurking.
I'm waiting for you now.
I'm sure we'll see Jungle on the stream at some point, whether it's today or later in this week, as he's one of the pros here for this cash game invitational.
There he is. Welcome.
I think, yeah, redraw maybe in 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Let me chase my losses first.
You're up today, Paul.
Down 10K, 20K.
This is the good table. The other one is the scary table. This is the bunny table.
Don't want to overlook the fact that Tan just opened under the gun with deuce 3 suited, by the way. I mean...
It's standard, so I didn't think I needed to point
yeah,
that
you're
one
right.
out.
For Tan it is, but for those that maybe aren't familiar with him, you need to recognize that this is what makes this guy so dangerous.
He's like, big cards, no, not for me, but the little stuff.
Chris. If you are tired, you can give your seat to me.
If
I'm
tired-
talking to you. You look like very tired.
I'm not tired.
You can rest today.
I'm not tired at all.
Boss raising up front.
You could pay for my seat. How about that? How much you want to pay for it?
Flopping an open ender. 2 customers in there, one of which is Tan, who's got trips.
50 is yours.
No. It's too tough for 50.
Yeah, but it's fun.
TV.
Just two
Round of
chips.
checks. Tan did not fire the trips on the turn, nor did Paul fire that jack.
Famous movie.
And now an ace for Tony
Famous
on the
movie.
river. Backdoor
Jungleman?
diamonds.
No, which movie is this?
About Unger.
What's the name of it?
About the WSOP champion.
Ah, okay.
Steve Unger, yeah? Unger, sort of my action.
I never seen it.
Yeah. It was a movie, yeah, it was also Give Me 2 Black Chips. I
Yeah?
will. Yeah. You should see it. It's
What is
basically
the
a
name?
great movie.
What is the name of it?
High Roller Story.
High Roller Story?
Steve Unger, High Roller Story. Michael Imperioli, the same guy who was playing in Sopranos. You really should see it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
Boss
check it out.
finding the fold. Backdoor diamonds and the ace showing up, helping that queen jack into the muck, even when it is Tan who's firing out of nowhere.
Yeah, the thing is, this ace-4 doesn't feel comfortable, but like you said earlier, it's if it's tan betting, gotta keep him honest.
Twice.
Bonus.
快点打喷了。
Paul actually got out of there unscathed when he turned that jack. Good on him.
Yeah, the only chips he lost was the pre-flop raise.
I remember before he got away when he had the queen on that 4-liner where Jozo had king queen.
Good point.
He's knows how to save some chips.
Yeah, he avoids bloodiness.
I don't know about those mosquitoes. They're not avoiding bloodiness from you.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get this one.
Ivey 看你一对酒跟他输赢15万，他不走了。
Had you heard of this movie they were mentioning? I don't know if you heard it. High
I've
Roller
seen it.
Story.
Yeah,
It's
I've
good.
seen it.
I also
I
play.
didn't think it was that good.
Wow.
Just being honest.
He block all in. Aye.
At least you saved me, 2 hours of my life, because I was going to watch that on my downtime.
打出去就后悔了。
You're welcome,
Thank
Randy.
you, buddy.
你看
Perhaps
人
these are the silver linings of having me in the booth with you.
Mm-hmm. You do bring positives.
Chat disagrees with me, by the way. I mean, I thought it was all right.
I mean, can you go?
We weren't giving out any Oscars.
Are you
Let's
going to
put it
go
like
to
that.
Ivey and let them know? Like, maybe you shouldn't watch that movie.
I'll just, no, I think everybody has their own opinions on things. I just thought it was okay. Petrov thinks King 10's okay. Enough to raise it up. Ace 4. Defended for Ivey. Turns into second pair. Faces the 8K C bet. Check calls. Doesn't improve, but still has the best of it. Petrov snap checking back. 4-liner on the river.
Yeah, not the board development Ivey was looking for, but the pair of fours has enough showdown that he doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff and rep that 7.
Uneventful. Last street.
I like these optics on Ivey.
How long more to redraw?
He's been rocking those lately. I think they're blue light filtering as well.
Okay.
Seen him this past summer at the World Series wearing those a lot. And the bucket hat he's started to go to quite a bit.
Back
as well.
to regular cap, though. But yeah, he was rocking that bucket cap.
I think a lot of it is really functional, though, just designed to mitigate the impact of all the light that is on any of these sort of feature tables. Pocket kings, the cutoff feature for Tan. Picks up 2 customers with queen 10 and a6, the latter of which, belonging to Esti, turns into trips, and this is a problem for Tan. 20K in the middle, 2 checks in front of him. Potential disaster on the horizon.
I mean, it's a pretty huge disaster. He's definitely going to be losing multiple streets here. Does ST want to play it fast? Looks like he is.
Eight turns into 23. It's kind of a texturized board, though. I mean, lack of a club in the kings.
The thing is, ST is not just raising trip 6s here. He's raising straight draws, flush draws, maybe even just an odd check raise to kind of move Tantron off of C bets. So now we play a turn card.
Yeah, Tan finds the flat. 4 of diamonds. Not supposed to be giving Tan any problems, unless 5-8 was the check raise, or pocket 4s. Not sure that's the approach.
No, I would never expect to be pocket 4s, even 8-5. I don't really think that's in there. I suppose it's possible, but game plan now. Go for more value, near pot size bet for ST, and Tan's got to be concerned soon.
$51,000.
I don't think he's going to be able to lay down on the turn, just given the draws haven't got there yet. Up to 168.
Does make the call, and this is an escape hatch of sorts. The 5 of clubs. And the thing is, for ST, trip 6s don't love the 4-liner and the flush showing up, but he's got the ace of clubs, and that becomes so important in terms of his ability to potentially value.
It's very hard for him to get paid here with the ace-6. Tan's got 2 kings checked over to him, contemplating turning it into a bluff.
You don't think he ever feels like the kings would be a value bet? Yeah, he does check back.
I don't think betting there ever gets called by worse with that run out.
And that's critical in terms of Tan's calculus. As ST takes a big bite out of him, which could have been bigger if it wasn't something like that 5 of clubs on the end.
ST's graph has really been a one-way street. Green candle. Never ending so far since yesterday. Let's send those kings over to Andy. Perhaps he'll have better luck with them.
Cowboy-rich environment. Ace-Jack suited. Along for the ride.
Looks like he's lassoed in 1 customer.
Heads up. 15,000 in the middle and an ace as well. Monotone texture here and the lack of a heart. Staring up at that overcard, but feeling that maybe the ace-X belongs to him more so. Andy fires 5, a snap call from Petrov.
Kings have been having trouble.
Yeah, they have. No betting on the turn. As Petrov check back now. Another ace on the river, and might Andy go for something blocky, mergy, targeting a queen? Apparently the answer is yes. 1/3 pot, 8 into 24.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
25, rather.
Oftentimes, Petrov actually does have a queen. Ace is actually a good card for Andy.
Can Petrov find a value raise here?
I
Apparently,
think so.
yes.
I like that. But Andy's like, I know exactly where you're at.
Yep.
Instantly folding.
Do you think Andy finds himself calling a bigger than 8K bet on the river if he checks it and Mikhail fires?
I think so, unless Petrov goes a little bit too big and then he's like, all right, I think you got the ace, and he just walks away with 0. I do like his bet on the river because I do think with that very small bet, he will get paid off by a queen. So I think it worked out. He played it pretty good.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, the purpose of the question for me is to determine whether or not
Unusual jet, right?
his choice to fire
Twice minimum, because Petrov, you know, is
I think it
is
saved
the
him.
more economical. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and also
Maybe
gives him the
triple
chance
times
to
one.
gain
How
chips
much
too
it
when
cost?
he actually is
Half
ahead.
mil? It's like from Dubai to Bahamas. Crazy.
Crazy.
Half mil flight, yeah.
Phua facing a 3-bet from Esti here. He was dancing with the 4-5 suited. Let's see whether or not the waltz will continue.
I was calculating last year. You should land somewhere at Canarian Islands.
Answer
then
is no.
proceed for a fuel.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe some Gulfstream can make it, but it will be too much expensive.
GTO 不加，谁也看着。位置不好。
Paul shooting it up once more. Suited ace.
Jackson 5.
Joe defending, flopping middle pair. Checking over, just backdoor hearts and ambition.
Middle pair
for
is
boss.
good.
Check call of 6,000. Backdoor spade draw showing up on this turn. Boss, no further interest for the time being. Checking back. Board pairing king.
Good river card for Joe.
Yeah, could maybe pursue value. Instead, he just knuckles. I think this is where we hope it's queen 10 or queen 9 across the way. As boss checks back, but cannot win the pot with the ace high.
Redraw now?
And it looks like the staff
Okay, Rob, redraw. You draw your seat.
have come on down to advise that the first 2 hours of play are complete. Redraw, as we will shuffle the deck and change the seating order. But in terms of profit and loss, that order will stay static for the time being, but still 3 frames of play left from Maestral. Randy and I'll be back in about 15 minutes time with continuing coverage of day 2 of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Lithuania, who has had some very famous televised cash game moments.
On your bike.
On your bike being the one. Look it up if you don't know what Randy and I are talking about, and rejoice in that moment if you do, because it was an all-time classic.
Is this not a boomerang? 10's back in Xuan's hand. Okay.
I just
really
realized
3-betting.
25K ahead to the flop. 2 overcards to both of the pairs.
See how Xuan navigates 2 overs once again. Although this is a 3-bet pot and he's the aggressor.
Firing 20,000. And by the way,
look.
Tony's peeling and taking a page out of Tan's book here.
Oh, 7 on the turn. Tony G.
Gin. And now Tony goes from hoping that Tan doesn't have a king or a jack to praying that he does. Oh. I thought Tan was going to reach out and touch something.
He did touch those blue chips briefly. Look, these two have played a lot with each other. He probably figures Tony G in general is on the snugger side, and he's trying to take advantage of that with a double barrel. Trying to fold out a jack. A weak king, perhaps. To slow player to jam, that's the question. It kind of seems like Xuan is ready to put in the rest of the chips. The thing is, they've played so much, and Tony knows that Xuan loves to bluff with really random cards.
To the river we go. There's over 200,000 in there.
I don't know why I get this feeling that Xuan is looking to empty the clip. Really just think, look, if you don't got King Jack, you're not going to call me or something like that. I don't know.
And he doesn't have Queen 10, but Tan does pump the brakes. And Tony just says all in.
All right, so the main hand he can pick off here is busted hearts. Some of these busted hearts are paired, coupled with a pair, so they can actually show it down. For example, like 10-9 of hearts, 8-7 of hearts, they can maybe beat like an ace-10, ace-queen that might 2-barrel. So that really reduces the number of combinations of broken hearts that he can pick off here. Another question he needs to ask is how thin does Tony G value shove? Is Tony G shoving king-queen, or is he checking that one back? The more hands that Tony's value shoving, the more he should fold his hand. Slightly relevant that the 10s block a little bit of the value, which is Queen 10, but I think there's more other hands that he has to worry about.
Lucky 7.
My
7
goodness.
from heaven.
Tan
Fun.
pays it off. Losing almost 200,000 in that pot. Unable to part ways with the 100K investment to
Good
that
stuff.
point.
That's the Tony G I remember. You know it.
To those viewers who are unfamiliar with it, that is Mandarin for bluff, right?
That's right. And actually literally means steal the chicken. But, you know, steal the pot.
You gotta
It's
love
kind of the
that.
same concept. You see how Tan Xuan's got the flavor for these pseudo connectors in any position? He's got a different style compared to some others. Tony G is going to be our mystery hand as they go to war again with the company of Joe Zhou.
10-8 deuce. 3 players in. For
12.
6K ahead, was it? 7?
Yeah, this is Tony's type of board, so when it gets checked to him, it makes sense that he's betting, whether he's got it or not.
Second pair. The product of big blind defense from Joe.
Expect Joe to come along on the flop. He's got a middle pair. Could have the best hand.
Predictably down to heads up as Tan gets out of the way. Jack on the turn. Bottom end of the gut shot. That's the development for Joe.
The bottom end is not ideal in this spot. It's very plausible for Tony G to have a queen in hand. So if you hit a 9, you could lose more chips regardless. You're hoping for a check through if you're Joe, but doesn't seem that's coming. 40K. This does not feel good.
Almost full pot.
I would think these 2 8s are usually hitting the muck unless he has a very strong read that Tony G's messing around.
The problem is, even if he is messing around, he covers us.
And he's got a ton of outs,
And
usually.
Let's say best case scenario.
Wow. That is a loose call. Unsure if he's ahead.
Loose and deeply surprising from Joe. Diamonds come in on the end. He unblocks that. And the point that I was on the way to making, as we see Tony snap jam the river here, was that when we make that call, we're going to be facing a river bet at decent frequency, and there's really almost no card on the river that we're going to suddenly start betting. Bar maybe an 8. The 7 puts a 4-liner on board where any 9 makes a straight. The 9 that gives us the jack high straight gives any queen X a better straight.
I don't see how Joe is going to call here. I mean, there's so many hands I got. Queen 4, Tony G. What a bluff.
Made it.
What on earth?
Tony, you're a
Make the
sicko.
show for you guys.
Yeah.
That was bad. That was a bad one if you opened it.
Looks like Tony G and Joe Zhou
Coming after you.
going to be fighting. Comes in Paul.
Oh, wow. 8, 9, 10 rainbow. Boss flops the nuts. Tony with top pair and the gutter. No clue what Joe's got, but a round of quick checks and a blank on the turn here.
Paul just flopping it. Shoots out 10.
No, by the way, that with top pair as the pre-flop raiser, Tony did not want to barrel it, even with that gutter.
I think it's actually pretty good because rarely does he want to face a check raise and his hand's very strong, but
Yeah.
it's hard for him to get paid off.
I don't disagree. Just he's showing some discipline, and now he's showing some good fortune as well. The jack rolls off, and Boss has a much more face-up holding and is wary of king-queen, perhaps, hence the check.
It's also hard for him to get value on a 4-liner like this. It's better to try to induce.
Tony firing 30 into 51.
I mean, we see 2 queens. One in Tony's hand and Paul. Can Joe have one too? Oh, he's representing...
He might have more.
More than the queen?
Oh, and this is really gross for Boss, who flopped the joint, now faces a bet and a raise behind him after understandably checking this river.
And he knows that he's never scooping the whole pot if he makes the call.
The other issue is, let's say he only gives Jozo credit for a queen. You make the call, and what happens if Tony goes blasting off behind you?
Then you just throw up, and maybe you want to avoid that situation altogether. So you can see Paul asking to spread the pot, see what's in the middle. This is disgusting.
Beyond. A deeply unenviable situation that Phua finds himself in.
He's going to lay down to queen.
I get it. I really do, and I think you do too, as we see
Wow.
Tony end up paying off. And now, in retrospect, given that Joe had the king-queen, he was repping.
Queen Jack. What the nuts. What the hell?
Boss will feel terrific about his choice to check fold.
He was the one with the queen. He lost 0 on the river, whereas Tony G lost 100.
For sure, confirm.
Queens for Ivey.
6K to skate. Wow, Joe just letting go of the king-jack offsuit there on the button, no less.
He's a field player.
Petrov, suited connector, small blind, flats, now 9s. For Tom.
Superman event.
I think that Tom's going to squeeze this one up.
2003. Crazy. Rebuy.
This is going to be trouble for him.
需要2000人哦。25000。
30K.
5000万保底哦。
啊，保底。那
We see the aces, always a candidate for a slow play. Kings, far less. Queens, though,
Pretty much
let's
not
just
this
jam.
stack. Yeah.
千几百个咯。哇。
I don't really see how Tan's going to lay this one down after making it 30K. There's a lot of ace kings in Ivey's range.
差不多。700了。700多。
3000就要。对啊。600多700。
Yep. He didn't waste any time making the call. And always aware that on some occasions it will be the bigger pair across the way. And bottom of range, he's thinking to himself is 2 overs, but he's ready to go racing.
He's always ready to go. He already put in 30K too. It's not always just the overpair.
So a $308,000 pot. Dealer verifying one time. You see Ivey say, yeah, that's how I roll.
The dealer knew. It wasn't like, do you want to do 2? Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Ton, I doubt he's ever asked someone to run it twice.
He's going to need a 9 to take Ivey's chips.
Conversely for Phil, the covered stack just needs to fade. One of those 2 outs, and he does so as everything but the 9 feels like it showed up there.
If you reload, if you add on 100K more, the money won't go in.
Yeah.
It's just nice.
Yeah.
Boss, by the way, pointing out that if Ivey had topped up, then he wouldn't have been able to jam that 150 and get called.
True.
So it kind of played out
could
very
see that.
nicely for him.
Regardless, we can confirm that Ivey is up $100,000 now with that pot.
So
That's all
about
it
Cyprus,
takes.
you going?
I doubt it. You?
Oh, yeah, too busy. Don't spend too much time on poker now.
Yes, too many events.
Yeah, everywhere.
Leon will come. It's enough. If he comes.
You going to Cyprus?
I'm not sure as well. I don't know. It's just so hard to. You have to stop over in Turkey. No direct flight. I don't know. Thinking, it's middle of summer. You know, it's hard. You need to live your life.
Queen Jack dominating Queen 6, although Petrov flops himself a flush draw here. On easy check fold.
Too many kids.
How many kids you have?
6.
Official 6, unofficial.
No.
All different women?
No. 6 kids. All taken care of.
I feel like Ivey said one line the entire stream, and it was strong.
Single father.
Single father. I'm single. Single now. Hoping for 3 more. Last 3.
You're still young, you can have some more.
Yeah. 3 more.
Pocket kings now for boss in the face of a ton open on the button. And what we love about this setup is A, it's Xuan who's got a lot of risk tolerance and gamble, and also we could be 3-betting just feeling as though he's light on the button, and all of a sudden it turns into a leveling war, but things don't play out nearly as interestingly as boss might have hoped.
Yeah, also boss actually 3-bet him a couple times already. Got caught. Was hoping for action.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Welcome back to Day 2 coverage of the first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Presented in part by GG Poker. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu sending you down to check in.
As the players break for a seat redraw, the big winner is Tony G, followed closely by Phil Ivey. The man stuck the most is Tan Xuan, who now holds position on Tony G. Great news for Tan Xuan, not so good news for Tony G. The other big thing to note is Rob Yong taking the seat of the boss, Paul Phua. Let's get back to the action.
I was going to say sending you down to check in with our Marianella Pereira, but better to let her get involved than to cut her off. Always nice to see her out here, shepherding us through the movements while we were away. And you can see boss has been replaced by Rob Yong, who brings $500,000 to the party. That's good enough to cover a decent amount of the stacks.
He likes to bring in a lot of money, right? He's not coming in for the 200K. He's like, all right, $500,000 right away. I've got more if necessary.
Chip counts there. Brought to you by Tether.bet. Note that the seat orders also mixed up so as to prevent any one individual from benefiting from the initial draw. Every 2 hours, we'll swap out a chair and swap out the seed one.
I really like that dynamic, keeping it fair.
You still living in LA?
I live in Vegas.
Vegas.
Yeah. And I have. Yeah.
Many poker games?
9-10 suited party starter as the GG Poker mystery card is in play here. Andy Nee. Not sure what he's got as a big blind defender behind Rob Yong, who hopped in with the ace-jack suited.
That's good. Professional.
Mikhail quite pleased with this board texture. C-betting 10,000.
Don't blame him, and also makes sense that Rob Yong is check calling this flop of ace-jack. Could have the best hand, plenty of backdoors for him.
Rob picks up the wheel gutty, courtesy of this 4 on the turn. Andy stuck around for the 10 as well, and that's left Petrov a little bit wary of a turn barrel. So the pot at 50,000.
First question here is, does Rob Yong feel that he needs to turn his ace-jack into a bluff? So Andy, he's coming out swinging.
Yeah, you got your answer in the form of the check, and Andy is firing 34 into 50.
This is not an easy call for Petrov. Doesn't have a good kicker. And he could easily be betting a better 10. Still has to worry about Rob Yong, who's in the pot. And there was no flush draw present at any point in this hand. If we think about straightforwardness, you wouldn't think that Andy Nee's got a bluff here, right? Like, is he really check calling after a bet and a call with 2 overs? Normal circumstances, no, but then again, Andy's a bit of a wild card. Can really get in the streets.
All of this on Petrov's mind as he goes through time banks.
Yeah, there's even a situation where Petrov calls with a 10. Maybe he's beating Andy, but Rob Yong's sitting with like King 10, and he calls as well. And you're like, wow. It's really tough when there's 3 on the river and someone's betting into 2.
Petrov reaching out and finding calling chips. And what is it?
Rivered.
2 pair. 7s and 5s. Andy getting value there.
And he was so close to folding and saving that extra 35K or so.
It really was, Randy. I like the way you unpacked it. It was a difficult spot to kind of consider the bluffs for Andy. I mean, we know that he's capable, but that spot, the 10-9, didn't feel like it was performing as well as we would have hoped. No criticism, though.
I hear you. You can't blame him. He had top pair.
Top pair against some of the frisky adversaries we'll find ourselves up against.
There's a lot of frisky ones here.
Cash game streets. I mean, top pair is a monster sometimes. It's just that some of the bet sizings also become a little bit monstrous and very difficult to navigate.
Too tight. 其他没学会，就学会了这一支。
Xuan saying, game's too tight. Let's loosen it up.
King 7 suited for Rob.
Great hand on the button.
Not so great as 9-5, but Ivey will take a peek. Already in there for 2.
No, he's good at post flop.
Open-ender versus open-ender. Advantage Rob in all ways.
This board is all Rob.
Yeah, check fold. Quite straightforward for Phil. Rob, by the way, owns the From Dusk Till Dawn Casino up in Nottingham.
Every time I play with you, you're in the 1 or the 8 seed.
I always ask for it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the draw Abbey, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I always ask.
Okay, I thought it was random.
No.
All right.
Because when I'm working, I've got people behind me putting doing transfers and stuff like that. Passwords. I like him as well. A lot of people don't like 1 and 8, do they? Because they can't see because the dealer. But I like it.
Yeah. I like 2 or
You
7.
like 2? Yeah, most people like a 2 or 7. They can see the whole table, right? But I'm not really paying attention. Just have to get my phone to do some work. Reply to stuff. Kids.
Ace 5 off on the button for Andy, who takes it up.
Only Andy have got the best seats. Perfect visibility.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Esti and Ivey in there as well. 10-6 deuce rainbow. No pair anywhere. No betting either. Queen on the turn. Hits Ivey.
Not betting. Quickly checking.
But those images are films, aren't they?
Top 2. Man, Ivey's pretty trappy.
Never able to get anyone to bet. Maybe mindful of a little bit of straightiness on that Jack River, but
I don't think he was that worried about that.
100% check raise, you mean?
Obviously, it depends on sizing.
Yeah.
I have to hypnotize you.
It was just that everyone was so weak
You
on the
win a
flop
big
and
pot
turn,
by 3-bet.
hoping to induce.
I should have 3-bet with my hand. It was the first time when I sat down. I had ace jack of diamonds.
Wow.
I just sat down, so I just called. Then he doesn't play, then you win a big pot. I'm lucky.
Next time.
Yeah, I just sat down, like, I didn't want something like that, but.
Ace 5 suited for Joe.
Dominating the 9-5 suited.
Yeah, Mikhail, a defender from the big. Hunting spades, and instead it's the nuts on the flop for Joe.
As good as it gets. Look at that trap.
Yeah, checking back.
Joe really wants to check, but he's like, oh, I got to build this pot at some point.
Also, I think the important thing is we see him bet 7,000 and take it down, never going to get any more out of Mikhail, is if you check those 2 streets and then all of a sudden for some reason action comes in on the river and you're piling, it starts to look pretty face up.
Right.
Whereas at least if you had been putting some action in prior to that, it could have been a wider array of holdings to be considered.
I hear you. Yeah, you can all of a sudden be like, you know what? We've been checking 3 streets. I'm ready to put all my chips in there.
Yeah, exactly. On that monotone flop, too.
Decent holding for Tan, suited king.
Petrov set mining. Only customer from the small. Ace, king, 5 flop. Tan in front with second pair and backdoor spades. Looking up at 3 overs and a 7K C-bet, Petrov. All done.
That's you over there, right? Elbow into the back.
Oh, yeah. Joe and I share a similar massage philosophy there. Like, if I don't hurt in the morning, then you didn't get deep enough. Although I guess most people are using massages for relief, not pain.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. Don't pet me. Just get in there. Joe's in there, but in the form of a limp.
Yeah, these two have had a bit of history. It looks like Tony's got direct position with that seat redraw.
No pair anywhere on the 2-spade, 2-5, and a deuce flop. And now all of a sudden the 7 connects with Tony for the lead.
Nice for Tony as Joe is blasting away with queen high.
Ace on the river, and Joe's efforts come to an end. Feels like the energy levels are down considerably on the back end of that little break.
Yeah, you know, you got to get back in there, right?
Work your way up to it.
We'll get a little splash in and again, and just a ripple effect.
Guessing you're right.
We got to feel out the new player, Rob Yong, who just sat down, you know? See what kind of mood he's in.
Folded around to Esti's hijack, putting ace-9 to work. No takers.
This is part of the game. There will be raise and takes where it gets a little dry.
Yeah.
Good news though is they play fast. We get through hands quickly.
Petrov paused for a moment, but Jack-8.
This one will raise.
Into the muck. Yeah, suited king on the button. Worthy. Now, had Petrov's Jack-8 been given to Aaron Zhang, Randy, that would have been a different story.
Not surprised Tan Xuan is defending 9-6 in the small. He's kind of itching to play.
Well, he knows he's not going to get even being a spectator. 9-7 deuce, top pair with what for the time being is a kicker that plays in front of Rob Yong. Note that Tony G is the pre-flop raiser. Check back with middle pair.
Okay.
It makes sense. He's not looking to play a big pot. Ace is actually going to kill a lot of the action, but the king...
King's up now.
Winner.
Thought perhaps Tony would try to represent that turn card. Instead, he barrels on the end, and both Tan and Rob realize nines are not performing well any longer.
Yeah, I think Tony would have repped the ace if he didn't have a pair. But when you got a middle showdown hand, no reason to turn into a bluff, especially with that kind of a kicker.
Tony looks bored.
This
is an unbelievably quiet collection.
I don't know what happened during that break, but
we lost Boss. Boss is a lot of the driving force
he just
behind
brings that little
socialization.
that energy.
You're right.
Is everyone sad that Boss is gone? Look at Tan. He just looks. Jack 7 suited.
And dominating is Rob in the small here.
Rob's fresh.
Three deuce with a couple of spades. So Tan flops the flush draw.
Nice one for him. Very dry texture. Deuce 3 out there. Doesn't really connect, even with the blinds.
8K C bet and take.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
Look at Joe. I mean, he's just looking down.
He's porpoising over there. It's like see, whenever I get like the strong massage, I feel like I got good value. Is that a weird way to think about it?
I see where you're coming from. Because you get the strength of like 3 very weak massages in one, but the same price.
I don't know that that's the conscious thought that I'm having. I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Seeking value. Ali Nejad.
Ace, queen, 8. Blind versus blind. Nothing interesting developing.
No, a bunch of checks. Maybe Ivey looks for a steal at some point with 10 high.
Oh, wow.
Is this value?
2K into 6. 10 high is 10 high, though.
Yeah.
Were you there that time in Cyprus when I tried to get a massage in the booth and I got in trouble?
Did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I did. I really want one again now from watching. Ace Jack. Tan takes it up. Here's the thing. If Tan feels as though, oh, the game's too tied, oh, the game's in the muck, he can really turn into a one-man wrecking ball out there. Like, passive positioning from the rest of the table, I feel like he's happy to pounce on it. Because he doesn't need to wake up with good hands. And when other people get involved, he'll be like, I know what range you're on, since things have shifted in his mind.
That's a good point. It's awareness, right? Yeah. Grind your way, and then... yeah, it can be exploitative and get away after putting in big money. I see where you're coming from. Obviously, this game shifts quite drastically. Players aren't really being dealt hands as of late.
ST with just the pair of 3s.
It's good.
Called the flop and is still good here on the river as Tan didn't put any added pressure on him.
Pair of 3s can really just beat a lot of ace highs right now. And Tan's ace high is pretty good. Good enough to show it down, just in case he's up against a worse ace high.
I suspect that Tan and ST are not strangers to one another. And the one thing I will say about Tan Xuan, the style that he plays is high variance, but he embraces it, and I think he also understands his reputation. He understands the way in which his opponents perceive him. And he's really able to exploit and leverage that. He's self-aware enough to stay out of trouble. Like, for example, he could have blasted turn and river there, right? And I'm not saying that the threes would call 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think there's moments where he realizes this particular opponent knows me well enough, may be stickier than I want them to be. And
you're actually 100% right. I've witnessed a lot of Tan Xuan's game from the Triton cash games that, you know, I do the commentary on, and he knows where he's at. He's able to get value that no one else can. When he's got, like, you know, just one pair of hands, even like second, third pairs, he's getting big value. And yes, he is sticky. We've seen it, but he knows how to get away. You know, get off that gum off his shoe and be like, you know what? I'm supposed to call here, but I know you're not messing around. I know you think I'm sticky enough, and that what makes him very dangerous.
Or I know that you're kind of light probably, but I also know that you're more likely to call than the average person against me in this spot, and so I don't really want to have to go 3 barrels in a big spot and have you catch my bluff.
So this one went 20K pre-double straddle, I'd assume, from Tan Xuan, defending 8-4 offsuit.
This was an open by Joe's deuces, and then the 3-bet from Tan. And this is, you know, a little bit of what I was talking about, where if he feels like the game is in the muck, he'll just decide to do something wild, and that 8-4 off is absolutely a prompt example of what boredom plus Tan Xuan can amount to.
Yeah, that's pretty out of line.
This feels like the first frame was everybody sitting in the classroom, but the teacher wasn't there. They were all having fun, yucking it up. Then all of a sudden, it's like he or she walked back into the room, and everybody's just on their best behavior until they walk out again.
Yeah, and I think the teacher looked the other way for a second, and Tan Xuan was like, all right, 8-4 offsuit, let's go.
Right.
We're back in order. Ace-8, king-queen, ace-jack.
Well, some playable kit distributed here across the button and the blinds. 9-7-5 rainbow. Esti with the gutter. That's the pre-flop razor.
Yeah, he's got the most playability. Quick check.
Yeah. Not interested in firing. And now the king on the turn smacks Petrov for the lead.
Could see Petrov just betting now, given the 9-7-5 texture.
Cappuccino, please.
$10K and take it.
I mean, out of this group of players at this table, Ollie, who's most likely to go to detention?
I mean, it depends. The poker detention, like, hey, you did something naughty, Tan Xuan, obviously. Now, you mean like I actually I misbehaved? Not in terms of the poker? I think we got to go with Tony.
I wasn't asking about the latter, but I think you're right now that I think about it.
You know, if I parse it down into 2 different...
Yeah, of course it's Tony going to detention. Like, he's a loudmouth, right?
For sure.
The thing is, he would enjoy it there.
You're like, finally, my people. King, queen for Ivey. Petrov playing as a flat here.
Squid Game.
So he's going to stand up and play by himself?
Well, he's definitely not going to play by himself, but if you mean...
Stand up by himself?
Yeah. Petrov standing up to the open from Ivey with the ace-8, flopping the better hand, and with no c-bet in front of him, he fires 10 and takes it.
Where's the party tonight, Tony?
In my room, we had too many parties.
今天的牌也很和气，没有像昨天一样。昨天那样牌经常碰起来。
对。
哦，今天牌都没有碰起来，就是那种。
沉闷一点。啊？比较沉闷一点。哦。
That was nice.
这个主要是跟人有关系。
I'm tired of it.
I never been.
You ready? You love playing. You don't need. You're lucky.
紧的太多了。
You love just grinding.
这个几遍就起不来。
Nah.
因为一个人
Partying.
带动，像一种样。
My daughter's birthday and my daughter.
中国人多就容易激烈一点，老外多就。
Queen Jack suited.
老外都比较慢，又很被动。
I've never been there. I want to go there for a few days.
Yeah, you gotta check it. It's a huge rip.
What's the place to stay at? Sam. Big Al told me a hotel to stay at.
1 year Namos, I guess. Was it 5K? Yeah.
Which one's the best one?
I don't even know. There's some. I don't know. I forgot the names. I haven't stayed at a hotel there ever.
There is Ethereum Palladium.
So Rob picking up multiple
Palladium.
customers to the King 8-4 board they go. He's got the best hand.
Not big rooms, but private swimming pool, small one. So calm place, nice view. View to Namas. It's on top of Namas.
On top of Namos, yeah?
Yeah, you know, because Mykonos roads everything, you know. Check. So there's biggest problem with the traffic. And in that case, you can just walk.
Traffic.
So you just didn't need anything else, yeah.
That's the there. You don't want to be driving around. You need to take boat. You need to.
I've never been there.
Rondo checks on the flop, and note Tony picks up the only diamond draw and an open ender on this turn.
10's bringing in close to pot.
There's a place that people always say you should go and see it. Is it worth seeing, or is it worth it going?
Mykonos?
Yeah.
I believe you should see it, yeah. At least to understand how they drive there. Because roads are so thin, they drive like crazy, you know.
Right.
Narrow
Tony
road.
didn't even think about it, by the way.
So you know, it's like it's really more like impression when you're all like minivan driver, yeah. So he texting one hand, second hand, you know, like.
Well, get free dollars in today's stream tournaments on GG Poker, and while you're at it, get involved with Russian Cash, where cash drops will be doubled up to 120 big blinds with GG team members at the table. That happens every Friday. And of course, if you don't already have an account over at GG Poker, utilize the promo code Triton_2024. Now the GG Global Millions ticket with a deposit as little as $20.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, 3.5. It's on the way.
Still maybe 4, like that.
Yeah, it's not.
I know it's not cheap.
No, it's super expensive. Spend a fortune. A rip-off. It's a proper rip-off. You get ripped off everywhere by everyone there.
Yeah, and it depends what you do. If you stay at Old Town.
Yeah, Old Town is okay, yeah. Old Town is nice. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Oh, that party Namas is really crazy. Just to say, you know, that bottle of Petrov they sell for like 25K.
Bottle of Petrov, 25.
Bottle of, yeah, so wine is like 400% on top.
More, even more.
More.
5K
At least
ahead.
400 up. Everything.
Jack 6-6 board is all handy knee.
Yeah, you checked as the
How much
pre-flop
is that wine in
raiser.
Dubai?
Yeah, I'm a little bit
Same
surprised
Dubai is
at
also
that.
the same. Dubai is the same thing. Dubai is even worse. Same as Mykonos. Same rip-off. But in France, like in Monte Carlo, that wine would be like 8K, 9K. Monte Carlo, right?
After everybody checked
Or
behind him.
south of France. Like Saint-Tropez,
Activated.
the prices of wine is reasonable, normal in France.
It's a lot depends from the place also.
Yeah, I guess.
Exact restaurant, I mean.
It's okay.
Conversation centering around Mykonos over in Greece. I guess a number of folks made their way down from there. Popular summer destination for not
like
just
Saint-Tropez?
Europeans, but
You been?
people
Not
all
bad.
around the
It's
world.
nice.
I haven't
it's
done
nice. The
Greece
best.
yet. It's on my list.
Close
You?
for me.
Yeah.
I haven't been to
Close.
Mykonos, but I've been to Santorini.
Easy.
Oh, really? What'd you
Santorini's
think?
nice.
Japan
Yeah,
is the
It's
best.
nice.
It's a little more chill. Mykonos is the party island, right?
Where you
Mm,
staying?
I think so.
Just somewhere. I don't have exact.
I stayed at some nice hotel there.
I forgot from
Villas.
Last year I was playing the polo championship. I have own polo team.
5-4 off.
Nothing good, I really don't know.
There's
In the
not too
hands of
many,
the
like, great hotels
player we
in
expected
town,
Yeah,
but
to
there's
be.
villas
5 deuce in
around.
there too.
There's still issue with like flying in and you have to drive, you know, it's not like
Yeah, yeah. Airport 9.
10-8-3
I don't
board.
really rate
Rob
Monte
with
Carlo. I mean, it's,
2 over.
yeah.
we've been there
Nice
so many
restaurant.
times.
Not a bad hand for Rob.
The mountain road is really bad, you know. There is also no mobile network.
Round to checks.
The road along the
Hearts
score
come
line
in.
is very traffic.
Tan with the only flush draw.
That's the issue.
Not proud of it though.
So Lithuania is the best. Tony Resort,
Vilnius,
Tony Resort, Lithuania.
the
That's it.
best.
The best. Fair prices, good service, great.
And he's going to probably win this one with this 10K bet.
5 high.
Love this guy.
What's the weather like?
Clean air, perfect. Like, it doesn't get too hot. 25.
A lot of wine choosing.
It's really nice.
How many bottles you have there?
A lot of that.
Like 10K?
No,
No?
I think
How much time you spend? How much time you
Good
spend
bottles.
in Lithuania now?
2 months a year,
2 months a year. How much time to buy?
6 months. I think I'm moving to Barcelona, I'm moving to Spain.
Awesome.
It's moving to Spain. Enough of Dubai. I mean, I still have a residency there, but part-time, but full-time I'll be in Spain.
White Barca.
No, I like it. Friends are there now, it's partners. It's good, it's nice, I like it. It's good. It's good, good areas. I mean, I'm not talking about the city, you know. Out.
don't bother with. It's from Barcelona.
No, well, the city does, but if you're in a, like, in an area, it's very nice, very safe. But the city downtown is not a problem.
Ivey dominated.
Yeah, around, yeah, it's like around.
Many nice places in Spain.
Taxing.
Many nice
I
places.
just came from Spain, yeah.
I was in Marbella a month ago.
Flopping a
Spain's
gutter up
great.
against
That
top
was a
pair.
nice part
I
of
just came from there.
Marbella. There's a little nice place in Marbella where Nobu Hotel is. It's quite nice around there. Not
I
gonna,
was staying at Estepona, some boutique hotel. There is some city Estepona,
ah,
20 kilometers from Marbella. Also playing polo there.
12K.
Polo.
C bet.
And he's going nowhere, of course. Check calling.
anywhere's better than the cold UK.
红中
Yeah,
碰
the summer is, you know, man.
成他妈打麻将
The
局，
British people will never remember, you know. It's so cold, so
麻将局
rainy, so windy.
Ivey's more likely to bet if he's holding the diamond.
Yeah, diamond draw. Comes in on the turn, and now a 4th diamond on the river as Andy's sentiments wane even
Whatever way. You
further.
have money and health, but more important, health.
I like Sochi in Russia.
Yeah?
No showdown value here, Phil. Oh, but he doesn't fire. I thought maybe
Probably not a good idea for the family.
he would barrel, but I suppose that without having bet the turn, it becomes a little bit more questionable how often he would have a diamond. Were he to have tried to bluff?
I
Andy
see
on
where
the
you're
river?
coming from, right? If you have like a big diamond, ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, you probably semi-bluff that turn. So when it gets there, you keep going for value. Makes sense.
Yeah, Dubai is really weird place, you know. Really weird place.
You don't like Dubai?
I'm staying there myself, but it's really weird place. And just,
Weird,
you know,
weird, very weird place.
weird. Yeah, just play a lot of polo and golf, you know. And winter time it's very good for polo and for golf. That's why I'm staying there, but like a place to stay. Very weird place, very weird. But
Never actually been to Dubai
No
myself.
crime.
Nor have I.
First of all, there is. They just don't public in the news.
But golf and polo,
Limited, yeah.
apparently good there.
What's really good there is zero taxation. That's really good.
I'll be less into that, more into the zero tax that Mikhail is telling us about. As Esti is into this 10-8 offsuit in the big, making it 8 to go.
Mine is the best.
Ivey hanging
Yeah, well.
tough after limping the Jack 3
It's a
suited.
steakhouse, own dry age manufacturing.
Nice board for ST.
Perhaps in Dubai, is that?
Pre-flop razor, can rep that ace.
Downtown. Fairmont Hotel.
In the family.
In the Fairmont.
Cement and take it, sir.
There is Opa. There's Greek restaurant Opa. Ground floor. And mine is the second floor. Inside.
Have you been to Alexis restaurant?
Yeah. I've done some
Yeah,
events.
no, it's in the opera.
In the opera, yeah. It's like a show place. Yeah, I've done a few shows there.
But you know,
Even one of my birthday days, we had a day for sporting.
Now a lot of restaurants closing in Dubai, you know. All the big restaurant companies is quitting.
Quitting, yeah?
Yeah.
Tough. Tough, Mark.
I guess we better hurry up and get to Dubai before all the restaurants close.
Yeah, because you like to take me on these culinary ventures, don't you?
Listen, yes, the answer is yes. I'm trying to culture you, Randy, but I took him
nothing to Namos. Famous Namos.
when we were at Triton Monte Carlo late last year to a former #1 restaurant in the world, relatively recently, by the way, by the name of
Biggest
Mirazur,
rip-off in the
and
world. People love it.
we were not all that impressed.
And had-
There were a
had-
few
we had a
bang-up
party.
dishes.
It's why it's called former #1.
Yeah, but it was not like it dropped down
No.
to number 12 million. I mean,
I hear you.
King 9-5.
You bought every table
Touchdown straight draw.
10 bottles of champagne just to flash.
Petrov.
And they're right, the champagne's 10 times over price.
Middle pair.
500 bottles. Namos of champagne just to put in the sand. Smart.
Do expect Petrov to come along with his gutter.
It was a good party.
That he does.
Look for that 10, 2 overs to the 9, which are outs in this case.
Down to heads up.
Is it hard to get a table there?
No, I mean, it depends. Your bunny is fine.
4 hearts.
You're not drinking alcohol. You're
With
fine.
this kicker, you tend to lean more towards
You need to have
check.
your wallet open.
If you can dodge the straight draw type stuff, then maybe pick off a bluff. But tan is...
What was that, Randy?
I say you tend to do that. I forgot to add the point, but if you're tan Xuan, you just do the opposite.
You do your own
Anywhere
thing.
in the world to live, it would be Barcelona. I thought about this question.
Pretty good
the other
awareness
day.
to bet that 9
If it's
again, though.
anywhere in the world to live,
Yeah.
where would it be?
If you had to choose like a last class place.
Not really big. I mean, I like Miami, but USA, don't fancy living there. Vegas.
What's good for you in Miami? I'm really curious.
I like the
太紧了，太紧了，
apartments.
妈的，两天越聊越紧。
No, apartments you can find in any city. I like atmosphere, so I mean about. I really don't understand
Like-
people who love Miami.
Like Aquilina, very nice on the beach.
Colina.
I like the shopping in Miami. Nice shops.
Designers district, yeah.
I like the restaurants in Miami. Very relaxed. I like the fact it's near half an hour from the Bahamas.
Yeah, yeah. That's great. Yeah.
Andy Nee in a rough way with the King 9 offsuit.
It's a serious argument, you know, to stay in Miami.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy accessible. On the water, it's like 2 hours. The flight, it's, you know.
Half an hour on the flight. 40.
No, I mean, during on the water.
Yeah.
There's
Taking
also a lot of that small fast boats going there.
Well, I'm not saying Miami in the world. I'm just saying in America, Miami. In terms of an American city, I prefer Miami to LA and to Vegas.
Sujata, Sujata around? Yeah. Around.
You got it.
Straddle, yeah. Let's do 2 rounds. A double straddle.
In Europe, I'm not sure.
Around first.
Yeah, okay.
Feels like the right idea.
That's mine. I had.
Tan Xuan knows he needs to liven this game up.
And designer district is a nice place in Miami.
Yeah.
Mandatory straddle.
Ask, though, you receive.
Well, I think everybody else would be hard
I
pressed.
mean, I like Dubai, but it
nobody
just
wants to
seems
be
a
the
bit
guy that's
feels,
like, nah.
feels like a bit false.
Yeah, you're just like, no one's going to bring it up. We know Tan's going to bring it up.
亲到就可以了嘛，亲到慢慢的就打开了嘛。
It feels like that's the point when the teachers stepped out of the classroom.
Yeah, yeah,
搞死他。
大起来。
I hear you.
哦，那你可以啊。
I like Madrid as a city.
Actually,
I like
Triton
Milan.
paid a visit
Madrid
to
is actually
Madrid.
the best city. Yeah,
I like Madrid. I like
Madrid's
Milan.
cool.
Milan's really nice.
Remember we
I went
did
to
a
that,
Triton there.
Yep.
A morning Privé nightclub there in Milan. That was great. Shops are great.
Petrov on the button, picking on the straddle.
Food
Digs
fantastic
in and
Milan.
flops a jack on an ace-high board. Gut shot and backdoor diamonds for Petrov. Action checked over.
Do like to see that.
It reminds me of London.
I mean, when you straddle, you're going to defend Jack 3 off and
I've never been to
flop a
Santa
pair,
Fe,
going to
I've been
continue.
Japan, but not Santa Fe.
Blank.
Boy, that second barrel's so tough to fire into ton.
It's tough to fire against the ton, but it's a good hand to double barrel with. You got a gut shot. I like this 40K bet. Looks super strong. He's been playing relatively snug. Gets credit.
Oh, Boston.
Oh, take a look, man.
Very hard to bluff, yeah.
Semi-bluff.
For me, it's not semi-bluff. Because at Montenegro, you know, I never get any big hand, strong hand.
Ton doesn't look particularly entertained, by the way.
I mean, keep in mind, Petrov says hard to bluff you, right?
He's absolutely right.
But instantly, first hand of the straddle, we already see Petrov loosening up now.
Anyone says round the straddles, I'm auto. I forget. In case I forget. Sorry, I forget.
Ivey, 4xing King Queen, 16K.
And I prefer the London, you know. For me,
London.
London is the best, yeah.
It's cold.
Only the weather, yeah. Weather, it's always best. Weather, it's always the best.
The Dubai weather's terrible.
Pocket fives on the button for Joe.
Only like 2 months is really good.
Flats.
Still in
three
some,
bet.
still
Or
biting.
the raise, rather. King, queen.
The taxation is still good.
Heads up and in front on the King 9-4 board. Top pair for Ivey. Does not want to bet it, though. Joe snap checks back.
No, London is, it's non-domicile.
It's not that Ivey's worried, he's just trying to induce from Joe. But once he sees the check through, now he's going to try to bet turn and river for value, and it's working.
Well, I think for Joe, he's asking himself, after you raised it up pre-flop, and your heads up on the King 9-4 board, which is fairly dry, why would you ever check it over to me instead of fire a barrel?
That's what makes the check on the flop from Ivey so good. It's confusing Joe.
And this 3 and this 7 on the turn and the river, respectively, not supposed to really be helping Ivey at all.
No, pure blanks practically.
80,000. Roughly 80% pot fired here on the river, and the sizing does feel like it's ushering our opponent out of the pot. And if that's the feeling that Joe's got, maybe he thinks, why do you want me to fold?
Exactly. And the way Joe's played his hand, it looks like a pair that's not a king. Joe might be thinking Ivey's on a straight draw. Does get away. But still nice check from Ivey to get 30K on the turn.
And by the way, if he was taking a line of being light
No.
with the flop check and then bet on the turn, I'm not sure that he would have fired again on the river. So, you know, some frequency those fives just get the showdown.
I agree.
Did you do one of those photos without the glasses?
I love the London crowd, you know.
Yeah, good people, interesting people.
Much of the conversation centering around vacation destinations, places in the world to live. Randy lives in Melbourne, Australia. I'm calling Las Vegas home these days.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to pick anywhere other than where you're currently living, Randy, to live,
Me.
what would you pick?
Instantly. Huh. Where would I go? You got one?
Don't turn it around on me. I don't have one yet.
I don't have one
I'm
yet either.
Stalling by asking you.
I was stalling by asking you.
No stall required for Petrov. Ace King suited takes it to
How about this?
11,000 here.
Why don't we just let the chat tell us where they would do it?
That's
so
true.
we don't have to answer it. Maybe they give us good answers.
Andy will defend the big blind for an extra 7,000. I think Paris.
You like Paris?
I love
Nah, I don't think that's the one for me.
I know. It has its problems. I'm not going to lie. But I like Paris.
I need a place with a Chinatown, you know?
By the way, the 10 of spades is somewhat relevant. Gut shot, backdoor spades after defending, but
Not with that kind of board.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from, but you can't always seek optimism while you play.
yeah, you think Tan's going to fold that 10 of spades?
A lot of
Just,
good
I mean, maybe he
restaurants,
does,
good
but I'm
value
just saying.
restaurants. I mean, London has a lot. but
Any
Barcelona has
destinations? Pique
more
your interest?
Value, easier access to everything.
For vacations? you
No, from the chat.
mean? I'm looking, I don't see.
Oh, it's all garbage.
Went to Barcelona.
No. The Tuscan countryside, a submission from Mike Thinks. The Netherlands, says Vloge.
Don't think those two are for me.
Melbourne's great
Jedi
city.
Knight came with a good one, but the problem is
Probably
for
you
me,
want to have a few
as he says,
places.
Kona,
you know?
Hawaii, the Big Island, which I've been to annually for some time now.
Far away.
You get island fever
That's
after a
Florida, yeah.
while, you know? All of a sudden that like extraordinarily beautiful paradise vibe just turns into where you live, and you start to take it for granted, and then you realize, man, there's not a lot to do once I've done everything.
I hear
out
you.
here.
That's from November, spring. Spring is good.
10 made it
Very big.
12K. Defended by
Yeah.
Ivey. Flopping bottom two. This is good.
It's winter.
Not sure what Tan's got, but we do know a lot of heart is always a part of the equation.
Yeah, the first Melbourne Cup is
And
a
this
huge
board
race.
texture sees him following through for 15,000 after Ivey
Race in the world.
defended his straddle.
And a lot of
He's
good
content to
racing.
play it as a check call.
Racing is
Great
good.
turn card for Ivey.
Yeah, really nice 4 of clubs here.
Mainly flats. We have only seal chase in the winter. Few. Not many.
We know
Very
10
few
plays
chase. They're very few.
extremely wide ranges. You can really just bet relentlessly. Obviously 10-6 would go nowhere.
Nobody wants to risk horses. Horses price, you know, it's horses, yeah.
So it's unclear where 10's at.
Because I mean,
But Ivey,
so horses going up every year.
I guess we're asking, do we check raise or check call? But the thing is, if you check raise this turn,
Big blind.
you're kind of just letting your opponent know you've got a
Looks
big one.
outstanding. Outstanding, but I mean, yeah, looks outstanding, but you know, we're getting some
Ivey
bad-
looking to
bad
fade
numbers
dangerous
from the
rivers.
US, you know.
That is the most dangerous river card
Yeah,
in
this
the
is
deck.
sopping wet. The ace of hearts. Front door flush comes in. King queen gets there.
I think it's gonna
Better
go
two
up.
pair?
Ace jack gets there.
You'll be surprised. We'll just pop one day, get a new
Pocket
record.
aces, for that matter, get there.
course, and he-
Tan's got it.
10 also could have been ahead on the flop, possibly with some hands, not many, but Jack 10, 6s, 10s. There's a lot of things that get there.
For sure.
What's the lowest you can, what's the
Remember, we
lowest?
talked about it earlier. 10 has awareness, so,
Goes to like 20K or?
and he also has that image. It's going to
What
be
happens in the world?
very
You have a big
interesting
war.
if he drops in a bet for Ivey.
If Iran has some weapons, you know, some weapons we don't know. It's like
Okay,
also having the
he's
code for
grabbing
Bitcoin to crack it.
$200,000 into 165. This is gross.
Over bet, and a huge one at that. Put yourself in Phil Ivey's position with just 10s and 6s, which have turned into a bluff catcher. This is not some sort of one pair value pursuit from Tan.
No, definitely not one pair that 10 is repping. Trapping a flush.
Sorry?
Some king queen, of course. Now, Ivey is one of the greatest in terms of sniffing out bluffs. He's done it so long throughout his career in poker. He's also made incredible laydowns.
I mean, Ivey's unblocking the king combos, the queen combos, the ace combos.
He's unblocking a lot of value hands.
Yeah.
You want to find natural bluffs? For Tan, we're looking at queen 9 and 8-9. But it's not just natural bluffs that Tan Xuan can show up with. He can really just show up with some random garbage. 8-7 maybe. Ivey also knows his opponent.
These are the spots, and we don't know whether or not Ivey is going to make this call, but where Tan oftentimes will get paid off. He happened to have it this time. Queen high hearts, and Phil Ivey avoids disaster, but doesn't avoid having a big bite taken out of him by Tan.
Oh, yeah.
And consult the fact that it was queen deuce of hearts, which earns Tan that big pot.
It was that little loose hand.
Yeah.
He did get there on the river.
Companies are buying it now, aren't they?
I'll say this. If it blanked out, he might have fired to third as well, and then Ivey just picks off a big bluff.
Can only imagine it going up.
Hard to say. What we
There's a
can
big
say is that
crisis.
Tan's happy about that pot.
Yeah, he is.
Go to 20s.
Yeah, easily, but long perspective
Yeah.
still already was once, yeah, from 70 to 15. Yeah. Less circle.
FTX.
FTX.
Probably doesn't go to 15 without FTX.
Is it not surprising that the man who asked for straddles is the one involved in every single pot?
Yeah. I
And
mean, this is where he flourishes, Randy, and that's a great point. He has come alive.
it's not like he's waking up with hands. It's queen deuce suited and king 9 off.
USDT. I sold 115%.
Pocket sixes. Round 2 here. And a 6 in the window on an ace-high rainbow texture.
Ivey's thinking, come on, Tan, do your thing and keep on betting.
Not happening.
Because they hold so much crypto.
Snap check back and second pair on the turn for Tan.
I could see Tan getting in some trouble, but Ivey looking to trap. He's been doing this all day today.
No bite
So
from
the end,
Tan.
I mean, if you just got a bit of liquidity, it would have been fine. CZ crushed him.
Tan doesn't put a single chip in.
I was just thinking,
Jail, but CZ's short
we always hold our breath
in a farm.
whenever he's
laughing.
involved. But
He's probably got 100
River.
billion.
bet of 25,000 couldn't get called.
Oops. We need CZ and Triton now.
So I do have straddle, right? Yes. That's 40 on the top.
I mean, look at Tan. He's just back at it. Queen 8 offsuit. One worse position now.
If you're going to let the man get the straddle on, he's going to work his way into some pots with it.
He's going to play every single hand while the straddle is on. Andy's like, all right, man, you can't be raising 3 in a row.
Well, the thing is, the sudden uptick in VPIP not lost on Andy, and that's got a little bit to do, in addition to the button and just the raw power and value of a king jack offsuit, with his choice to make it 41,000. Unfortunately for him, Esti Wang wakes up with a couple of jacks in the big.
Yeah, obviously Andy's 3-bet would have worked against Tan. Esti just trying to find out what's the best sizing to make it right now. Obviously Tan Xuan is sitting there with 630K.
Oh, and undeterred by the presence of Tan.
The 1-1-1.
Yeah, Esti
那你们去玩。
shoots it up an extra 70,000 over the top of Andy, and we hate to say goodbye to 41,000, but in a spot such as that, Esti's range feels pretty narrow and pretty strong.
Connect to service. Waiter. Service.
Straddle's still on. And Tony wakes up with aces. Makes it 13,000 to go. Andy
看我 open 的太多了，
doesn't
打我的太
hesitate
快了。
Yeah,
to lay down the ace 10.
nice of him to get away from ace
然后
10.
他也看出来了，我跟你说，他也没什么鸟，借力打力。
不行，刚也给别人搞掉了，给别人抢劫掉了。
你太紧了，
啊
稍微松一点，我再跟他搞回去。
That hurts.
He's so demoralized.
不来，另一个。对他欧音还强一点，欧音
Probably because he's seen Tan get so much action every time he was opening it up, but Tony doesn't have the same VPIP or the same reputation.
Yeah, not quite the same. You need to raise every single hand.
Right.
Should have limped under the gun. Forced the big one to come in like he did earlier. And he had a king queen.
Ace King is what awaits Tony in the straddle. Tan getting after it. 8-5 suited.
Literally raised like every hand of this orbit, it feels like.
Just about.
Good spot for Tony. Sees a raise from the loosest player and then multiple calls. There's a lot of dead money in the middle.
Pocket threes in the suited connector for Joe, respectively. Flatting Tan. And this is going to look like a pursuit of that dead money you mentioned here. Tony making it 39,000. And granted, it's not going to be any two cards, but just how good will those two be?
Tan Xuan is contemplating peeling 8-5 suited here. It's like, if Tony's got enough unpaired hands, maybe I can just take this one in position. Although if Tan calls, he does invite the players behind him to call, and he is going to come in. This is going to get interesting because the 3s and the 8-7 suited is in a pretty decent spot to come along. 3s doesn't have to worry about Joe Zoe all of a sudden get in, so he can feel pretty safe putting in the chips and seeing 3. Look at this pot, man. It's just pre-flop.
By the way, these holdings in the blinds for Petrov and Zoe are uncomplicated generally.
Look at Tony. He's kind of like, what? 3 people called me?
Queen 9-7. This is going to be a gut shot for Tan. And bottom pair for Jozo, the only real hands of interest.
It's amazing that these 4 hands have connected so poorly with this board texture. Tan's got the gut shot. He checks it back. Turns a 9. This is going to be a very interesting one because no one has a good piece. Joe's still best, but I don't know if he actually thinks the 7s are good.
He's checking it.
It's checked over the town twice. He's taking the free one. Jack on the river. And the 7s are good. What if Joe just checks us down and wins it? How good does that feel?
What if Tan decides to get insane with 8 high?
It's hard
it would
to
get through, by the way.
It would, but it's so hard, right? Like, you didn't bet the turn.
Where do you head after this round?
How do you rep a 9?
Okay.
He's got a chance, though. You just fire anything, you win. But how do you fire into 3 opponents? Joe's going to win this 158K pot.
How about it? You see Petrov smiling to himself like that's a lot of pot to take down.
Where's the casino?
Estonia.
Oh, yeah.
I just promised I'd support him. He's the guy with the boat.
That's a good one.
I know. Know the guy.
Are you going for that?
I might play the tournaments because they're free out. I quite like free out.
Just flying private?
Well, a look at the chip counts on the dealer change here. Esti Wang. Big winner on the day, 162 in the black. Tony G off of his high water mark considerably, 126 in the green. Jozo, most of that 78 coming in that last pot right there. Ivey still up, 53. Petrov treading water, and Xuan has managed an over 300K loss on the session.
Yeah, but he's trying to climb his way out of there.
First 2 days is like 25K. I'll arrange that. I go Monday to Monday, 7 days. But yeah, if you need a lift, just taking me, the 2 kids and the nanny. Stay in the family hotel. It's summer holidays at the moment, so get a chance to take.
All right, so Tan Xuan's in there.
Is it summer holidays in
Defending the
America?
straddle, Jack 8 suited.
I'm in Vegas. It's terrible. Super hot.
King, Queen 10. He's got an open ender. Rob with just the Broadway gutter.
Rob was an early position raiser, so he's
Worse, right?
aware that this is his board and can really just get a lot of folds normally.
Not the board of the 9s. Till the end of the gut shot and the under pair. They're out of the way. Pair on the turn now for Rob.
Tan makes the straight.
Would have been a set for the 9s. Not that they would have been all that proud of it. And now with 62 in the middle. Don barrels. Just 7.
He's thinking, please have something.
Yeah, Rob. Not interested.
Is it still straddle?
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you want to continue.
No, is it around the straddle still?
We finished the first round.
The second round.
Everyone has to agree, so.
Seems like a more tepid response to the proposition.
Anyone object?
Yes.
No one objects.
You have to ask everybody.
Yes, everybody.
Everybody agree, okay? If you say one agree, don't get me into trouble.
So you had a good game.
Or,
Not
is
you
it,
had a bad game.
or just you agree?
Actually, we discussed 2 rounds from the beginning, I believe.
2 rounds.
2 rounds and that's
Yeah, we
it.
discussed
So it
2
looks
rounds
like
and then let's-
Rob has successfully
2 rounds was discussed actually.
coerced the crew.
You know, Tansha was like, yes, Strata, round of
Yeah.
Strata. Let's go. Yeah, everyone agrees.
He was number 1 cheerleader there for
Not
sure.
just, you.
He's definitely part of Elton's club.
就是他下在桌上都是一样的。他不打方面人挺好的啊。
So this will be the second round of Straddle.
我没跟他打过，
看不到吗？
我不看的，从来不看的。
不是那时
Jack
的出手，
9
那是挥手。
6.
哦，
Second pair against top pair. Rob defended his straddle against the early open from Andy Nee, who follows through for 16.
Gonna get Rob in some trouble. He makes a decent piece. This is an upsized C-bet, so it's crossing Rob Yong's mind. And just lays it down. I think he was like, you know what? I don't think you're messing around with that sizing. You bring in smaller and coming along.
Yeah, on a number of occasions we've seen players with bottom pair, even middle pair throughout the course of that first session, and already here today, not feeling obligated heads up to peel in spite of hitting a piece, even on dry boards at times.
Yeah, it depends on your opponent's sizing. I think that's a big one. When someone sizes up, they tend to fire a lot more turns, whether it's value or semi-bluffs, and obviously 8-9 is unimproved on the turn, would have a lot of trouble.
Tony, E6 folded around to his button.
Definitely going to get some resistance from Andy.
Makes it 12,000. Perhaps
be
Tom
10.
Schwann's not going to be all done with 10-9 suited.
I kind of feel he's going to 3-bet this one. He's in that action-heavy mindset right now. This is Tan's type of fan. Now what does Andy do? I'm not so sure he's immediately done with this one because he knows Tan just gets so out of line. I think under normal circumstances, Ace-10 suited hits the muck rather quickly. But I could see Andy coming along. Might even 4-bet. Looks like he is going to stay away. Good news for Tan.
Very much so.
That is the power of the 3-bet. You get a kick-out hands that definitely would have got involved.
Well-timed activation as 12 became 31.
右边的挺硬的 ，S 的红头扔掉了，
这点筹码有点尴尬，少一点多点都
这个还是我20万早就凹掉了，20万太多。
真的是，他一我就不赢了。
Ivey's turn in the straddle. Ace Queen for Petrov.
我也能拿到 A 的，大哥。
Hello.
Takes it up to 11. King Queen suited for Tony. He could find trouble.
Yeah, it's a nice hand to flat call in position. Suitedness plays well. Obviously dominated, not so good for him in this spot.
Heads up. 2 hearts, 2 deuces, and a 9. Petrov's Queen of Hearts working hard. The ace, the real key card, though. 20 into 31, the follow-through. And that's not the board that Tony had in mind as he waves goodbye.
Wrong color. Little cards paired. Yeah, obviously no interest.
Esti. 5-6 offsuit awaits him. Ace-king suited now for Tony. A step up from the king-queen of clubs. And a step up to 12 grand. Ace-jack of hearts on the button for Rob. Pretty one.
This one's going to get him in trouble. Starts with a flat. Jack-9 suited's lovely. And he's in.
So 3 players. Bringing the pot to 44,000. King 10-3. Diamonds. Gut shot straight flush draw. Checks it over to top pair. Top kicker and backdoor clubs. Rob also with the Broadway gutty facing the 25K c-bet.
This is an action flop.
Out of the way is Yong. And Andy. Flats. Pot up to 94,000 as we're down to heads up here. Board pairing 3 on the turn. Actually quite poor for the Jack-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, some of his outs no longer are clean.
60.
And now he faces a 2/3 pot barrel of 60.
It's annoying because you just flop so good, but you don't have the betting initiative and you're out of position. Still has 25% equity. Gonna try to hit it.
And instead, the hit is in Tony G's corner. King's full.
It's very hard for Tony to get paid off in this spot. I kind of like him going small and hope that it was a 10 that was a bit sticky on the
50.
turn. Yeah, I like this. 50, quarter pot. Hope for the best. Give your opponent some room to make a move occasionally.
Of course, nowhere to go but into the muck for the unimproved Jack-9 of diamonds. Pretty disappointing for Andy.
Great for Tony, though.
Flush.
You know, it's interesting. In the absence of table talk, Randy, it does free up everyone to be far more focused on the poker. And I don't know that that is where we want our opponents to be, any of us. But if we are the ones that are pushing the conversation, as we see Joe pushing pocket jacks, understandably, and Esti playing ace-king as a flat here, we too are not necessarily as focused as we would be on our own situation at hand, one that has grown poor for Jozo.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. That's a really good point. I think it's quite often overlooked is, people, if they're paying attention, and play a little bit differently, of course.
Yeah, it's possible.
For now, though, back to his hand. Joe's in some trouble. Esti is very sneaky with that ace-king pre.
Yeah, on the topic of playing differently, a flat pre, a flat post, and it's coming together to yield a follow-through barrel on the turn of 33,000 out of these two jacks, which is somewhat surprising.
Yeah, I think Joe's logic here is let's just bet against an 8. I set the price. Check back river unimproved. SC does have hands. I call him worse, and there's the check call. Top pair, top kicker, and that's a great card for ST because those two jacks, they might be tempted to put in some chips.
You're absolutely right. This is actually a really, really bad card for Joe.
Yeah, but I think that turn bet, which was a little surprising, makes sense that he was instantly going to check back if he doesn't hit that jack. Had a game plan.
Yep.
Once again, though, ST just slowly collecting chips.
Yeah, casually accumulating.
He's just always the biggest winner, isn't he?
He hasn't really been involved all that much.
But he's been winning.
But he's been, performing well.
你就让打，
对啊，全部红的就让
That's for sure.
谁提出来投票这件事情？
规矩嘛。
Service T, 1T.
你平时都在国外是吧？
在新加坡啊。哦。那有可能没事可以一起玩。我也住在新加坡现在。
Queen 9 suited up front for ST, putting the newfound chips to work.
He's raising it bigger because he's raising from the small into two blinds who've got position on him. Petrov. He's got 9 deuce offsuit and he's cutting out chips. Look at this.
Do not adjust your screens. The gentleman who nobody would have expected this from has suddenly decided that in the presence of this straddle, he's going to get jiggy.
And no, he didn't show anyone. Because he's
quietly putting 9 deuce to work.
He knows his image. Took advantage of it. He's just going to keep doing this, I feel, for the rest of the day. Steal some pots undeserved,
wild.
right?
That was absolutely wild.
Wait, after dinner break.
Let's put a squid in as well. One squid.
I hate squid.
You hate?
Talking about the game, by the way, not
calamari.
Yeah, not calamari.
We don't put it in then, Rob.
Disdain
You're
for
the captain.
squid, complemented by a passion.
But we could
for
do
big
double
pocket
straddle.
pairs.
4, 8, 16, triple straddle.
Oh boy.
Then it's a game.
I mean, can we get
I don't know
going
if my
straight
heart
to
is happy
triple?
for that.
Yeah.
It's allowed.
We need jungle in the game. They're going to change, right? Our jungle can take anyone out. How does it work?
I mean, if you're raising bets, like 5 times and have like
How does a hot player work? Does anyone know?
25.
I don't know, they did a card, a high card or something?
No, the hot player has some sort of rights.
Big blind
Does
and the
anyone know how
straddle
it
both
works, really?
sticking around after
swap.
the raise from Rob.
Can you explain the hot player rule exactly?
Two-way straight draw for
Hey, he can just pay me 50k.
Joe. He checks to
How
Tony,
does the hot
who's got the
I'm gonna get it
gutter.
for 40.
He checked as well. Rob, not a fan of that texture. And
He's not a fan of that turn card either.
Exactly, because there could be some ace-x elsewhere.
Heart's got
So
there.
hot players are pros. I couldn't work it out. I couldn't work that out. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, check.
Check.
So who's the pro here?
I mean, Really, Tony? Who's the pro? Don't disrespect
If I
Phil
was
Ivey.
I'd look
You should have
at
asked
him
me
right
to the pro.
now. Like, what are you talking about? Well, one ace was maybe
I'd rate Rob as the best player here.
concerning
consistent
for
winner.
Rob, but 2 aces and
The biggest
2
loot.
rounds of checking.
I've never won on a Triton trip in my life.
Return, the biggest return.
Maybe I play the best.
You play the best.
你新加坡那边有没有
It's just me and you now.
熟悉的那种好的律师，
Oh
可以
my god.
可以考这种东西的
If you bluff me out. Yeah. So the hot player.
Why? Tony should be a hot player.
And they can replace Phil.
他现在摆你几年？
Or Phil.
这个摆你几年？几年不能选？
没说。
没说啊。
过去
Are the reserve ranks going up or not?
他不是搬。
But we like playing with Phil. He's a nice, gentle.
I guess you figure if 2 tables don't keep going, 1 table will be going. That's why you're having 2 tables, right?
就比较危险的，
I guess
又给你遣返，也有可能没事。这个
people quit. They quit, right?
Maestral, yeah. Right.
Yeah, you need to have reserves, and
No straddle
Elton
on
will
anymore,
never
so
quit. Elton's
Okay.
a champ.
free plus.
Elton's a champ.
Pre-flop, rather,
Elton never quits. You never quit a game.
out of Rob. The suited king. Ivey flatting with queen jack suited. Petrov doing the same with the 9s. 1-9 busy in Tony's hand. He won't take the price. So it'll be a 3-way affair.
Worst case, if the game quits you.
2 hearts, 2 6s, and a king. Rob with top pair. Not going to follow through. Ivey with the queen high hearts. He will.
你在新加坡平时打牌吗？
9, stay curious.
I like that check from Rob.
对，我们也
It's hard for him to get called by worse, and especially his kicker. Oh, but he actually lays it down. I'm surprised, but he didn't like the bet and the call.
大部分都是作弊的，对。
And the heart slide right in, so well served was Rob to lay it down.
Ivey trapping once he hits the flush.
但是都是打鱿鱼的，就是普通的和尚。
No bite from Petrov, despite having a heart in his hand. Now the ace is quite poor as the board development deteriorates for Mikhail's taste.
用零下去的。
Hence the fold to the river barrel.
我也打得不错，他们经常打，我也不打。
Mischievous grin on Ivey's face there.
Yeah, I think he's looking at Rob.
那个地方还是挺好的，我搞得不能去。
Yeah, maybe thinking you got away, buddy.
我在那里我都不想回来，我什么都不干我都不想回来。晒晒太阳，散散步，吃吃东西。香港连个夜宵店都找不到。
Back to work on the phone for Rob. Sitting this one out. Petrov won't do the same with the 6s, but does just play it as a limp from the cutoff. 1-6 in Joe's hand.
All the
Bit of
6s
pan
are
off for 50.
in hands.
How much could I get for my seat?
Accounted for.
Can put on the market. 40K, I would let
Don't
it go.
think it's going to get checked through.
Right? You
Nope.
let it go. 40, 50K.
Tan shoots it. $15,000. The cost of admission paid by only Petrov.
Who can't make a set. Can make a straight, though.
Open-ended. And considering he was never going to make a set, this is actually very solid board texture for him.
As good as it gets.
Especially given he's up against 9s.
Good texture for the 9s as well.
Yeah. An over pair, rather. With no overcards out there. Xuan, that's 12. into 36, just 1/3 pot. Very much sizing that's sort of in keeping with what is standard and customary.
Raise time.
Petrov, the semi-bluff.
He didn't like the small bet. He also knows the 6s are vulnerable to overcards. Ideally, he wants to take it on the flop 9s. He's got a decision here. Don't think he's ever folding against whether he can put chips in or not. He's going to call and see what develops on the turn and react accordingly.
Clubs come in, and the 3 does give Petrov the straight. 4-liner on board. Tan pumps the brakes.
It was so hard for 6s to beat 9s. Although it's not over, like you mentioned. Another club.
No, but just an absolutely perfect setup.
He's going to rip it all in. I just don't see how Tan could think he's ahead with this action and the bet size.
He doesn't always have to think he's ahead in order to make a big call, but this is one of those situations in which the 9s are not trying to draw to a flush.
The draw you might be after might not even be good. It's a nice one for Petrov.
Yep.
Really has come out of his shell as of late.
Tom correctly finding the mug there.
Okay, the fuck?
Earlier I saw Elton milling about with a shirt that said Dior Tears on it. Is Ivey not going to do any milling about with pocket aces? You see Andy rocking that as
Look
well.
at that. It looks good.
I'm not even sure what that. I know what Christian Dior, but the Tears.
How much
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that either.
How are you?
Half an hour.
There's definitely something going around this season.
It's a new
Bon
collection.
appetit. You have 2
of some
fish or 1
sort.
fish?
Yeah, we can share. We can share.
No.
It's a big one, big one.
Wow.
It's not a cheap shop.
No.
Can you put this?
No, I've been punting it off in Dior, man, ever since I
You
got
know
on the
it.
Triton tour.
It looks great.
It just kind of rubs off on you, the
Oh,
Triton
it really
tour.
does. The problem is I'm not properly capitalized to really go off inside of there as regularly as I
Yeah.
find myself doing.
They've got better bankroll management.
There's these crazy things called
Chinese way of
credit
preparing
cards.
Tony is
Andy.
the best.
You don't even have to pay
Steamed
them.
under soy
Oh, I'm
sauce.
just kidding. No, it's not.
Have to pay 'em. Oh, yeah. Until one day. Yeah, we're going to take everything you got.
Tony G, the only customer, 8-9 of hearts. And this is going to be the kind of board where Ivey's not going to make a customer out of Tony.
Like, how much do you think that shirt Andy's got is worth?
Well, if you're
Cost.
talking about some sort of strange resale valuation, I
Sorry,
don't
cost.
know.
Original cost.
It's in euros, 750.
Is it 1 hour?
45. Okay, sorry.
Bet on it.
It might be not a think, it might be a no. And yeah, I don't think the lines on that are available over at tether.bet, but anything else your little heart desires is make your first deposit and revel in a splendid 100% deposit bonus with a minimum of 20 USDT. Use promo code Triton and pick up an extra 10. Offer available to new players only and only to the first 100 of you that sign up. So head over today to TetherBet. I said TetherBet without putting the dot in there.
Yeah, they're not
I
going to
think
get
that's
to the
important.
right.
Not like we're
They're not
pros
going to
and
get the right
have to
URL now.
So, name.
Really great promotion there.
You want to read them?
Tether.bet. No, I like it when you read them,
You're
though.
representing Triton, so
I
you
bet you
must
do.
be on like 400,000 a week.
I love these tracksuits. They're brilliant.
It's beautiful.
To play poker in, they're so
You just want
comfortable.
weekly wages. I just want weekly wages, steady. I'm not greedy. Pay the rent.
I'm not charging anything. Free.
Amazing. I have a logo for you.
He says rich environment here. Andy taking his
There's a logo.
turn
Hang
with
on.
him. Third scoop
A
up
free
to
logo.
20K.
It's
Over
not
the
charging
top, it
anything.
goes 6K open.
You're not charging.
And so into the
Yeah.
muck.
Lisa, we need a logo. Who cares for a coin poker logo? You care for one?
Not that. Thanks anyway.
No, it's okay. Maybe later. There it is.
One taker.
Thank you. I had to push. If you keep pushing, there's always going to be bound a taker. At the end, they might feel sorry for you and take it. As long as you transact, it's okay.
Keep knocking at that door. I spoke to Leon last week. He's in good spirits.
I spoke to Leon too. He's booked.
6K
I'll come to
ahead
Cyprus with him.
from Queen 10 and 5-4.
He's a bit worried of his Israeli passport.
Is he?
When will it be?
21st of this month. No, is it 21st? When is the main? When?
The big one. The big
20
one's the 17th to the 20th.
He's 9-3 Petrov.
25th. I think the big one's on the 21st.
The wheel
21st
gutter
of August inside.
There's 100K before that.
checks over the time.
I'll come with Leon.
Yeah, he's already booked
He
in.
can join. He's booked in.
Oh, doesn't chase that wheel draw.
No, no spade on
Is
board.
there a new room, special rooms
It will
now?
be so hot there, you know.
It's hot, yeah. It's
So hot.
terrible.
So it's merit, right?
Yeah, merit, yeah. It's super. It's too hot in August.
Very hot, yeah. But I like the heat. So.
Yeah, you can stay. Still go for a swim in the morning. Are you having any VIPs? Is there any VIPs coming?
No.
Some bunnies? Like me.
That's always been
Like
Tony G's.
60 or 70 confirmed.
Bunnies
players.
is his word.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Turn.
It's a lot.
Confirmed and booked. I mean, I like the sun. I like the hot weather.
So from where you fly? From Barcelona?
I think we're going to fly from Czech Republic. Stop in Turkey.
Ah, with Leon, yeah?
He said we fly together.
Yeah, but you should change the change the aircraft.
Not aircraft, but we have to just stop in Turkey.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not stop, change
Well, you
aircraft.
just fly to the south,
Don't
right?
have to change aircraft.
I believe.
With private jet, you don't have to change.
Okay, I believe.
No, I flew many times.
I always fly into Larnaca. You like to fly into Urkan?
Yeah, maybe we'll fly to Larnaca. Easier, maybe. How much? It's
maybe,
not a bad idea. I always fly into Turkey. I don't know why. I've never flown into Larnaca, but I'll just
I always
fly.
fly Larnaca. I've tried both.
Because some people don't have a visa. That's why we fly in sometimes.
好像不是来打分，是来聊天。
Queen 6-4 with a couple of diamonds here. Three-way affair at 6K ahead.
Show.
Rob was the party starter, no follow through.
show.
Ace on the turn, range
Friends.
advantage for him, but unclear whether or not he was going to rep. Now it is, as Tony did not fire the ace.
Try to buy one more card.
But why you just not coming to Greek side?
I will. I don't know. Because someone didn't have visa, that's why.
Flats the 7K.
嗯，试试。19万。啊。温字腿。
Oh, if you check, maybe I win.
Just buying the one more card, right?
How are you? Oh, it's
Also,
true.
now, no, Limassol changed a lot. Now there is a lot of
Rob
parties
is all
also.
done representing.
Oh, in Limassol. Yeah, I
Check
heard.
back
Yeah,
and let
that's-
Tony take.
Recently, a lot of the
yeah,
programmers
maybe that's
also.
what we do. You're going to be there?
Is that Kalambe Beach? No, almost like Lamas. Almost like Lamas. No, sure, not almost, but
They open Namos there too.
Right? Yeah.
找个位置聊聊天，等等。
No, Namas is dead.
Dead, yeah.
Namas is dead. There's Kalambe Beach, Central One. My favorite day, you know, is Friday, because there is, you know, like studio, which making some very special video, bunny video.
Wow.
And that girls coming at Friday to Kalambe Beach to celebrate.
Race.
sounds good, yes.
One gapper.
Yeah, but just too
Suited.
It's too hot.
Still too hot, yeah.
Five to go.
Too hot.
Says
September is
Rob.
the
From under the
carry.
gun, by the way,
September from 15.
is
I got
showing some
stays
left
there
brained activity.
for 2 months. But on 15
Creative
September,
side on display. Not quite as creative as some of the stuff that Tan Xuan is capable of. Ace deuce in the big. He will close the action. 18K in the middle. Jozo involved as well. 9-8-3 rainbow. Middle pair for Rob versus top pair for Joe.
Yeah, Joe's involved in a very nice way. Pre-flop raiser, betting his middle pair, getting called by top.
Another 14K in there as we lose the third party.
I believe you can stay, you know, let's just land the turkey because must believe have own aircraft. Because, you know, if aircraft
Interesting
like
one.
company will land, it's like a
both
spoiler,
players
you know.
picking up straight draws now, courtesy
they
of the
have-
7.
Maybe because private, you
The
don't
straight
care.
draw makes you want to play passively
Yeah,
more
private
because you
trying
want to
to
realize your
Yeah,
equity a
Private,
bit.
we did it many times.
Yeah, private, because private jet, yeah. His own, I mean.
Yeah.
Joe betting here is just, I've got the best hand.
With the terrace, so many strict laws, you know. For example, I was planning to go there by my yacht, but it told that 2 weeks quarantine after that. So if you go, you know, if you're on Greek side, it's okay. But if you cross the Turkish side, after the 2 weeks,
Rob
you should go to nearest port and 2 weeks quarantine.
thought maybe he would stay curious given the 6.
That's
Yeah,
why
but it's
on
the
the
dummy
side
end
now
of the
you will
straight
say
draw,
it's
so it
like
gets him in
only
trouble
domestic.
if a 10 drops,
Oh, yeah.
which would have, in that case, as Joe had the jack.
Crazy.
Don't want to draw to that end if you
There's
don't
a lot
have to.
of challenges there.
Yeah, Kratos Rovner is my big friend, you know.
Every now and
You
again
know
you're
the
drawing
family
dead
story,
too.
yeah?
Yeah.
Father got
Versus
cancer,
10
you know, the second son. Long time was closed. Now is reopening. Now they're doing very so fine, you know.
Really, yeah?
Kratos, yeah. There is not so many players yet, but he's running very well. 24 hours there, make a great job.
Wow.
Increasing everything, rebuilding, increasing. So maybe Kratos will compete it again one day.
Mucked around to the small blind of Tan. Wants to play the queen deuce off.
Fish is good, yeah?
Yeah.
Free flop.
Says, let's.
A lot of
Good texture here for Yong. 3-3-7 board.
7s and 3s. Good for a 2K. Tan's like, alright. Queen high might be good.
Not going to feel that way too much longer, I would imagine, as Rob can very comfortably barrel once more. 6K this time. Oh, hang on.
Tan just thinks queen high is good.
Backdoor hearts and a jack come off, and Rob a little bit wary of what's going on because that texture was dry enough to where there should be no flush draws, and every now and again maybe quad threes are a part of the process for Tan. Checking back,
Queen deuce.
showing the boat.
Full house.
I showed full house.
King jack here for Petrov.
This one will be going upstairs to 6K. How about even higher?
Yeah, ace king of spades for Jozo, the medicine. 16,000. the number.
Small 3-bet in position might get Petrov curious, but he's out correctly.
Yeah, you know, he's been pretty tidy. He hasn't been very stubborn in spots where could have gotten in trouble. If memory serves me correctly.
No, you're right. He made that move with 9 deuce off. No one's aware, though.
Well, they will be eventually. Once the delay catches up. Queen Jack, not enough. Certainly have seen some early position
This
opens
is
out
enough.
of other characters at this table.
Can you imagine?
That exact hand and done. The deuce
Just a
is-
range chart of Tan Xuan. It has 3 deuce suited. What position? All. Price? All. Doesn't matter. He's in, but aces for ST. I want to think this hand will be over when he squeezes, but I kind of think it's not because of how deep they are, and Tan likes to play these kind of hands.
Especially if he feels like he can narrow you down
Oh, really? 6 hours, you know, in a tournament class only. So it's technically
and then
usable,
kind
but
of
it's still same seats.
take up a posture.
It crossed his mind, but
Yeah, yeah. And I was going to say, if you know that you can give
5.5.
your opponent certain hands
You know,
very conclusively, in pot limit Omaha in particular, when there's some people who will only repot with ace something in their hand,
and after
oftentimes
Olympic Games go close.
you're looking down at your hand and you're going, okay, I know I'm up against aces, I'm not in love with it, but I'm going to make this big call because I know that with the right texture, I can put aces into the blender.
yeah. I guess also, I suppose the difference here is that obviously in PLO with 4 cards, you're going to make something a lot more than in No Limit Hold'em. So you can't like go as crazy of like, oh, I know you got aces, I'm going to just peel. You do tend to bleed a bit more. All right, JZ in. Suited ace. Dominating.
And
Pretty good
flopping
flop.
The nut flush draw is Joe here. Playing it as a check, Randy.
And it makes sense. You can get quite trappy. Quick check call.
Blank looking turn card.
Just ace-7 high for Andy and gave it some thought. Won't be betting.
I gotta say, I overlooked the fact that Joe actually was in the straddle in this one. Or just had straddled. I don't think it was in a mandatory
No, it
capacity.
just felt like gambling, but yeah, that makes sense. And Joe's actually bluffing with the best hand. I don't blame him. Normally ace-10 isn't best on this board, and he could get like an ace-jack, ace-queen out of there. And he's actually thinking about calling with worse to pick off busted diamonds. And if you're trying to pick off those hands, you don't want a diamond in your hand, and Andy doesn't have one.
This is wild, though, because his read is spot on that it is busted diamonds, you know, without a pair.
But he's thinking about calling with worse.
He would be so demoralized to call and then be shown ace-10, which plays. And he does make that call. Of course, instantly, Joe is...
Oh, Joe is mocked. Joe has mucked the best hand. Oh, and the
This is a
ace
cash
seven
game,
is
not a
shown.
tournament. We're not going to go fishing into the bin to show that other hand and then deliver the pot properly. Joe just making the improper assumption that there's no world in which we're getting called with an ace-10 of diamonds, and it's good. What a humongous swing that is.
That was like an $85,000 swing right there. He just gave it to him by accident. Can you imagine just saying, "Here, sir, have $85,000"?
I mean, total pot 83K, 41 or 42 of it was ours. That's wow.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Just wow. Tan, by the way, with a couple of aces here. Mystery card set up for Andy, who's a 3-better. It couldn't have been more poorly timed. Maybe this is karmic. Not that he did anything wrong by making the call and not being forced to show his hand. But that pot definitely wasn't his.
I'll tell you this, though. He's deeper now.
Yeah. And Tan loves that.
52K.
4-bet.
4-bets are supposed to be strong, but when you put in 4-bet and it's 10, you never know what he's up to. So he's going to make the call. 109,000 in the middle as we go to a flop.
Queen 10-8 with a couple of spades. Wet texture here for Tan.
Still, though, the ace is often his best.
Yeah.
Easily could be up against a queen. Maybe some loose calls to the 4-bet, but like a Jack-10 suited, 10-9 suited. There's a lot of hands he can get value from.
So he dials up a post-flop bet of 58,000 as all of a sudden we're playing some chunky ones here. And this is a very quick call from Andy. 225 in the middle now. Red 7 on the turn.
It's a good turn card for Tan Xuan.
Yeah, he can live with it. But just because he was flatted and the turn is safe doesn't mean that these aces are the best hand right now. He knows that much.
If he's behind, it's likely pocket 10s that he's up against. Pocket queens is possible. But normally I would think the aces are still best. I don't really see why Tan would slow down right now. Unless he's looking to check jam the turn.
75,000. Oh, the jam. This is not what we wanted in terms of a response from the opposition.
So Jack-10.
And it sounds like Tan snap called.
Did.
Negotiated a run at twice spot. Did Andy, I believe, given that he's the man behind here with a pair and a gutter. First pot goes to Tan, who's now free rolling for the scoop. fade the jack 10 or 9.
Oh,
And he doesn't do it.
Chop it up.
And that's where you wish you ran it once in retrospect.
Saved my life. I have ace queen, you know.
Bye-bye, says Tan.
So what kind of event will be this, Cyprus?
Rob is running it. It's an invitational, is it? Invitational? VIP players only, right?
No.
No. It's mixed. Anyone can play.
Yeah.
But what stakes?
It's a Poker Goes event. We're just hosting it.
Oh, okay. I thought there was going to be a VIP event. No?
No.
Look at Tan. He's like, man.
Okay.
Give me the pot.
That felt unfair, didn't it?
But which games usually most?
Whatever I want to play. So whatever my friends want to play, whatever.
PLO. Rob loves PLO.
I like 500 1K. Line. Round of each or PLO or Hold'em. I think it's a good stake.
Oh, so Robo will not be there?
Robo will not be there. Is he
No Robo. Leon, Santosh is there.
That's nice, yes.
Ah, Santosh.
Me.
It's all Santosh from Dubai, yeah?
Yeah.
The same guy.
你怎么也手上要对 A 啊？
我跟你说了，我也会拿 A 的嘛。
Robo doesn't play PLO, does he?
No, I don't know.
但是我打传奇的那个电视局，我真的是运气很差。
Tan's super disappointed. You see Andy just like a kid in a candy store there. Got away with one. I mean,
Look, Tan Xuan's built his image to get paid off, right? And that happens.
that's $318,000 that wasn't going to be
Oh,
sitting
yeah,
in
there's
front
that
of
one,
Andy
300K. They've run for years.
without that second turn of boards.
And Tan Xuan would be even for the session, probably.
It was a huge pickup. He'd be certainly in the realm. Wow, Andy, gutter. He's picked up Joe for a ride. Pocket fives peeling, getting counterfeited.
I think they just do once a year now because Triton's so good. You know, 4 Tritons. Yeah,
Wow.
Oh my!
What's the flop?
Play the board.
Counterfeited to play the board here is Andy. Chops once more, this time. A little bit of a bad beat post-turn.
Andy's
He got lucky.
still feeling good, right? He's free rolling the stack.
Oh, 100%.
那我发了，真的发了很恶心的了，给头发出来，掰成9块张。
好几十个路题。没有 TV 的运气还可以，有 TV 的他妈的都见了鬼了。
Do you like PLO or Hold'em? Or both?
Sorry?
Do you like Hold'em or PLO?
Don't care generally. Even Badugi I can play now.
I like round of each, round of PLO, round of Hold'em. My favourite game. Is there still any games in Dubai nowadays? Or?
Just PLO.
Hello.
Hold'em's easier to play.
We can play tonight.
Tonight, let's play, yeah.
Hello.
Big game. Midnight, let's play.
Careful what you wish for, by the way. If you think Tan's got gamble in the 2-card streets, you get a PLO game going and you
Yeah.
might have your hands full.
You play?
I think he plays every hand. Because everything looks
PLO
playable.
good.
Right? How can I miss? I have 4 cards.
Action.
Jack 6 suited.
We play tonight, midnight.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Risky open.
Blank.
Flattened by Petrov. And
1K
Tan. Is he thinking squeeze with king deuce off? Yeah, that's a white chip.
Good action.
And some blues behind it.
Okay, so the king deuce, it's not suited, is it?
I don't think so. I mean, and it gets through. Does the 3-bet to 36,000?
He's showing it.
Kings, 2 kings.
2 kings.
Look, if he's not going to win that aces pot, he's going to find other ways to get that money still.
I mean, he really does, like...
你会玩吗？这张牌，这张牌。
He doesn't let you breathe.
我玩那个
No,
现场
for sure. It's like a boa constrictor in that way. But he just finds his way into pots with hands that other people would have just, without a second thought, mucked, and then ends up winning like some big ones. Granted, stuck right now. Ends up losing quite a bit when things don't go his way.
You never feel relaxed when he's at your table because all of a sudden he's like, I'm going to win this pot. You better be calling me down if you want to, and most of the times you just don't wake up a hand you can do so with.
You know what he has? He's got RBF. Now, I got a text from a buddy of mine last night. They pointed out that the acronym RBF also refers to something else, but here in the poker context,
tonight, no?
random berserk factor.
Technically, it's already tonight.
I dare not ask what is the other acronym.
It's not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Resting blank face. You've heard
Oh,
of that?
yes.
You remember that?
Yes. Something you don't have, actually.
My face is never resting. Certainly not when I'm having to keep track of Xuan's navigations.
It just makes me smile to watch him play.
He really is just a delightful mixer-upper of things out there. You know,
He's just a mixer-upper. He's a mixologist, huh?
Yep.
But you don't know what kind of cocktail you're going to get. Spikes everything randomly.
Yeah.
Also feeling these radioactive green pants he's got on.
Radioactive
Is
green?
is it not?
I don't think it's radioactive green. That for me has always been like the fluorescent highlighter.
Okay,
type.
okay. So what kind of green is that? Like slime?
I don't know. Slime.
It's not a nice descriptive word, is it?
Suited one gapper. Esti. Raising to 5,000 and 7-3 suited. Andy showing just how sticky he likes to be from the big. Monotone board, middle pair for Esti, no club. No follow through either. Fourth club on the turn. Still no betting.
Both players with showdown value, though.
Yeah, Andy might have thought that the 7 would be good from time to time. Never interested in betting it. So no post-flop action. Clock watching is Andy. We're not far removed from the dinner break.
I mean, some players have
10
stepped
minutes to go.
away already. According to Tony G, is 10 minutes to go. Game continues.
Confirmed, by the way, that we are in the neighborhood of 10 minutes removed from the break, where we will be drawing a new pro player to the table.
Standard right there, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the 5-3 offsuit. We don't make a meal of these things anymore when Tom goes to work with it.
Oh, he wasn't even on the button. Or the big blind.
Do you remember years ago when Annette Obrestad won a poker tournament online, even though she covered her own screen so she could never see her own cards? And granted, there were some times where, you know, she got called and got lucky, sucked out against a big hand or whatever, but
You want to know the difference,
she
my friend?
highlighted the point of just looking at situations. And granted, those are the tournament streets, not the cash game streets. But the point I'm trying to make is, I swear, we could deal Tan Xuan a couple of napkins for the rest of the session, and he would find ways to win pots.
The thing is, the sick part for me is this man is looking at his cards and he finds value in them. Right? He's like, wow, these can really make some great hands.
I don't think that he's
more like actually thinking, these guys, they don't have anything. Let me just make a move.
Maybe. I mean, ST's got something. Pocket tens in the small blind, 3-betting to 31,000. The thing is that Tan, if he feels like you're tight and your ranges are narrow, he will get in there with these sorts of holdings and then kind of play it out from there with the notion that he can get you off a lot of hands. And for big pots.
I think he's going to come in with the 7-5 suited. Earlier, yes, he folded 3-2 suited against the aces of ST, but he's really inkling to play a big pot. He's grabbing more than one white chip.
This is wild. A 4-bet to 85,000 as we surmised that the real heroism would be a willingness to call and give us a flop. Instead, he bounces this right back over to ST. And do you really want to play out of position for an extra $54,000 with these two tens against Tan Xuan?
It's uncomfortable. I feel like you have to call, knowing your opponent. Your hand is so good. You are playing 300 big blinds deep to start this hand. There's 180 in the middle, 4-bet pot. Here we go.
Queen 5-4, all clubs, done with a piece. But he also knows that ST's not light when he makes this call pre-flop.
Right. ST's got a lot of pocket pairs. 10s, jacks, 9s come to mind. Queen is a decent part of his range too. Tan's got that little piece. I could see him betting small, but it looks like he's going to check. See what's up.
Things could get interesting, courtesy of that check back, by the way, because it does leave us to really wonder what exactly Tan would be willing to put all of that money in with pre and then suddenly slow down post. And granted, monotone boards do tend to have pot control approaches attached to them.
I do think that ST feels pretty good about his hand. He also knows with the arrival of the 3, he needs to give protection against like an ace-king, a random club. As played, Tan Xuan does have quite enough equity to come along against this small bet. A 6 would be great for him. 7-5, obviously live. Maybe a deuce arrives and he turns his hand into a bluff to represent the ace.
All of that being weighed on. I think that this was a 2-club board, it would be a different proposition. Nonetheless, Tan finds the 58K call, and suddenly we got ourselves an almost 300,000 chip pot. Now, 4th club, and it's an ace.
This is actually one of the best river cards to come in terms of excitement for us, right? 2 10s now. Has to decide, doesn't need to turn to a bluff, and if he checks, Tan's gonna want to turn these 5s into a bluff, right? I'm trying to think. ST having the king of clubs is so rare. Unless it's like king jack of clubs.
In terms of as played?
Yeah, the 4-bet pre is the big one that really defines hands. The thing is, he also knows the 10s is usually not supposed to be good in this spot with the arrival of the ace. And he's going to turn it into a bluff. He's coming big.
180,000.
I'm not so sure his hand is over, though. I can see Tan thinking, he's got to work out the problem. How do you have the king of clubs here? If you don't, then maybe he can make a move. It is possible ST's got ace-king with the king of clubs. But would he bet 58K or whatever it was on the turn? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, granted, ace-king, king of clubs would have picked up a wheel draw as well, but you would just imagine that out of position in particular, you want to protect equity more so than you want to deny or just try to take it right there with a bluff.
I will say that Tan Xuan is more likely to have the king of clubs right now. But he's like not having any of that. Nice punt, ST.
I'm gonna get the charger, please.
Bluff with the best hand, but still took some courage. I think if he checks, he loses that pot.
The charger, please.
Quite a bit of moxie on display there. Once you clear the hurdle of not getting shoved on or getting snapped, you know you're drawing live to victory.
Absolutely love the way ST's been playing today and yesterday. Once again, just sitting on that $1 million stack.
It's just so pretty.
I know, yes, he did buy in for a lot, but he's just doing oh so well.
Quite the opposite for our cash game hero, Tan Xuan. Was even deeper into the red after that one.
差点 all in 你啊！
你猜猜我靠不靠？打这个尺寸要么秒靠，要么秒负的。So finish, right? Yeah, thank you.
King Queen suited. Tan. Last hand before the break.
One that he's going to be playing for 10 dimes, but Andy is not. And so with that, the players will head to their dinner break. And so will Randy and I. One glimpse here at our Day 2 Cash Game Invitational leaderboard. Profit almost 400,000 for Esti Wang, aided by Tan Xuan moments ago, who's now knocking on the door of an almost $500,000 get out of the hole prospect. Step aside and be back in about 30 minutes time with continuing coverage from the Maestral here in Montenegro. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
加码要1%。
Looks like Tony G and Joe Zoe
Coming after you.
gonna be fighting. Comes in Paul.
Oh, wow. 8, 9, 10 rainbow. Boss flops the nuts. Tony with top pair and the gutter. No clue what Joe's got, but a round of quick checks and a blank on the turn here.
Paul just flopping it. Shoots out 10.
Note, by the way, that with top pair as the pre-flop raiser, Tony did not want to barrel it, even with that gutter.
I think it's actually pretty good because rarely does he want to face a check raise and his hand's very strong, but
Yeah.
it's hard for him to get paid off.
I don't disagree. Just he's showing some discipline, and now he's showing some good fortune as well. The jack rolls off, and Boss has a much more face-up holding and is wary of king-queen, perhaps, hence the check.
It's also hard for him to get value on a four-liner like this. It's better to try to induce.
Tony firing 30 into 51.
I mean, we see two queens. One in Tony's hand and Paul. Can Joe have one too? Oh, he's representing
He might have more.
more than the queen?
Oh, and this is really gross for Boss, who flopped the joint, now faces a bet and a raise behind him after understandably checking this river.
And he knows that he's never scooping the whole pot if he makes the call.
The other issue is, let's say he only gives Jozo credit for a queen. You make the call, and what happens if Tony goes blasting off behind you?
Then you just throw up. And maybe you want to avoid that situation altogether. So you can see Paul asking to spread the pot. See what's in the middle. This is disgusting.
Beyond. A deeply unenviable situation that Phua finds himself in.
He's going to lay down the queen.
I get it. I really do, and I think you do too, as we see
Wow.
Tony end up paying off. And now, in retrospect, given that Joe had the king-queen, he was repping.
Queen Jack. Flop the nuts. What the hell?
Boss will feel terrific about his choice to check fold.
He was the one with the queen. He lost 0 on the river, whereas Tony... Queens for Ivey.
6K to skate. Wow, Joe just letting go of the king-jack offsuit there on the button, no less.
He's a field player.
Petrov, suited connector, small blind, flats, now nines. For Tom.
Superman event.
I think that Tom's going to squeeze this one up.
2003 crazy. Rebuy.
This is going to be trouble for him.
需要2000人哦。
25,000。
30K.
5000万保底哦。
啊，保底。那
We see the aces, always a candidate for a slow play. Kings, far less. Queens, though,
Pretty much
let's
not
just
just
jam.
stack. Yeah.
千几百个咯。
I don't really see how Tan's going to lay this one down after making it 30K. There's a lot of ace kings in Ivey's range.
差不多700了，700多。
3000就要。
对啊。
600多700。
Yep. He didn't waste any time making the call. And always aware that on some occasions it will be the bigger pair across the way. And bottom of range, he's thinking to himself is 2 overs, but he's ready to go racing.
He's always ready to go. He already put in 30K too. It's not always just the overpair.
So a $308,000 pot. Dealer verifying one time. You see Ivey say, yeah, that's how I roll.
The dealer knew. It wasn't like, do you want it to? Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Ton, I doubt he's ever asked someone to run it twice.
He's going to need a 9 to take Ivey's chips.
Conversely for Phil, the covered stack just needs to fade one of those 2 outs, and he does so. As everything but the 9 feels like it showed up there.
If you reload, if you add on 100K more, the money won't go in.
Yeah.
It's just nice.
Yeah.
Boss, by the way, pointing out that if Ivey had topped up, then he wouldn't have been able to jam that 150 and get.
There was one straddle.
Was there?
It was 10, but no one else.
It just quietly happened, and he didn't make a big deal of it?
Because it was just a raise and take on that pot.
We need Elton. Yesterday.
The president of Straddle Club.
He really is the president. He's not only a president, he's also a member. He just kept looking around with that, like, almost like boyish enthusiasm. He'd be like, round of straddles?
Well, those straddles really did some damage to Elizabeth Chen when he had position.
Yeah,
so, you know, he's the straddle player, and we've got action here.
Yeah, damage perhaps on the horizon as we see the ace-king open from Jozo up front. Mikhail Petrov, 3 bets to 18,000, and now Boss having to navigate a couple of 10s. I do sense that Petrov's table image skews toward the tighter side of the spectrum just based on this first hour.
I agree. I actually wouldn't fault Paul for cold calling here. It's not something you see too often, but it makes sense because there's an early position raise, next position 3-bet. 10s is pretty strong, but you don't want to 4-bet and play a guessing game in case Petrov jams. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop as Jozo calls of ace-king. 59 in the middle.
7-7-4.
Great flop for queens.
Yeah.
And when I see Paul cold call my 3-bet, I'm putting Paul on like Jackson 10s, and I'm going to go for some value on this flop.
Yeah, you're not so worried about pocket kings, pocket aces. We expect those hands to be heard from pre-flop. So the queens are quite cozy and betting 40 into this 59, 2/3 pot.
This is a tough spot for Paul because if he's up against a bigger pair, he's only got 2 outs. But if he's up against ace-king, he might be thinking, I call this 40, maybe this one checks down and I can just win it.
Here's the thing. Would the ace-king in a 3-way spot be as inclined to barrel? I know the board texture is such that it feels like a good spot, but you tell me, Randy.
That's the big question. Would Petrov still bet into 2 players?
Right.
Someone who cold called a 3-bet who often has a pocket pair.
I think it's the presence of Joe in the pot behind Boss that really leaves him less proud of these 10s. But nevertheless, it appears that he's going to settle on a call
It
and
feels
see
like,
what's what. Note that the ace-king very happily folding now.
Of course,
for
that's
Joe.
a good fold. It feels like intentions here for Paul is call. If I get one more bet I'm faced with, then I'll get away from these 2 10s.
Especially when there's a 9 on the turn. We still have the overpair. It's not a card that complicates matters for us. Now the jam from Petrov, and Paul hates it.
4万也不会再扣。
So when someone jams on a turn like this, you gotta ask, what hands do I beat? Is Petrov ever doing this with just naked ace-king? I'm not so sure. I think Paul knows it. And
再一点就好了。
这是
是吧4万我都不想去。不知道跳跳了不跳。
He's not beyond a muck, though.
there's the muck.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Tony G girls.
Tony G's girls, is that what he said?
这么短的马敲你一下就麻烦喽。
敲我。
Ace-10 raise. Speculative flat from ST. Jozo defending with the 10-6. Queen 7-4, 2-spade board. Top pair for ST here. Ace of spades working for the preflop raiser ton.
Yeah, also that queen gives him turn straight draws that he can multi-barrel. Like a flop bet here.
10 dimes into 21, just south of half. ST happy to flat. Exit for Joe.
Not the turn card Xuan was looking for. ST's kind of a bit of a tricky spot here because his kicker is not that great, obviously, but then again, does he want to give a free card to like a 6-7, 5-6? Oh, ace on the river, nice one for 10.
Bail out after it goes check, check.
Now it's time to go for value.
And you know what's funny is Tan gets value in these spots more than your average player because of his reputation. He can fire some big bets in these spots and leave people breathless. 24.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to fold this queen against 10 because of that point you made. It's just your opponent.
Yep. Payday. Nice pick up there. To quite a bit.
Back to regular cap, though. But yeah, he was rocking that bucket cap.
I think a lot of it is really functional, though, just designed to mitigate the impact of all the light that is on any of these sort of feature tables. Pocket kings, the cutoff feature for Tan. Picks up 2 customers with Queen 10 and Ace-6, the latter of which, belonging to ST, turns into trips, and this is a problem for Tan. 20K in the middle, 2 checks in front of him. Potential disaster on the horizon.
I mean, it's a pretty huge disaster. He's definitely going to be losing multiple streets here. Does ST want to play it fast? Looks like he is.
Eight turns into 23. It's kind of a texturized board, though. I mean, lack of a club in the kings.
The thing is, ST is not just raising trip 6s here. He's raising straight draws, flush draws, maybe even just an odd check raise to kind of move Tan Xuan off of C bets. So now we play a turn card.
Yeah, Tan finds the flat. 4 of diamonds. Not supposed to be giving Tan any problems unless 5-8 was the check raise or pocket 4s. Not sure that's the approach.
No, I would never expect to be pocket 4s, even 8-5. I don't really think that's in there. I suppose it's possible, but game plan now. Go for more value, near pot size bet for ST, and Tan's got to be concerned soon.
$51,000.
I don't think he's going to be able to lay down on the turn, just given the draws haven't got there yet. Up to 168.
Does make the call, and this is an escape hatch of sorts. The 5 of clubs. And the thing is, for ST, trip 6s don't love the 4-liner and the flush showing up, but He's got the ace of clubs, and that becomes so important in terms of his ability to potentially value.
It's very hard for him to get paid here with the ace-6. Tan's got 2 kings, checked over to him, contemplating turning it into a bluff.
You don't think he ever feels like the kings would be a value bet? Yeah, he does check back.
I don't think betting there ever gets called by worse with that run out.
And that's critical in terms of Tan's calculus. As Mike thinks. The Netherlands, says Vloge.
Don't think those two are for me.
Melbourne's
Jedi Knight came with a good one, but the problem is
Probably
for
you
me,
want to have a few
he says
places.
Kona,
you know?
Hawaii, the big island, which I've been to annually for some time now.
Far away.
You get island fever
That's
after a
close, yeah.
while. You know, all of a sudden that like extraordinarily beautiful paradise vibe just turns into where you live, and you start to take it for granted, and then you realize, man, there's not a lot to do once I've done everything.
I hear you.
Here.
That's from November, spring. Spring is good.
Tan made it 12K, defended by
Yeah.
Ivey, flopping bottom 2. This is good.
Not sure what Tan's got, but we do know a lot of heart is always a part of the equation.
The first Melbourne Cup is
And this
huge
board
race.
texture sees him following through for 15,000 after Ivey defended his straddle.
And a lot of
He's
good
content
racing.
to play it as a check call.
Racing is
Great
good.
turn card for Ivey.
Yeah, really nice 4 of clubs here.
Mainly flat. We have only seal chase in the winter. Few. Not many.
We know Tan plays
They're very few.
extremely wide ranges. You really just bet relentlessly. Obviously 10-6 would go nowhere.
Nobody wants to risk horses. Horses price, you know, it's horses, yeah.
So it's unclear where Tan's at.
Because, I mean,
But Ivey,
so horses going up every year.
I guess we're asking, do we check raise or check call? But the thing is, if you check raise this turn, you're kind of just letting your opponent know you've got a big one.
Outstanding. Outstanding, but I mean, yeah. Looks outstanding, but, you know, we're getting some
Ivey
bad-
looking to
bad
fade
numbers
dangerous
from the US,
rivers.
you know.
That is the most dangerous river card
Yeah,
in
this
the
is
deck.
sopping wet. The ace of hearts. Front door flush comes in. King queen gets there.
I think it's gonna
Better
be
two
all-
pair?
Ace jack gets there.
You'll be surprised. They'll just pop one day, get a new
Pocket
record.
aces, for that matter, get there.
course, and
Sometimes
he-
Tan's got it.
Tan also could have been ahead on the flop possibly with some hands, not many, but Jack 10, 6s, 10s. There's a lot of things that get there.
For sure.
What's the lowest?
Remember, we talked about it earlier. Tan has awareness, so,
Goes like 20K.
and he also has that image. It's going to be
Happens in the world.
very
Have a big
interesting
war.
if he drops in a bet for Ivey.
If Iran has some weapons, you know, some weapons we don't know. It's like
Okay,
also having
he is
the
grabbing
Bitcoin to crack it.
$200,000 into 165. This is gross.
Over bet, and a huge one at that. Put yourself in Phil Ivey's position with just 10s and 6s, which have turned into a bluff catcher. This is not some sort of one pair value pursuit from Tan.
No, definitely not one pair that Tan is repping. He's repping a flush.
Sorry?
Some king queen, of course. Now, Ivey is one of the greatest in terms of sniffing out bluffs. He's done it so long throughout his career in poker. He's also made incredible laydowns.
mean, Ivey's unblocking the king combos, the queen combos, the ace combos.
He's unblocking a lot of value hands.
Yeah.
You want to find natural bluffs? For Tan, we're looking at queen 9 and 8-9. But it's not just natural bluffs that Tan Xuan can show up with. He can really just show up with some random garbage. 8-7 maybe. Ivey also knows his opponent.
These are the spots, and we don't know whether or not Ivey is going to make this call, but where Tan oftentimes will get paid off. He happened to have it this time. Queen high hearts, and Phil Ivey avoids disaster, but doesn't avoid having a big bite taken out of him by Tan.
4?
Ace King is what awaits Tony in the straddle. Tan getting after it. 8-5 suited.
Literally raised like every hand of this orbit, it feels like.
Just about.
Good spot for Tony. Sees a raise from the loosest player and then multiple calls. There's a lot of dead money in the middle.
Pocket threes in the suited connector for Joe, respectively. Flatting Tan. And this is going to look like a pursuit of that dead money you mentioned here. Tony making it 39,000. And granted, it's not going to be any two cards, but just how good will those two be?
Tan Xuan is contemplating peeling 8-5 suited here. If Tony's got enough unpaired hands, maybe I can just take this one in position. Although if Tan calls, he does invite the players behind him to call, and he is going to come in. This is going to get interesting because the 3s and the 8-7 suited is in a pretty decent spot to come along. 3s doesn't have to worry about Joe Zoe all of a sudden getting in, so he can feel pretty safe putting in the chips and seeing 3. Look at this pot, man. It's just pre-flop.
By the way, these holdings in the blinds for Petrov and Zoe are uncomplicated generally.
Look at Tony. He's kind of like, what? 3 people called me?
Queen 9-7. This is going to be a gut shot for Tan. And bottom pair for Jozo, the only real hands of interest.
It's amazing that these 4 hands have connected so poorly with this board texture. Tan's got the gut shot. He checks it back. Turns a 9. This is going to be a very interesting one because no one has a good piece. Joe's still best, but I don't know if he actually thinks the 7s are good.
He's checking it.
It's checked over to Tan twice. He's taking the free one. Jack on the river. And the 7s are good. What if Joe just checks us down and wins it? How good does that feel?
What if Tan decides to get insane with 8 high?
It's hard
to get through, by the way.
It would, but it's so hard, right? Like, you didn't bet the turn.
What do you had after this round?
How do you rep a 9?
Okay.
He's got a chance, though. You just fire anything, you win. But how do you fire into 3 opponents? Joe's going to win this 158K pot.
How about it? You can see Petrov smiling to himself like that's a lot of pot to take down.
Where's the casino?
Esti. 5-6 offsuit awaits him. Ace-king suited now for Tony. A step up from the king-queen of clubs. And a step up to 12 grand. Ace-jack of hearts on the button for Rob. Pretty one.
This one's going to get him in trouble. Starts with a flat. Jack 9 suited is lovely. And he's in.
So 3 players. Bringing the pot to 44,000. King 10-3. Diamonds. Gut shot straight flush draw. Checks it over to top pair. Top kicker and backdoor clubs. Rob also with the Broadway gutty facing the 25K c-bet.
This is an action flop.
Out of the way is Yong. And Andy. Flats. Pot up to 94,000 as we're down to heads up here. Board pairing 3 on the turn. Actually quite poor for the Jack 9 of diamonds.
Yeah, some of his outs no longer are clean.
60.
And now he faces a 2/3 pot barrel of 60.
It's annoying because you just flop so good, but you don't have the betting initiative and you're out of position. Still has 25% equity. Gonna try to hit it.
Mm-hmm. And instead, the hit is in Tony G's corner. King's full.
It's very hard for Tony to get paid off in this spot. I kind of like him going small and hope that it was a 10 that was a bit sticky on the
50.
turn. Yeah, I like this. 50, quarter pot. Hope for the best. Give your opponent some room to make a move occasionally.
Of course, nowhere to go but into the muck for the unimproved Jack 9 of diamonds. Pretty disappointing.
规矩嘛。
Service T, 1 T.
你平时都在国外是吧？
在新加坡啊。哦。那有可能没事可以一起玩。我也住在新加坡现在。
Queen 9 suited up front for Esti, putting the newfound chips to work.
He's raising it bigger because he's raising from a small into 2 blinds who've got position on him. Petrov. He's got 9 deuce offsuit and he's cutting out chips. Look at this.
Do not adjust your screens. The gentleman who nobody would have expected this from has suddenly decided that in the presence of this straddle, he's going to get jiggy.
And no, he didn't show anyone. Because he's
quietly putting 9 deuce to work.
He knows his image. Took advantage of it. He's just going to keep doing this, I feel, for the rest of the day. Steal some pots undeserved,
wild.
right?
That was absolutely wild.
Wait, after dinner break.
Let's put a squid in as well. One squid.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 2 of the Cash Game Invitational from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro, brought to you by the Triton Poker Series. Let's check in now once more with Marianella Pereira.
The midway point signals the hot seat redraw. Linus Love and Jungleman were drawing for Phil Ivey's seat, and I was standing nearby when the Jungleman won that redraw, and he seemed pretty happy about it.
Well, I wouldn't have minded a look at how happy Jungle was about it in the moment, but perhaps we'll get a sense as we see him bring 300,000 to the party. Elizabeth Chen returning. She's going to be a bit bloodthirsty, Randy, based on the fact that she didn't do oh so well yesterday.
Well, her nemesis isn't at this table.
And maybe that's going to be the special recipe that's going to allow her to book a W as two new faces join things, and seating order has been mixed up. 1 7-figure stack at the table. And it belongs to Esti,
First hand.
who is to the left of
There wasn't
Andy.
any hands, right? He didn't play any hands.
No, we did. But why we don't wonder why we don't wait for somebody?
I think, though, regardless of stacks,
Yeah.
Randy, the one seat that nobody wants to find themselves in is to the right of Tan Xuan.
Yeah, that's the seat that's very important.
There is Jungleman.
Look at that shirt on
I
Jungle.
was just going to say, he's paid a visit to the House of Versace. Normally, we would look to the likes of Linus Lolliger, who played Day 1. Didn't do so well for such attire. Blind versus blind. Pocket queens for Petrov. He wakes up, makes it 11, and Jungle tosses.
Nothing.
Jungle looks like he's gotten a little bit of sun. Just let the hair grow out a little bit.
Yeah, he's looking good.
I wonder if that package that he was trying to track down has been delivered. Randy and I were
DHL
near
one?
the reception desk. First off, who uses DHL? I thought like you only Jungle. I don't know if he had options, but it's like UPS, FedEx, or whatever. Jungle's like, I'm trying to track down this DHL package. Like, they're still in business.
Where'd you deliver it to?
Yeah, I asked if he delivered it to the hotel, like if it was the address, and initially his response was just, I delivered it to Montenegro. I'm like, it's a big country,
And
man.
it says it's delivered.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably here in the country somewhere. Ace Queen for Tan. Makes it 6K to go.
Look at Andy. Remember, before the dinner break, they played that pot where Jack 10 suited against the aces of Tan Xuan.
Second board run out allowed Andy to chop. Otherwise, Tan would have been virtually even on the session. And that's in part why he likes to rebuy and not run it down to the felt.
So Andy 3-bets free. Gets called.
Oh, and flops himself the heart draw here. Ace of Hearts becoming very relevant for Tan, who's got the wheel gutty. 2 overs.
Yeah, both players have a pretty solid piece. And he's going to bet his 2 hearts. 28,000.
Pretty healthy.
Really nowhere to go but call for Tan. He's got position. Might have the best hand. Oh, man.
9 of hearts on the turn. The flush comes in for Andy, but as you can see, Tan's not going to be looking to go anywhere with this ace of hearts. And in fact, it could land him in some trouble if he were to try to represent something.
It's crossing his mind. For now, though, Andy's going to double barrel 48,000. Like the sizing. Trying to get some crying calls. Oh, some pocket pairs.
Well, no tears, but for the time being, no hope either unless he finds a heart, which he does not. A board pairing 3, but that does change the texture in terms of being able to make a bluff on the river look like either the delayed nut flush or perhaps 5's full, 4's full, something along those lines.
Sure. I don't think Andy's going to do anything but bet in this spot. Doesn't really make sense for him to check all of a sudden. There's a lot of hands that call to flop and call to turn that's just going to check it back. So he does jam and wins this massive pot.
Yeah. And the fact that he jammed obviously takes all of that maneuverability away from Tan. So he just forced to fold with ace high.
Sure.
你这可以打这么晚？
Anyone object? One round of straddle?
没有就给。
It's okay? If you object, there's no problem.
Rob,
Yeah?
time for my
还好啊。
revenge.
One round, just one round of straddle.
啊
That's it.，
红头花了，花了。
In the
Just a
history of
round.
negotiated straddles,
Drank a
Randy,
lot of
it has
wine,
never been
you know.
just one round.
Yeah.
Why do you have
And there's
a
never been
accent?
really the guy that denies it.
Australian
Yeah.
accent.
It may be
Aussie. I
one
grew up
round
in
for
Australia.
now,
No,
That's the
but,
reason.
you know,
that's
It's
why.
close though.
then another one later on.
And it's got a
another
tad
one
British
later on.
over the years since I'm spending a lot of time.
This is a pretty cool
People like
dress.
Rob.
And a pretty cool pocket pair, apparently,
Sixes.
as evidenced by the raise to 11,000.
Kind of like a little bit British there.
Yeah.
Smaller pair for Petrov, flatting. ST with ace-jack. Didn't make a meal.
Binned it. Didn't like the upfront open.
Tony plunks in an extra 7,000 from the straddle with ace-7 offsuit.
You
which-
can't ask for a straddle and fold, all right?
Oh, you sure can.
You wanna jump in, play a
In
few
fact,
hands for
sometimes
me?
you should. 8-3 deuce. Elizabeth
They're
Six
flying.
is performing well.
Substitute.
The fours might give some action here. It's a pretty good flop. Backdoor wheel as well. Could even have the best hand. He's actually bringing in raising chips. This is quite nasty for Elizabeth.
15K C-bet felt cozy, but this extra 25,000 that's been requested by Petrov, a non-believer that this board texture is helping her, does not. You see the easy fold from Tony G, and Elizabeth might be thinking, really? Am I going to pick up today's session right where I left off yesterday's in the red? And the answer is yes.
Great raise there from Petrov. Gets the better hand to fold.
You know, most people would have just torn one off to see what's what.
Check it down and lose.
Yeah, took the aggressive line and got rewarded.
新加坡的赌场就跟澳洲一家差不多，只有2个很大的，就没有那种小的。
I don't know what happened during that dinner break, but already loving this section.
Well, if I'm to believe Tony, there was a little bit of wine flowing on that dinner break, so Maybe wheels have been greased.
Couple new characters, of course.
Jack 7 of hearts has piqued Jungle's interest in the hijack. Again, you see the immediate impact of these straddles. Randy just helping to drive the action. Elizabeth defending. Queen 9-4. Interactions with the 9 of hearts for Jungle.
Enough to see bet. And win it.
Yep. Pare.
Robbie, you're still making, are you still, how do you say, like, making poker better? I wanted to say making poker great again, but I already used that title.
你刚才什么小队啊？
没有，我有红黑。
哦，有一个红头。
一样的。
如果红头买出
Who
来，
will win the election? Tell me.
I don't know what you're doing these
红头
days.
买出来全都给你，
Who will win the election?
我活不掉了呢。
Lots of things. Events.
Events?
Yeah. There's so many Americans, you know.
Oh, Rob.
Oh, is it straddle? I haven't looked.
If you had to bet your life, you'd bet on Trump.
我怎么不知道？
I mean, now, yeah. After he got shot and just was like,
谁能给无所谓，加入让。
It was like he was certainty now. It's
无所谓。
Yeah, but it was Harris, you know.
whoever counts their votes is going to win the election. Someone
Wait.
said that. Those wins that count the votes. Who
Wait.
counts the votes win.
is
They
it,
decide, don't they?
is it not a certainty right now? I mean,
Nothing's
Well,
a certainty. Not certain.
I feel like now is the
Only
time to
certain
point
if
out
you can
that
count the votes and declare the result.
Tony G was actually a member of Lithuanian parliament.
That's stability.
He was?
Price? What's
So
it?
he's got
It's like 190 now.
So
first-hand insights in terms of
190.
It's like
Came back.
4 to 5 now.
It was 1.9 and became 1.4.
Yeah.
Now it's again 1.8 I saw maybe.
Because it's
So
Car-
1.9.
because of
Already, yeah?
because of Carmela.
Because it Harris is dancing well, you know.
Very
Kamala
excited with
Harris
Harris.
making show, you know, dancing with some, you know, as a...
Yeah, all the young people.
Yeah.
And they got her. Indians, and because she can be both.
But she,
African American and Indian.
so she'll be favourite in a month or so.
That
She's going to be favored. Looks like she's going to be favored.
That politicians know what they do, really, yeah?
They know that's why they put pressure on Biden to get out. You know, they thought
Yeah.
too much risk.
I don't think Trump's going to win then.
No, yeah, looks like
Now
that.
already looks like a flip. Versus
Yeah, but
Biden.
she's got the
easy win.
momentum, yeah.
versus Biden.
Biden
is
easy
the flip?
win, yeah.
No, with
Versus
Biden,
easy
he
win,
was,
but
he
now
was
it's a
going to win.
flip.
Versus
They
flip.
worked it out against Biden. They could
My
not.
bet is already very bad, you know. Actually, I bet a lot on Trump, but I bet like 167.
What is
Now
it,
it's already bad.
What is it a
Simple
flip
arithmetic.
versus who?
Jungle's Ace-10 Open getting worked out.
I'm betting on Ace King.
Harris.
1.4 already.
Against who?
Against Harris, Kamala Harris now.
Who the fuck's this?
Ah, you're not American, okay?
Jungle
You
say
don't
that?
follow
For
the news.
A, Jungle is American.
Harris, Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
Who's Kamala?
Oh,
Wow.
He really doesn't know. You don't need to pay attention to things like that. So many bigger problems in the world we should focus on.
I already have a bunch of problems to focus on.
Yeah, so the betting's going like that.
Yeah.
Looking good, right?
Yes. So 1.9 was a long time ago. 1.9 was when it was here last time, you know, like previous
Yeah.
night. And after that, it constantly gone to 1.4. After debates, you know, after debates, it gone 1.4 when Biden,
I mean,
you know.
she's a lawyer, isn't she, or something? She'll be a good debater, won't she?
She will be, but like as a public prosecutor, do you want the president to be the public prosecutor?
Yeah, but she's going to get him on all these felonies and all the things he's done and bring all that up and he's not trusted. And... Like,
Yeah, the left love it. I mean, they're going to eat it up.
all the stuff that he's done, the Stormy Daniels thing, she's going to bring all that up, isn't she? Say he's not appropriate. She'll attack him, right? But I don't like her.
We will see what happens.
So will Jungle, defending his straddle with 10-7
She
offsuit against the
92% of her
baby-suited
staff
Ace
left
Open
when
from
she
Andy.
was a prosecutor. 92, like 100% people leave. Can't work with her.
Top pair. For Andy, plays it as a check back here. Club rolls in, gut shot straight draw for
No, nobody
Jungle.
cares who will walk and how.
No, nobody
They care
cares.
how to become president.
Yeah, of course.
And after that, let's see.
River's a 10 for some showdown.
Like a swimmer sees the score line, you know, you need to reach it.
Now Andy's seeking some value.
What's our name? Not much matter.
Democrats very happy they were in big
Three-quarters
crisis
pot.
now. Cruising again.
Jungle check folds. He looks tired out there.
Did he come in today?
Early voting starts soon, in fact.
I think he did.
Have you bet Trump?
I did.
You bet Trump.
I haven't bet anything.
I did. Yeah, but anyway, 1.9 was good bet. After that, you can just sell it for 1.4.
Yeah.
But now it's too late. Now already in minus. It's happened so fast, you know, really. Every day, like 15% she's getting back from 1.4 to 1.9 every day. Like 5-6% going back. Maybe even will be the opposite.
Why?
I don't know.
After Trump got shot, I thought he was definitely going to get in.
Yeah, but that will come back. There'll be a lot of stuff with him being shot and promotion. That's kind of, she got the attention now, but it'll come back. Trump will be close. It's going to be very close. A lot of people.
Anyways, they will be very close for sure.
They will a lot of people will vote for him now because of that shot. I mean, that's a big thing, you know. They don't forget. Everything else they'll forget.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's a big thing. He was very brave with that, wasn't he?
Voting for sevens.
He's brave. He's a brave guy. I mean, he's fighting.
Yeah.
I guess he has no choice.
Trump is a brave guy.
But he's like.
So many people hate him, but
it doesn't matter now. He's like a legend. Whatever. He's a legend of legends. He's like whatever. The fight.
Middle pair in the gut shot, well in front of the under pair with backdoor hearts, but perceived range advantages for Chen. She fires 10,000.
Yeah, that's why she did bet the flop. Immediately called. Turned to heart though.
Yeah. If the elections were like
tempting to bet it.
Away,
We'll check.
Yeah, he was unlucky. Like he shouldn't have even debated Biden until he was the nominee. He says, "Why am I debating you if you're not the nominee?" They should have approved the nominee and then go for the debate. He went too early. And I think the
sense that
Democrats
sevens have much of any showdown
get rid of him.
value,
They
I'm
want to
guessing,
show
for
what-
Elizabeth.
how we get rid
Nevertheless,
of
she
him.
shuts down.
Yeah. Let's put him in a debate. He'll look bad, and then we'll put all the pressure on. And they all the media's together, right? All the articles are together. It's all.
So he'll plan to get Biden out, right?
Yeah, that's why they pushed him to do the debate. Anyone who really wanted to be a candidate wouldn't have allowed him to be a debate. And Trump should have seen that. He got set up. A big setup. If you waited until he's a nominee, said, "Look, I'll wait. Stay quiet."
And is he the nominee now, Trump?
And they made Harris the nominee like within a day. The same day. It was crazy.
Approximately how
Trump's the
disinterested do you think St is in this particular conversation? Just based on facial
It's
expression.
incredible.
There's many
It's so
disinterested
corrupt,
at this
everything.
table.
It's so corrupt and
There's two
media's
very
on one side
invested
on
though.
both sides. I mean, Fox is better than CNN. I mean, CNN is disgusting. Think about it.
So corrupt.
That is disgusting. I mean, it's just so.
Dan's just interested in making pots big.
Well, Rob's helping him get there.
And you know what? Queen 9 offsuit qualifies apparently.
Still taking opinions.
Yeah, mostly they support him.
On the button, he shoots it further up
But they're not like.
to 37 dimes.
Giving true. I mean, they were against Trump last election.
That wasn't the plan for Rob, and he is going to have his hands full with Ton to his direct left. We touched on it in terms of the redraw for seating,
Understand
where you
being
don't
really
want to be.
far left or right. It seems stupid to me. It's like, how can like such polar views be totally accurate?
Can be accurate, but they're not thinking about that. I mean, it's always, why does left and right get in? Because, you know, the left is always going to save people. Like in the UK now, the left is in and everyone's expecting a much better life. But it's people make their future, not the politicians.
People make what?
People make their future, not the politicians.
It's hard to be neutral if you're a politician, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm no campaign strategist, Randy,
really
but
go with
I
it
don't
in
think that's the
debate.
platform on which to run.
Yeah, I hear you.
People make their futures. Don't put this on me, but also vote Ali.
Yes, Xuan.
I'll tell you this.
Yes, Xuan, big player.
Tan is taking pots against Rob Yong, who's got position on. Flatting in the cutoff of 8-7 offsuit.
Late November, right?
Early November.
Open-ended is Rob on this Queen-Queen-10 board. 7-ton zip code.
Yeah, but anyway, pretty soon, yeah. It's August.
See bet and take it for Rob.
What if Tan Xuan is just thinking, look, I don't want to hear this conversation more, so I'm just going to play pots with Rob to kind of get it over with. And you look, it's silenced.
I think all the governments, when they pick their cabinet, should pick from like different parties to get the best people. They're kind of restricted, aren't they? Just picking from their own party.
Yeah.
I think it works. Pick the best people for the best jobs, right?
I think having a dictator is the best, most stable, as long as it's a good one.
Really, Tony? We're going to go with that?
That's a pretty hot take there.
It's a big statement to make right now.
Nobody's straight on that.
Raise.
There's only, I
Two
started and
queens.
finished on me.
As Jungle dictates 5 to go.
Yep.
Esti's here for it and in bad shape. 9-1 dog with this Queen Jack offsuit. A lot worse than that on the 7-5-4 board.
That was a hard check.
Yeah, it was. Jungle does not fire the C-bet until the turn after the second check from ST.
Showed him a random queen, okay.
Well, you probably know better than anyone, Tony. Having been in politics yourself, you probably know what works best.
Nobody knows what works best. But yeah,
All the bureaucracy, it's terrible.
European Union's a big bureaucracy, you know. But it's very stable.
EU is a lot more stable than any given stack here at this cash game, I'll tell you that.
If you had to bet now on the flip of a coin, would you still go Trump then?
Yeah. If I bet had to bet my life on it, I would bet on Trump.
But you wouldn't bet at 1.9?
I wouldn't bet him at 1.9.
What is this? What is the other competitor? I thought Trump was like a lock. What?
It's like no matter who's competitor, it's Democratic and Republicans, like blue states and red states.
It's so cool you don't know who Kamala Harris is.
I don't know so much Americans, but why I'm asking how you can vote for Biden or for Kamala, is it just, it's no matter, just Democratic Party.
Who's Kamala Harris?
Even I don't know.
Prosecutor.
Huh?
Public prosecutor used to put crooks away and is now going to save America from Trump.
So random.
Not really.
America's so
Jungle,
big,
she
I mean,
was the vice president of the country for 4
I guess the
years.
states are more interested in
I think
the
Jungle
government
thinks
and
she
things like
came
that.
out of nowhere.
Vice president.
Yeah. They're just so big, aren't they, America?
Yeah.
And the federal guy, the president doesn't have that many powers, does he?
No.
The states have a lot of power. So I guess they just, that's why it's a celebrity thing. It's almost like a... The
It's
president,
almost celebrity, but it still chooses the Supreme Court.
he's more international, isn't it?
Yeah.
His job. Domestic, not really.
Putin's wrapped with the exchange deal. You got a cold blood, you know, like a killer back.
Yeah, all the killers.
Unbelievable, all the killers. You got all the killers.
spies.
He's like
Yeah,
completely
but he
destroyed Democrats.
yeah, but he but he gave freedom also to killers. The German killer also from Belarus. There's also killers from other side.
Yeah.
There's nothing new. There is more, you know, like killers versus killers mostly.
Yeah.
Because the German guy from Belarus, he's just pure killer.
I
Not,
didn't
not,
know.
you know, you can check him.
But, yeah.
Just mercenary, you know.
Putin can't keep going for much longer, though, can he? How old is he now? 70?
Another 20
Oh,
years.
Putin,
How old is he?
70.
You can keep going along. At least good 15 years.
No.
Must.
Minus 15.
He's fit, though, isn't he?
Look,
fit.
look his lifestyle, look how he walks. He almost running always, even it's not necessary. He's running still. I don't know what medicines they use for him, but
Using good stem cells.
yeah, he's still, you know.
I think they just keep him alive somehow.
He's a hero.
7-3 suited up front.
Survived the system,
Tom
whatever,
takes
you
it
know,
up.
Jungleman.
Survive coup,
Smooth
you're
calling the
fine,
queens.
that's it.
Yeah. Second tour of duty.
There's no
with him.
going back.
His reputation at Russia now, we're very close to Stalin. I'm serious.
Yeah.
There is a lot of fanatics already. Really fanatics, whatever happens. Of course.
Andy in a
Not
bad
just
way,
people who
flatting
watch,
the queen
just,
10.
Just fanatics who will protect him, whatever happens.
Elizabeth contemplates.
Oh, she's trying to pounce on the Tan Xuan Open,
I
which
wonder who he's
is
rooting for.
usually
Harris or
very
Trump?
weak, and it is.
Who's
Problem
beating
is
one?
Daniel Cates is
Probably
slow
Harris.
played the queens.
He probably doesn't want Trump.
I think he wants Trump.
36,000
Be under pressure to stop the war.
out of Elizabeth. Jungle, the only patron, and for obvious reasons.
Trapping here.
9-6 deuce board.
The way Jungle's played his hand, it looks quite weak, so it doesn't surprise me that Elizabeth Chen is going to c-bet this flop. This should be the very first time they've played with each other as well.
So to the turn we go. As Elizabeth's storytelling never going to be persuasive enough to move Jungle off of 2 queens on this board.
Yeah, it's very unclear what hand she'd be able to move off the turn, hence the check. Jungle's got to feel very good. Shouldn't fear kings and aces. They often will continue to fire the turn.
70.
Board's getting a little dangerous.
So after she slows down, she suddenly faces the 70K barrel. Where are we looking to go with King 10, though?
I think this one
Disheartening
is
as it
over.
is, yeah.
That's a nice one for Jungle. Slow playing it pre.
What's good about Miami is
Earns them
through
86,000 in profit, that hand.
Yes, it comes down to just
meant
the
to
swing
3-bet
states in
you.
the end. Doesn't matter what the
meant to 3-bet
percentages are,
you.
it's those states.
Re-raise.
My favorite place is Palm Beach, by the way.
Check, check.
Huh?
Palm Beach.
Palm Beach.
Check, check.
No.
Where's that?
Near Miami.
Bigger.
Near Miami.
20 kilometers. Go to
I
Fort
haven't been there.
Go to Fort Lauderdale side and you will be at the Palm Beach. Oh. On scoreline. It's a very famous city. Every year there is the USA Open Polo Championship happening.
I just want to bluff. I want to bluff. Rob, the young man.
Mystery hand here for Esti Wang being blocked out from view.
King 6 suited's one of those hands that solvers like to get involved with.
Five became 17, and now all of a sudden a 4-bet out of Jungle.
Yeah, King 6 suited is
Play the rush jungle.
Like kind of like the ace-5 suited, you know, they got that big little. Also sometimes wheel comes out on board textures where you can really win a huge pot holding the 6. Ideally, you want folds. They start this hand 200 big blinds deep. So ST has got a lot of stack to play for, and whether he's got a hand or not, he's got position.
Well, whatever ST's got in there, it isn't done yet. He makes the call, and we're going to play for over 100,000 pre-flop. Jungle going to have to navigate out of position. King, Queen, 4. Top pair for him on a 2-heart board.
Very good texture for him. Especially with the queen out there. There are hands that ST calls a 4-bet with that can pay off. Could be like Queen Jack suited, could be Ace Queen, could be some Ace Jack, Jack 10s. There are hands that Jungle loses to as well. I think he's going to feel alright at the moment, but he's not looking to go for 3 streets. He's keeping it small right now. Quarter pot on the flop, got called, turns to 7. I kind of feel you want to slow down a lot of times with King 6. You've got a lot of kings in your range, and you want to check the weaker ones.
He agrees. Very draw-heavy texture, although some of the hands that interact in the form of a draw, we will begin to question just based on the pre-flop 4-bet factor.
Because of the pre-flop 4-bet factor, the stack-to-pot ratio has shrunk a lot. So if Esti has a really big draw, he might not actually bet just because he doesn't want to bet get check jammed on. The weaker draws he might want to stab with. Of course, if he actually has a big hand, like King Queen, set of queens, then he'd want to build the pot right now.
How big is he going to go? 65,000.
This price is pretty comfy for Jungleman to check call. Like I said, they were very deep pre. ST's got more than really big holdings. He's got to keep them honest right now. There's about a pot size remaining.
130 more into the middle. 8 of diamonds doesn't rate to change things.
No, the main texture on that he loses to is about that flop. Those king and queen cards are very important. ST can even have a better king right now. It's very possible. It could even be ace king.
All in the declaration from ST, and if you had to put him on a hand as played, Randy, what does it feel like to you?
It feels like to me King Queen is a big one.
Okay.
King Queen suited.
2-pair plus?
ST so lucky.
I think he can have ace king.
Maybe a bit lucky.
So that's the only single pair that comes to mind for me.
Jungle hates this situation that he's found himself in.
Bluffs is like ace jack, ace 10, jack 10. ST should never have like king jack, king 10, I would think. So for Jungle, the only better king he's worried about is ace king. But king queen suited is possible. Queens, I see it. Even a little bit of kings is.
Got ace king ST. Actually, I don't think you have ace king. Let's see, 1.5. I have aces.
You might want to look back at your hand there, Jungle.
You can have aces. You can have king, queen. You can have queens. Or kings. 5, 6 of hearts, I guess. 4 plus 4. Oh, no. 6 plus 3 plus. Oh, 2. Does have king, queen offsuit sometimes. Maybe half of those.
Jungle going through all of the combos, but unclear whether or not this $270,000 he has in front of him would be doubling up and then some, or getting showered.
Plus 3. Better hand. This one. Sure is better.
GTO working.
The hamster's definitely on the wheel.
3 plus 4.
What's bottom of range in your mind, Randy, as we see Jungle shredding through the time banks?
2, 1.
Bottom of range for what? For ST or?
Yeah.
In terms of value, it's ace king.
Are there bluffs?
They do exist, and the thing is, Dan Cates doesn't block the bluffs. No hearts in hand, no jack or 10. So in theory, King 6 is a good bluff candidate in terms of bluff catching.
Well, that's why Jungle's chewing on it as hard as he is.
4, I'm not so sure. How many have I used? 2 more. 2 more? Yeah.
The struggle is real.
You feel it. Look at all those time banks used.
I'd rather burn all my time banks than my chips. Although it's unclear whether or not King 6 is a winner. Not impossible that it is.
Not impossible. Extremely tough spot. He's trying to figure out all the combos of hands he loses to. Is this the right hand to call with? He's out.
Lays it down, and he was up against aces.
Huh? Means I'm so lucky.
One more.
Bluff?
Did you consider that as one of the possibilities, Randy?
Yeah.
Huh? It did cross my mind. Also crossed Jungle's mind. Ace of Hearts was a nice card to show.
I randomized.
Ace 10.
No. You haven't ace.
Ace 10 of hearts. Did you beat that? Probably not.
I can beat ace 10 of hearts.
Easy hole.
Maybe SK? I had a bluff catcher.
Queen?
I don't know if I call more or less with ace queen.
Ace queen.
He lose. I think
Ace 10, maybe.
I think he lose. I think he lose.
He lose.
You think I lose?
Yeah. Maybe he SS. His game? SS. I think SS.
I only use ace king.
SS.
You can't beat ace king, of course. This is streamed, right?
Yeah.
See yourself.
You're not allowed to put
5,000 from Andy's King 10. ST putting newfound biscuits to work.
Continuing to surge that graph upwards.
Andy surrenders.
But you did say it. Better to
Only
spend those time bank chips
Maestri.
than your chips.
What the fuck? Here's a call. I decided to call some percent.
What do you have? F king?
You think I have ace king? No. Fuck no. I never fold ace king there.
Oh, that's disappointing to hear then for ST. Who would have gotten paid?
No. I think with ace queen I might call.
You weren't thinking of pocket jacks, though,
What?
you weren't thinking of pocket jacks, though,
Oh, deuce.
Fuck no. I don't know.
King Jack for Tony G takes us to 6,000.
This is a call. So weird.
Yeah, I don't know if he caught that, but Jungle said maybe I call off ace queen, and that's because he's trying to figure out the best hand to call with in terms of blocking the value. Ace queen technically blocks queens and king queen and aces. A very interesting pot.
Mm-hmm.
Thinks he's got ace king.
His queen.
Ace King popping up for Tony.
His queen.
6 to skate. Jack 10 for Jungle. Doesn't give it a second thought.
10-8 suited, binned it. No customers.
Yeah. Felt like some candidates out there to give some action.
No, I call ace king. I call ace king.
Of course. But I say it's queen.
Maybe ace queen.
Yeah.
My hand's similar to ace queen.
It's queen.
Similar.
Yeah.
Tony's got it in for you tonight. He's had a wine. How do you get similar to? What does that mean?
No, I don't have.
Similar to ace queen.
We're just having
Similar
fun.
to ace queen. What does that mean? Similar to ace queen.
Well, to me, it would mean ace jack is similar.
Okay. What looks like ace queen?
4 queen?
Tony is really just
Tony
trolling
laying
here.
it on thick.
Yeah, queen 4, yeah.
He's committed.
I don't think he had that, queen 4.
Pocket 8s for Rob.
Experimenting with some new hands. Some new ranges.
Handy defending with an 8 in
You didn't
hand.
have
That's
queen
why he
4.
got stuck. He
You
got
didn't have
like,
queen 4, did you?
the machine got stuck even. I couldn't even count it. I was trying to count it backwards a few times.
Oh.
At least we won't have to waste any more time. We haven't got many banks left.
Ace Jack 7 board. Rob.
All the decisions from
See
now will
betting
be
the range
easy.
advantage. Easy release there for the 8 deuce of hearts.
Usually don't use. I almost never use all my time banks.
No.
I just want to say Rob Yong's got a 900k
really
stack,
charging.
so after
Still
coming
high.
back from dinner break, he
Maybe
decided
it's
to
part of
add
the
on
plan
more.
or something.
Careful with that.
It should be once a night for phone a friend.
Jungle, we're going to see it in 3 days' time. You must have folded a big hand there. to take so long?
Kinda, not that big.
You,
I thought he would bluff too, to be honest.
well, I just don't know what similar to ace queen means. I think
I don't think it's very easy spot.
ace jack, queen.
They're really fishing hard for the info from Jungle, who's been very reluctant to give it up.
Like king queen would be similar, but that's two pair.
No, Esti hasn't told anybody he had aces.
They just showed that ace of hearts.
Yeah.
No?
Maybe. Weird spot to bluff that hand.
No, you can't have ace jack of hearts?
Andy 3 bets.
I mean, he can. I don't know.
Takes it.
Why?
Look at the TV 2 days ago.
What I watch?
What?
I think Ten's had enough of the speculation. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Tell you one thing, I haven't seen ST lose a big pot.
Race.
It's on the table for everybody, and in particular the deeper stacks, Randy, that violent collision where all of a sudden you won't be able to say, I haven't seen so-and-so lose a big pot. Pots are only going to get bigger,
4 or 5 callers,
especially if those straddles get negotiated.
Rob, you're getting a lot of respect here. 3 calls.
Well, listen, he does have Jack-8 suited, so...
The Aaron Zhang. What's the flush draw?
4-3. Top pair for Andy, who was dominating the pre-flop raiser. The hard draw for Rob, which does not fire.
Dun, 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 dun. 小妹妹昨天输了啊，
我输最多，
输多少？
快40。
10K effort to thin the herd out of Andy.
都输给奥特了，
又都输给他了，
被他摧残了。
他坐你后面是吧？
对，然后一直要我是加的。然
加
后
多少啊？
我加4000，他就8000。然后今天想找他报仇，他不在了。
啊。
Pair and the flush draw now
这个坏人。
for Rob.
有机会打他。
If Andy can bet this turn and get some more value out of this Jack-8, that's not going to look to fold once it picks up that pair.
Well, the 10K button bet on the flop turns into a 16K bet on this turn.
Getting the right price, making the call.
Yeah, very straightforward and brisk. Number
Hearts.
32 into the middle, and now the flush comes on in for Rob.
Flush.
Unable to induce flush the declaration, and he'll take it down.
你会打鱿鱼吗？
所以就是抢鱿鱼吗？
对呀。
赢炮不就有了吗？
对呀，你会吗？
Credit to Andy, by the way. You know, I know it might seem like really simple or straightforward, but you know, we're up against the pre-flop raiser. He's peeling, but did not fire on the flop. Sometimes we remove the flush from our hands of concern, and we maybe look for a little bit of value there against, like, I don't know.
Huh? I think his kicker is 1 pip too weak to go for value there. King
So the
queen.
king queen will do
I think we think about it. Yeah.
看能不能打个 A，把 ST 干掉。
In general, though, I do like the way Andy plays.
打个 A set，让你中个
Clearly thinking.
我看到一张9。
Rob Young just showed a dealer the cards he was dealt and folded. Yeah,
I hope he recognizes
9-4
that they don't
offsuit.
have a say in that. Blind versus blind here. Elizabeth, unfortunately, sharing a 5 with Tony, but she's also got an 8 in her hand, which shows up on the Queen 10-8 board. 2 quick checks. Still just ace high for Tony, so the 8s sprinkle.
Okay. Take it. Wow, very good. Ace 5. Slim. Not aggressive.
Min bet, earning Elizabeth the pot. Elizabeth, for those that don't know, did play day 1. Things didn't go great for her. Actually quit her job as a dance teacher back in Shanghai to pursue poker, which has become her new passion. So she just fell in love with it.
It's a good passion to have.
You'll fall out of love with it a few times before it's all said and done. Just on average.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you don't love it every single minute you're in it.
No.
But it's definitely exhilarating. Especially at these stakes and ace-king suited.
Yeah.
You love it.
That'll get the blood pumping.
Start a dance, make it 10K.
Note the sizing there from Elizabeth.
Yeah, I don't think anyone straddled.
I didn't think anyone did either, which is why it seemed noteworthy.
Okay, I know why. Because yesterday was straddled all day, so she's just used to making it 10K. Didn't realize Elton's not in the game. So maybe it was a misclick. A missituation.
I'll allow it.
Telling you, I'm right. Like we said, Nemesis not here today at this table. Obviously, if you guys missed it, go back and watch day 1. That was some really good content.
Yeah. All of these streams will be archived on the Triton YouTube channel.
I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I just felt it. Did you?
7 deuce suited, and Don just looking to punish someone and inflict pain as we see the ace deuce open, which was always wavering a little bit, along with the jack 8 flat behind it, both crumbling.
You know what sucks here, I think, for Elizabeth Chen? It's like, okay, Elton's gone, but we replace Elton with Tan Xuan, who's got position.
Right. How do I get more chips?
And plays relentless, too, pre.
Can I have 100 more?
Jungle wants to play for more, so he's topping up.
Well, he did lose quite a bit
Jungleman.
in the exchange with ST.
Huh?
椰人。
我叫椰人。
Jungle, bring out the Chinese.
He spent quite a bit of time in Mikhail playing the cash games, didn't he, Randy?
Yeah, and there's also a time when he was, I think he had a prop bet to learn Mandarin fluently.
I feel like I remember that. It may have been Duan, though.
No, it was
No,
Jungle
it was
as well.
Jungle?
It was both of them. I think they both failed at it, but you know, they tried.
That's one of the most difficult languages on earth to learn. 10-8 offsuit. Too difficult to continue. As Jungle limp folds and will sign to authorize another 100,000.
You have nothing. You have nothing.
哎，Esti 抓抓抓，这不行吗？老是我提，抓一圈。
说的呀？
你问他们我可以啊。
就
啊，抓抓抓 ，OK，你 OK？ 没人反对啊。
OK 什么？
straddle 一圈嘛 ，straddle 完了 ，OK。 OK。
Remember what you said earlier? Not just one round of straddling.
All right, well, to be fair, Tony G was the one who said just one round, and okay, he
requested
only
one
asked
time.
for one round. Now new people are emerging.
反正你输了40万，你straddle之后你变成输20万，对不对？你也想拿20万。
那我还少输了咯。
对呀，只要一straddle，立马这个就很划算。
我每次都是 straddle 输的。
一圈的话是公平的。
Jungle shot it up from the button of 10. King 6 of clubs looks familiar. It costs Jungle dearly. against Esti, who had aces. This time played as a flat by Andy. Esti comes along with 10-8. Neither of them connect with this queen 7-5 board, but neither does Jungle, so a round of checks. No one with the diamond draw. Gutter ball available now to Andy.
Jungleman reading the situation that even though he doesn't really have a great hand, the other two don't seem interested.
And when that's the case, activation can be fruitful. So 12K and take it for Jungleman with that delayed c-bet.
The other one wrong, one right.
No need.
You can post all with the other.
No post.
Well, our friends over at GG Poker want to get you involved with the world's largest online poker room. Get involved with their award-winning software. Brand new players sign up using the promo code Triton_2024. Earn yourself a full sign-up bonus and a $50 Global Millions ticket. Sign up today at GG Poker.
One round.
Round, yeah.
Yeah.
Straddle, please. Asian straddle, please.
No, one round. Only one round.
Only one.
Don't trust it.
It's green now.
Only.
Queen 10 suited awaiting Tony G in the straddle as it's folded all the way around to the button and then beyond.
Two very playable hands.
Yeah. ST, last man standing.
Tony's in.
Attacks to 15, extra 11 invested. King Jack 5. Bottom pair for ST, backdoor diamonds, open ender for Tony.
Yeah, interesting one. And
Follow through of 12K.
Ace falls. Oh, that'll be dynamite.
Call from Tony. Not so dynamite is the 7. Check and a blank on the river.
Tony doesn't stab. Pair of fives gets the showdown to winner. Easy pot.
Nightfall on the bay at Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu. Day 2 of the Cash Game Invitational of this Triton Poker Series. Our first ever 7 full days of cash game action going to be coming your way. Broken up into 2-hour frames. 8 hours a day. Dinner break in between where new players will be drafted.
I like this configuration of players. Very fun, action heavy. 4s raising into Elizabeth's 8-7 offsuit.
She's in the straddle. Defends. Against that button open from Andy. Swing and a miss.
Bad board both. 2 4s. We'll attack and take it. There we go.
So the pot played by Jungle and ST standing as the lone exception to what has been predominantly a series of jabs here.
Yeah, but I feel like Tan Xuan is going to, you know, get in there. 7 deuce clubs was it that he squeezed?
I mean, he's not going to do that every time, but
no,
his chips are restless. We know this much.
The 3-4 suited, though, is really the one he loves. Oh, bad. For Elizabeth. Chen opening King Queen, but not going to expect the straddle to have Ace Queen right behind you. Curious to see how Rob Yong navigates. Is it 3-bet? Rate to have the best hand and...
42.
Yeah, there is the 3-bet.
Hard to fold in this spot.
Elizabeth's like, is that Elton there? In the one seat? Oh.
It's Elton in every seat. You know, like, how am I getting played back at? This is a new day. Don't believe these two have played with each other, so... Gotta defend this King Queen because it's just so strong, the new blind versus blind.
8-4 deuce. Ace of diamonds. Relevant now for Rob.
Not a bad flop for Rob, right? The ace of diamonds, like you mentioned.
80.
Hard for an opponent to continue, even to c-bet. Position, you got backup.
Fires 42,000.
And no diamond in hand for Elizabeth. Which makes me think you don't want to continue. But she is. I suppose.
Boy, this is ambitious here, Randy. And we'd better have a plan beyond simply hitting a king or a queen here. And note that when we don't have a king or queen of diamonds, sometimes connecting with the best of cards in that form means the diamond draw gets there. And that makes it tough to get any value. So the 10 rolls off now.
You know what it is, Ollie? I think she's got the game plan. If Rob just bets once on the flop, he's got ace high, and she's just going to bet this river and steal it.
Well, obviously, now that Rob has quickly checked back the 10 of hearts turn card, and the board is 3 middling cards and 2 baby ones, maybe she thinks she can do a little bit of representing with 171 out there. Her plan wasn't to try to get the showdown with King, Queen high, and sure enough, Rob's check back on the turn has opened the door for her to measure out a healthy helping of blue chips. 85,000.
Very credible bet. 85K. With the check call on the flop. She can easily have like a 2 pair. Even like jacks. Makes sense. Some kind of diamonds that hit the 10. And Rob holding an ace of diamonds isn't helpful in this spot because if he is picking off, it's against busted diamonds. Nicely played, Chen. She had a plan. Because that flop, definitely not a standard call, but it's like, if I don't think Rob Yong is going to double barrel me relentlessly, maybe I can just take one out of position.
I mean,
she's
the
got
heart
game.
of a lion beating in that chest there. Elizabeth Chen nabbing one from the ace queen there.
And she came back and was like, here to play again.
She's not afraid.
No, she is not. Very fun to watch.
Ace queen on the button for Tony G. To the left of this ST 10-7 suited ambition.
Like this 3-bet from Tony.
10 becomes 30. And now we are back over to Wang, who is done with it. And round we go. Albeit it doesn't feel like late stage action is afoot where, you know, in any given session, people are looking to crawl out. They're looking to maybe increase their VPIP to do it, broaden their ranges.
But we're getting some good action, though, post dinner. Chen, ace queen suited to 3-bet or to flat. She's just going for it.
Yeah, she sure is. Understandably here, looking to vacate the blind money and the straddle money and maybe get herself heads up against Andy in position with a dominant hand. Little does she know it, though.
Keep in mind, Andy was also playing day one, so he's aware that Chen was really going for it then. And he might not want to lay down this ace-2 suited, thinking that Chen is just up to no good. Game on.
Yep.
$69,000.
Andy booking a ticket to this flop out of position, and this is not the one he had in mind, 975. But to be fair, same story for cruise ship.
At least Elizabeth's got that backdoor spades working. By no means a mandatory c-bet. Could see her checking as well, just because that board is not so good. Ooh.
It's a texture that she's supposed to be checking back on, even when she does have the big hand, Randy. So all of a sudden, if she does bet, you begin to question how dusty is the hand. You know, if you're really trying to get it over with here and now. 4-liner and a third diamond show up. Andy still checking. Now perhaps the delayed c-bet.
I don't think a delayed c-bet is coming in. It's because you can't really represent anything.
It's a great point. Hence the check.
I wouldn't mind if Andy stabs as played. Elizabeth's range is very ace-high heavy. This is nice. He can represent that kind of board.
50K. That has not yet ushered the ace-queen out of there.
I'll tell you this. The one question I'm asking if I'm Elizabeth right now is, if you had an 8, don't you want to bet the turn because there's 3 diamonds out there? She's going to lay down the best hand. Nice one, Andy knee.
Oh, man. Showing his chops.
Isn't this the table with the chatterboxes? Isn't this table with all the people that chat? Is this what the games are like when, you know, at the normal 1K, 2K at the Tritons? Is this what they're like? Everyone's just silent.
It's not always
Tony's been talking. It's normal.
what it's like.
For 9 hours.
Don't feel pressure.
You can talk. I mean, that's what you're meant to do. That's why they put you in.
Was it?
You get him, Tony.
I don't think I've stopped talking.
I actually did have a
Tony's
plan
not stopped
for
talking.
here.
他说
Obviously, there's a reason you're here, right?
Different
不
languages.
说话来找个话题聊一聊，他们你要开始聊了。
Yeah, no talk, no talk, no talk.
Tony's got a good point. There's a reason you're here. People want to watch you play or chatter, right?
开始说话时候把我
The answer is yes.
应该弄点音乐
But
啊，我应该弄点音乐。
I don't know that Jungle's the one that we're relying on for chatter. I will say that subject matter can be quite delightful when Jungle gets engaged.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, we learned tonight that he didn't know who is running for president in his own country.
It was funny because he was talking about the presidency. All of a sudden,
Yeah.
like, yeah. It
He,
seemed like he
brought it up,
He
too.
for sure knows about it.
He's like, let's talk current events. I'm all over this. Meanwhile, 4 players all over this $54,000 pot, which comes king high rainbow, very dry texture and very big problems for Rob Yong, who is outkicked. Tony G's 6s started this party, but aren't looking to barrel.
So Rob Yong checking back king 9, one of the weaker kings. Hand's actually the one that's reaching for chips. He feels weakness.
In the barrel, 24,000. Jungle certainly not going anywhere just yet.
I wonder if Rob gets away. Sees a bet and a call in front of him. Obviously, kicker is a big issue here.
65.
Oh, he's raising. That's interesting.
Very unanticipated, but perhaps trying to leverage the presence of Dan's 24K.
I think Rob Yong here is like, I'm going to set the price. There's no way you guys are rebluffing me off of my hand. I'm just going to check back this river 100% if you guys continue. And you know what? I can charge a little bit of that straight draw action that exists. The wheel stuff. Tan hasn't folded yet. Is he thinking about repopping it though? Because to be fair, Rob Yong is representing threes and only threes. You know it's always crossing Tan.
Pretty narrow. So Tan's efforts obviously come to a halt, understandably, given how light he was, but Jungle, top pair, something he had to fold correctly, mind you, earlier against Esti in a big one. Makes the call and makes trips on the river with the better kicker.
I think Rob's got to follow through with his game plan. Yes, check it back.
Probably wins. Oh.
Confirmed.
Fucking this guy.
Really well said, Jungleman. Nice choice of words.
They're trying to fuck you.
Come on.
They're trying to fuck you.
Bro.
Almost did. You almost bet. Well, you didn't almost bet, actually. It was a dirty spot.
You know, for all of the hijinks, the antics, the stories that surround Jungle, at the end of the day, we're looking at a guy, and granted, that's the tournament streets, not the cash game streets, Randy, who's won the Poker Players Championship back-to-back years. That's on his resume.
Remember, he was dressed up too, wasn't he?
He's always dressed up in that one. He used to dress up for us too. Granted, he might still be dressing up.
He
but
was
more for the tournament.
He was King Triton one of these cash games or something
Under
like
the
that.
sea.
You'd be pretty damn rich to start a round of straddles and just like miss it when other people straddle. Isn't Tony the one who started the round of straddles?
Yeah.
Tony stepped away for a little bit.
His absence leaves us
Did
playing
you start? Or did you
seven-handed.
not straddle?
I started straddle.
Oh, you start the straddle.
Straddle.
No, it's raise.
That's a raise.
And that's a re-raise.
So, suited connector under the gun.
Nice. Aces.
Opened 3 bets from the ace-jack for Rob, and now a delightful setup for Petrov.
Not going to lie, this looks strong. Cold 4-bet from Petrov. Undergun, hijack, small blind. This is a big hand.
One that Rob is not only willing to fold, but willing to do so face up, and in turn, Mikhail.
16 hours.
As does the
Got it,
aces.
yeah. You should have just called. Come Jack Eye. Got me good.
Yeah, but there is 2 of you, I don't know.
Huh?
2 of you, dangerous. No position, very hard to call.
不是来打牌的，是来等
Also
牌的。
call, yeah, for 16. You missed my aces, Tony.
Yeah, they.
Finally got aces here.
Nice. Did you win?
Yeah. Like everybody with aces today.
Look, it's early in the tour. I think eventually people will loosen up.
Another gun limp from Tony. Ace 4 suited.
Nobody wants to be the fool.
Well, this game isn't going to get juiced up, courtesy of people limping under the gun. But we did see Tony pull this off and then 3-bet a big blind raise and take it.
Unless I don't want to be a fool on my bike, though. I don't want to be a fool on a bike. That would not be ideal.
No opportunity to play it that way this time around for Tony. Jungle with the 10-8 suited. Swings at ace king 7.
Can't bet this turn card for Jungle.
Check.
Thought he had some showdown there after hitting the 10 on the river on the heels of check, check, turn. But Tony able to show the ace for a winner.
Shouldn't bet too much, right?
True. Hard to bet on the king.
How you not bet on the king, you know?
Yeah. Unless you're feeling greedy. Sometimes you get greedy.
Yeah. You could have played a big pot. It would have been a hero. Hero caller. Unfortunately.
Ace queen for Rob. Shoots it up.
Shooting
Rebets.
more.
Yeah,
for
ace 6
Tates.
suited. Has Jungle fired up. Another 14. Plunked in to take a peek at the flop. Dominating, and an ace and a queen out there. Top 2 for Rob. Jungle. Plays it as a check back.
Wow, Rob. Checking again.
Yeah, 2 straight streets of checking. And now all of a sudden the running 4s leave Jungle playing the queen kicker with his ace. As we can see, that doesn't matter. A bet of 50,000 into 45 from Rob. You see Jungle paying it off there.
Top 2. Qualified.
Definitely cool.
Rob's always qualified.
Yeah, Rob loses every time. Stop telling people I'm qualified.
Rob went for the trap, but didn't get the bet on the turn. But, you know, he's
Definitely
sized
qualified. I just
big
had
on
to
river.
3-bet. Just had to 3-bet Jungleman.
Jungle's on the ropes. You'll come back.
On the, they got jabbed.
Yeah, jab.
Jabbed. Hit.
Things not going so well for Jungle.
Do you have the toilets on?
Rob's getting me lately.
No, he didn't give me the other end. I got him.
Well, then name is toilets.
Just out and right.
Ace king for Tan. Picks up Elizabeth. She simply defends with 2 9s. Checks over with the flow of play on a paired rainbow flop.
She's got the best hand.
Facing third pot C-bet from Tan.
Comfortable spot to check call. As she does.
Seven on the turn. Not an overcard.
Ace King still has quite a bit of showdown value. No need to bet.
Tan agrees.
Could see block for Elizabeth. Check is the standard option.
Listen, the block into Tan doesn't bode as well.
I know he can come out raising all of a sudden, but I don't think it's going to be the check back turn and on the deuce. He's touching these chips. This is a value bet, I think, if he does bring in chips. 9K.
It's on the sizing. Yeah, 9K. And Elizabeth makes the call.
Yeah.
We'll take it down.
Yeah, the reason Tan value bet Ace King there is that if he thought Elizabeth had a queen, Elizabeth would have bet herself. So he figured that worse aces would call.
这么大的牌还投机？
有个谢谢。小美女还挺会聊天的。
Remember that shit the
Yeah,
other day?
Yesterday.
Excuse me.
Elizabeth.
How late are the... I'm going to find out something. How late are the
Catchphrase.
convenience stores open today?
When she was winning bots was... Thank you so much.
To Elton.
Very.
It was that 10s versus 3s hand where she hit
Heartfelt.
quads. 750k
Mm-hmm.
pot. Thank you very much.
Oh. Really?
Lisa, give some tips.
Is it possible to send someone to go get something from there?
50 here, there. Keep them afloat.
Well, Randy and I paid a visit to the convenience stores earlier today where I was desperately trying to track down some peanut M&Ms, and we were unsuccessful.
Yeah, apparently chocolate needs to be peanut M&Ms specifically.
I would have been open to some other stuff, if I'm being honest. And eventually we did
There
find
was
a bag.
a whole
but it was
aisle
so
of chocolate.
small. It was dusty chocolate.
You a chocolate connoisseur, my friend?
I mean, you know, not really. I'm a man that just told you I wanted peanut M&Ms. What about that says to you, connoisseur?
Good point, good point.
Mystery hand here for Andy Nee. His open 3-bet. By the man to his left. The big winner on the day who's got Queen 9 suited and now top pair. Andy defended his original open.
Notice the check back from ST. The reason he checks back Queen 9 is it's his weakest queen that he would have, and he wants to have some stronger hands. And it's not a hand he wants to go for 3 streets with or get check raised on.
That explains the approach to this point. Oh my gosh. So Andy fires 24.
Value hands for Andy is better queens, 7s and 8s. Plenty of draws he could be semi-bluffing with as well. Spades and straight draws.
Running 8s. Nothing complicated by that.
With the check back on the flop, Andy probably doesn't think ST has a lot of queens. He's putting in a big bet. How much did he plunk in there?
That's 70, 75, 95. There's a third white chip in there. My goodness.
Practically full pot.
Yeah.
ST might think he's under-repped his hand.
And there's trouble when we feel that way because all of a sudden we're more compelled to call than we would otherwise be. You see him make that call, and is he shown quads? Yes. Runner, runner. 4 of a kind.
In my life, you know. Runner quads. I never saw life. Runner quads. You never saw, believe.
There you go,
Petrov said
Andy.
He's never seen that in his life.
It's in the internet, yeah, I saw, but not live game.
I've seen it in my life. And I was in the same spot Esti found himself, unfortunately.
The loser end, eh?
Yep.
But
Still.
despite losing that, look at that profit. Up 392,000 still.
He was knocking on the door of $500,000 before that one. Maybe even already cleared the hurdle. But instead, a balance transfer over to Andy. There's Tony G. 165 in the black. Petrov quietly has cobbled together 84,000. And Jungle, modestly in the green for the time being after being down a healthy amount.
Xuan. He's bought in for $1.4 million. He's down 600,000 right now. Knowing that guy, he actually can win it all back in one hand. He's going to try to.
You're right about that.
We said it earlier. Someone's going to be in the hole.
Yeah.
Right now, it's him.
It might
But
be him.
He's trying to climb out and pull someone's leg down there.
He's like, hey, man, help me out of here. And pulls his hand right down in.
Having said that, look at this. 8-6 offsuit, 3-betting ST.
It's like he can hear us. I swear to you. Right on cue. Putting his appetite for big pots.
So ST calling the 3-bet. They are super deep. 400 big blinds.
I gotta ask, Randy. Oh my goodness.
Is that a good flop? Is that the question?
8's full gin. Ton can hardly believe it here. And he's praying that ST's got something that can deliver more chips into the middle. But my question to you is going to be, yes, look how deep they're playing. Do you think that unlike some others, Ton is specifically 3-betting the deeper stacks to play a bigger pot post with the upshot of being able to potentially get a huge one going?
I like where your head's at. I think the logic is he wants to play deeper stack opponents because it makes it very uncomfortable. He put big bets in there. And yeah, sure, maybe he wins a big pot, but maybe he can bluff his way into it. He does bet on the flop, get called by ST, makes sense, ace-king. And the 9 of hearts is actually a really nice card for Tan because if he was looking for that big pot stuff,
yeah,
Flush has got there.
He's unblocking the hearts, and hopefully he's thinking...
And he can represent
ST's
a single
got it.
heart.
Sure. Yeah.
And also, ST could have like 10s, jacks, especially with a heart that will continue. I think he bets this one again.
We drink wine, he's drinking protein, you know. from green and from peanut bottles. How you want to play with them?
With so much hand, Randy, I gotta say, I'm surprised that he is barreling it again. I thought maybe he would be more willing to check, see whether or not, even though he feels as though a lot of check back is available to his opponent, you know, he can just comfortably take so many rivers.
I know you're surprised. I'm not personally. Tan knows his image, and he needs to. He's got a lot of bluffs in his range, right? Ace, king, ace, queen, one single heart that'll keep stabbing. He knows that ST likely, especially that deep, is going to want to pot control his hand. And like, say ST had 10s and jacks, he's going to check that back, and the pot becomes contained. He wants to play that $2 million pot. You know what I'm saying?
To open the container, or as a gentleman by the name of J-Lot back in Las Vegas likes to say, take the lid off.
One green tea lemon.
But he's definitely kind of targeting ST, and it's not that he thinks he's a weak player. He's just like, this is the guy I'm going to really just get in his head today. It's not winning the battle at the moment. He's lost. I mean, he did claw back that hand, but something's brewing between these two.
Pocket aces. That's the brew that Ton's working with. on the button in great shape here against Ace-Jack and Queen 10.
So after 7 hours here.
Oh.
Okay.
Dealer helping Mikhail correctly place his cards over the RFID readers. Doesn't place much on this board that's going to keep either of Tan's opponents interested, unfortunately, for his purposes.
Yeah, Tan's just looking to build this pod, but Ace-Jack and Queen 10 straight in the muck.
Well, he'll take it how he can get it. Prefer to be in massive doses, but string together some small ones and it'll still do the trick. I think the later into this session that we get, and the longer that Tan stays stuck, the more pursuits of the straddle and subsequent to that
Oh wait.
pursuits to play 3-bet pots will be on display.
I also feel like he's going to request the straddle a bit more.
A tease.
A bit more. What Elizabeth's asking for.
Chinese aces. Oh, Tan. 8 Queen 5 suited. 3-bet. Andy cold calling jacks.
Yeah, I was going to say. Elizabeth has some real problems.
Ooh.
It's different. When you play 250 big blinds deep effective and more, you can't just always come in cold 4-betting stuff, especially against Tan who likes to call. It's okay to kind of call here and see what happens. And that's what you were kind of getting at, is Tan wants to play against the players who are deep.
That he does. And it's evidenced by his pre-flop behavior here. Flops the gut shot straight draw on the 7-6-3 board. Surrounded by a couple of over pairs.
Yeah, it's a good flop for both the 8s and the jacks. Tan worried about the cold call. Taking the free one.
Yep. Now Elizabeth picks up a gut shot.
I would like to see Andy bet here on the turn with the flop check through. His hand needs protection. He can get value from worse. It is a little bit of a tricky spot for Elizabeth. She does pick up that gut shot. Does have one player to act behind. But Andy's cold call to 3-bet and leading is... it's not really that weak.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This seems very credible. That said, she just senses she has too much hand to go away. Very relieved, by the way, that Tan ducks out. Not sure that this card is going to help Elizabeth get away.
It shouldn't slow things down for Andy. I think he can still go for value against the 10. Elizabeth has that wider range given that she was the one who closed it up pre. So she can have the 10x suiteds.
You hungry, Jungle?
Is this posturing from Andy, or is he really trying to decide whether or not...
He's deciding on the bet sizing.
Just once a day, right?
Right?
But never whether or not to bet.
I mean, I guess there's a little bit of merit to checking and deuce the clubs, but I think it was more of a bet sizing thing.
Comes with 68.
This doesn't feel too good for Elizabeth. So hands she beats is some kind of suited broadways that cold called the 3-bet. that has clubs. I just not so sure there's a lot of that in Andy Nee's range. But she is going to make the call, and Jack was called out.
多少？68000。
Nice hand, Andy. He's doing good. Day 1 was great. Day 2 even better.
Unless, of course, your name's Elizabeth Chen.
Same story, isn't it?
Yep.
Reverse.
Got herself stuck yesterday, and now keeping Andy honest puts herself further behind the economic 8 ball.
只能收他或者 fold。
凹过来，我怕凹过来，凹过来我肯定扔掉。
这2个打法，他肯定是一对勾的。没用，
高手。
要读得到 flop 发，那里发什么才有用？读到别人才没用的。
高手，真的特别。
你看我一对 A， 对吧？读不到那里发什么也没用啊。
Down to just 265,000 in front of her after coming in with over 400. Not the direction that Elizabeth was hoping to be headed.
Yeah, in yesterday's action, I believe she went down about $500,000. But the week is young. Only day 2 of 7.
I thought you were going to say the young are weak.
No.
I was like, wait, what?
No. The young are weak? Come on, man.
The week is young. Yes.
Yeah, the week is young, my friend.
Ace-10 suited, the party starter here. Jacks have slid around to Tony G's big blind. And with deuces caught in the crossfire as a flat.
Let's duck hunt.
The hooks make it 22 to go. Petrov hangs in. Andy closes the action. And a meaty one comes together pre-flop. Eight-6 tray. Clean for Tony's jacks.
Great flop. 2 opponents. Shed the field. Clear out the high cards. Get value from the small pairs.
All of the above accomplished. And that 40K earns Tony a healthy one. Honest insights provided.
Flop a set barbecue. But those ducks, they were barbecued.
I 知道这2个老外干嘛的呢？带着牌子过来打广告的。
A real hand for Tan for once.
I mean, the upshot of being as active in the 3-betting streets as Tan is, unlike others who are maybe very tight, very passive, and then only 3-bet when they're, you know, way top of range, is you get paid in spots, man, just by very mediocre holdings.
And that's why you 3-bet light, is because so people don't know you only have aces and kings, and you can get action when you do have it. Doesn't seem very happy about it, though.
No, he's like, do you guys know who I am? I just one little 3-bet and you all crumble? Jack deuce. Not appetizing enough. Dean's Tom.
Tony G. King deuce. Trying to steal those blinds, and look at Elizabeth Chen, King 5 offsuit.
Playing back from the small and taking it down. Here's what I will say.
How many meals you eating?
Hit me.
How many meals have you had?
Hasn't gone well for her yesterday, hasn't gone well for her here today. Now, some might be tempted to look at a spot like that and go, yeah, because she's 3-betting with King 5 offsuits, right? On the flip side, I look at it and go, she's cut from the right cloth to get into these streets and do the thing. Because there's some killers around her, and she's not just buckling. She's still fighting. She's still getting after it. You know what I mean? Now, conversely, some people will go, oh, that's a steam 3-bet there.
That's all you.
Just one though. Just one.
But she didn't make it against an under-the-gun opener. She made it against a, a button open.
An opponent that will fold to 3-bets.
Right.
But I want to just add a little more to that. Like you said, she's losing, but she's still playing her game, and she's still fighting and playing what she deems is the best.
Yeah.
You know, sure, maybe some mistakes were made.
You know, and she'll be the first to kind of in the aftermath reflect on spots that maybe she could have done a few things better. But there was just a lot of pots where she didn't put a foot wrong. The deck just had other ideas.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this, though. At this table, she and Xuan, I feel like, can play some really fun pots if
they're the
something
they're
dealt.
the two candidates. You know,
and throwing some Andy Nee as well. He really gets in there, makes things fun.
I didn't realize just how spicy Andy Nee can. That's a Szechuan peppercorn right there. I mean,
Yes, he is. No, a Spanish peppercorn,
that's
right?
right. But I don't. Yes.
You know what I'm saying.
I do. First time I saw him speak Spanish, he did that interview like you were saying with Marianella in Spanish. I was like, whoa, what is going on?
He was confident. He's multilingual.
Well, multi-way. A couple of baby-suited aces turn into bottom pair here, and that's doing better than the ace-king of Tony G.
Not better than the 4 of Petrov.
Somehow.
I wonder if Petrov's going to call if he gets back to him, or when it gets back to him.
He was in the straddle, arrived here somewhat involuntarily. Granted, he plunked in the extra 6,000.
Yeah, Tony slow played to ace king and mucked it on the flop. Petrov folding the best hand, Esti. Stealing that one.
He's really had a clean sheet on the day. I'm trying to think of one pot that really hurt him or didn't go his way. And
The only pot he lost was against the quad 8s of Andy.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think he's played flawlessly these 2 days.
It's almost scary.
Yeah, small.
Small, you should be.
Small. Yes. I put your chips big black.
Well, Flamingo in the chat, Randy, has said, hey, commentators,
Yes.
you guys don't care about us in chat. Why is that? Well,
I care. I just don't have the laptop in front of me. So, Ollie, why don't you handle it?
First off, way to throw me under the bus because I'm the only guy. I don't have a screen protector on this thing, Randy. You can see you have a full view. All right.
Unsure jungle.
Huh?
But I would like to go on record as saying, indeed, I do not care. No, I'm kidding. I do. We actually love everybody in the chat. Let us know where you're streaming from. In fact, in some of the quieter periods, oftentimes we love looking to the chat as a source of topics of conversation. Go ahead and ask questions.
No,
Do
we
a little
love you
shout out
guys.
shortly here. First things first, though, Tan Xuan's button has the best of what's around here.
But he wasn't the pre-flop opener. He's flatting in position.
I mean,
against Elizabeth Chen.
I'm just saying, that there are some player-specific postures being taken here. Earlier, I talked about Tan getting after with, you know, hands that we wouldn't expect, deeper stacked individuals for 3-bets, especially in the straddle streets. Here, just flatting on the button is Elizabeth, not one of the deeper stacks, but perhaps from Tan's perspective, someone that he thinks he can bully around a little bit. Be careful.
Is this giving me memories of yesterday when Elton was kind of playing pots you didn't expect him to play with, Handz? But yeah. So who's in the chat? Talk to me, Ollie.
All right. Just taking a peek at some of the cities that have chimed in.
Okay, you can start naming one for me.
Well, Rascal out there in Minneapolis.
What's up?
BHC in Wyoming.
Cool.
Product says he's watching from Uganda. By the way, he, she, I'm not always sure.
Understand.
I'm also kind of, there can be some trolly things happening. Uganda. Okay, maybe.
No, what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with the place. I'm just saying it's just a rare place from which you're going to source an audience.
Well, shout out to Uganda.
Shout out to King Queen offsuit apparently as well. Andy Nee playing back at the Tan cutoff open.
This is a Tan Xuan type of hand.
Remember, 8-6 is what he flopped the joint with.
The one gappers. And he kind of wants to get some payback on Andy when he did him the dirty, when he had aces against the Jack-10.
Well, that was because they ran it twice. The pot was huge. Andy got lucky on the second board.
But Tan wasn't pleased, all right?
No.
1-1-1 in the middle. Oh.
Bottom 2 pair for Tan. This is crazy that he just performed so well with this 8-6 in particular. Not performing so well as Andy, though, with 2 overs. Not a whole lot of upshot beyond that.
But he could c-bet this flop. There's a lot of decent turn cards he can multi-barrel. 10, ace, maybe a 9. He can turn to queen or king. Holding bottom 2 here is just so nice. You got position. You get to dictate and make sure the turn doesn't get checked through with the position. 300 big blinds deep.
43,000 is smoldering in front of Andy right now because for the time being it's very hopeless.
I'm expecting Tan to call, but it's crossing his mind if he should value raise here.
I was just thinking because things can get dicey on turns for bottom 2.
It's not necessarily that. It's more if I raise, I blow out hands like this that are drawing so slim. But
which we don't want to do.
Right, but if he has a jack, overpaired to the jack, things like this, then he wants big value and you try to get it.
没有牌，给你投机投
Ten river.
And Tan
turn river, look.
Ten river.
He wants to rabbit hunt this one.
Oh, what is that? Is that a queen on the
and
turn?
A 3, I think. That's
saw
what it looked like to me. Paint. It could have been a jack. You never know.
But if it was a queen,
Yeah.
Andy would have hit top
Yeah,
pair,
yeah,
and
that's true. I don't know though if he would have kept barreling.
but he would have lost more chips. I
Yeah,
guarantee
yeah,
you.
because he checks and then.
I don't know. But Tan's like, see, Tan's that guys where, okay, it didn't work out. I need a rabbit hunt to see how I could have changed this hand. And, you know, if he had a time machine, he would go back and call there.
Of course, he doesn't know what he was up against.
你扣住就可以了嘛。
Continuing down the roll call, by the way. New Jersey in the house. Germany, the United Kingdom. We see you, Payne and Robert.
I see you.
Shiv out in London.
Great place.
Luca says right here in Montenegro, Lebanon. Shout out Fads. By the way, some other things going on that maybe we want
So
to
we're
turn our
global
attention
right
to
now.
besides poker for really out there, Fads.
What about from Australia, where I'm from? Anyone?
Multiple people.
Okay, yeah.
Chiming in.
There we go. Hope you're from Melbourne. I'll take Sydney people as well. So we do read the chat. We do, Ollie.
Estonia in the building. James out there in Melbourne, by the way, along with K-Bite.
Okay,
Netherlands.
but can I ask the chat a question real fast before this hand?
9s versus 4s. 9s hanging on the 10 high board, 29 in the middle. Yes, you can ask questions,
Chat,
Randy.
are you loving the stream? If you are, we want to hear it. Let us know. Let Triton know.
Just click like and subscribe. This is all.
An easier way to do
That's
it.
the loudest way to get the job done. By the way, check flop. Jack rolls off on the turn here.
Don't think the 4s are going to get involved. As Esti hunts thin value.
It was the razor pre-flop. Actually, the defender, forgive me, with those 9s against Rob. Still going down the line here. The Netherlands, as I mentioned, in the building. Pittsburgh, Bosnia-Herzegovina.
How about California?
Norway,
Are they there?
Sydney, Montreal, Austria, we see you. Stick on Mr. Fish, Dennis, Marco. Florida,
No,
DST.
I want California, where I was born.
I mean, I can't force someone to be watching from California, Randy. I'm feverishly going through the messages. You know, your aircraft. Walk us through the poker.
All right, Queen Deuce suited in the cutoff. Petrov, Elizabeth Chen, King 10. Let's go to a flop. Nothing for both. It's not going to stop Petrov from c-betting. 15,000. Petrov? It's going to get resistance from Elizabeth Chen. Check calling 2 overs, backdoor, straight draw, and that spade. So much fight in her. 5 on a turn. I feel like she's going to win this one because I don't see how Petrov can double barrel
Was that it?
Queen Deuce on this texture.
I tip
Or is she contemplating lead?
It's a shop for you.
Oh, there's your answer.
It's a shop for you.
Had herself a plan here.
Nice.
200, I would give 200.
And takes it down.
She really just finds ways to steal pots that you don't think you're supposed to be interested in.
I mean, that 974 board is not really the one for King 10, but
She might have to put in $2 for you. It might be like 52.
she check called 15,000 and then let out. And I got to tell you,
Yeah. Yeah.
there is something about Elizabeth that
She's trying to borrow some cash.
really
What do you think?
reminds
They
me
were free.
of like
fat.
young Tom
Brutal, isn't
Dwan.
Too fat?
Yeah,
Like-
Calling me fat? Do you want to bet on who's thinner? What is with people like mocking me and like being in worse shape
There's at
than
least
me?
70
By like not
euros
even
worth
close.
of protein bars there.
I say eat this. Wait.
No one's mocking you.
I'm not gonna eat all that.
We love you. No, you're just different.
I've had multiple people comment.
call?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Call?
What? What?
Rider?
Oh, I want to raise.
How much, we're guessing, how much for the protein bars? How much for the protein bars? How much? 70 euros. Wow.
Look at what I eat and then say I'm fat. Or try to give me health advice or try to comment my health.
Jungle.
Jungle's actually gotten in
Stop being too generous.
in really good shape
Stop being too generous.
You
over
can
the
slow
years.
down.
Slow
You
down.
want to go broke.
Not in great shape here with pocket threes against this 50K from Andy.
It's big. Should outprice
Don't go over the top.
Gates.
Such a goofy thing. Like people who have like 20% plus body fat are commenting on me. I've got like 12% body fat. I'm like, what the fuck?
I was pretty impressed. Less than me.
No, I don't think it is. You look pretty thin, man. Like
I think I'm like 15 or something.
weird as fucking projection. You're not 15. Looking at you.
No?
No.
Lays it down.
I mean, I've never measured it. How did you get it measured properly?
Go to a DEXA scan.
Well, if you like sports betting, and crypto, have we got news for you. Tether.bet, our newest sponsor, is offering a welcome bonus of 100%. Make your first deposit with a minimum of 20 USDT, and that's what you get. Add in the promo code Triton to receive an additional 10 USDT. As long as you're a new player.
Similar to Sean D.
Bonus valid to the first
That's a bit
100
lighter, man.
redemptions.
Yeah, but he's still like not
only.
really thin.
Dog's pretty slim, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, let's split these fours.
These guys have got.
Oh, no,
Ace King, Tony.
It's still kept the weight off.
Huh?
It's still kept the weight off.
I think so.
30.
Three X 3-bet in position.
Yeah.
Nice price to try to set mine here. Unless he doesn't feel that Tony's going to pay him off. If he hits a set. Going to try. Best hand is the pocket fours with the backdoor wheel and flush draw. Gotta be enough to continue.
Sure enough, another 50,000 into the middle. The heart does roll off for Andy, who checks once more. Very delighted to see the check back from Tony, and this jack on the river is not bad for him either.
It's a pretty good run out for the fours with the action.
Andy's got value on his mind, I promise you this.
This is a consideration of value, and he's bringing in 50K. It's not a small bet.
No, and he's targeting exactly this kind of ace high here from Tony, who could get curious.
Pretty sick of him to even look for value at fours. Most players just check. Unable to get it. We tried.
Solid pickup there for the pocket fours. Shout out HSO in Vienna. I'd pronounce it if I could read it, from Russia. Tasmanian in Greece.
All over, huh? You named a lot of countries,
Sweden.
my friend.
Nicholas Lind.
Did you get California for me?
I'm desperately looking. Bellflower, California, represented by Chess Brew.
All right, I don't know where that is in California.
Southern California.
But is it north or southern?
I just said southern.
Oh, did
You're
you?
not even listening.
I'm like, I am listening.
Aces for Andy. And we're going to block out Rob's cards here as he flats the 5K. Ton stuck around with this 10-5 suited as well. Three ways, 17,000 in the middle. Jack 8-4. Two clubs and two checks in front of us.
Well, hands that flat from the small blind actually don't mind this kind of texture. They have a lot of Jack X. They've got pocket pairs. Andy trying to get some action as he bets and gets called. Queen on the turn. Rob is he's taking the lead.
This is an interesting sort of breaking with convention response here.
Yeah, it's very unconventional, especially lead on the queen, which overcards. Gets called into jack now.
Board pairing development. So again, this one was 5K from Andy. Defense out of both blinds. A check call of 10,000 by Rob, and then the lead for 26, bringing us to this point with 89,000 in the middle.
So I actually don't expect Rob to ever have a naked jack because you wouldn't lead when an overcard comes.
No, you're right, and that's a little bit of a problem for him as he barrels this river for 85,000, as it skews him more towards some Queen X. Or perhaps the 9-10, although why would the 9-10 fire and risk just getting a hand that might follow through with a bluff on the turn?
I don't think this is ever a Queen X, because the Queen X, if it was leading the turn, I don't think it would go pot size on the Jack, because the Jack would definitely be more in Andy's range now with the action. So what Rob's representing in terms of value is Queen Jack, so a full house.
Okay.
Sets that feels it's going to get checked through too much on that turn card, and 10-9. If he's bluffing, most likely it's clubs. Andy's very confused though with this line. He might be thinking, look, if you had a set, if you had 10-9, aren't you supposed to check to me and, you know, give me a chance to put in chips?
There is something that smells off about this.
But is it Rob Yong getting tricky with a value hand to try to make it look odd so that he can get more calls?
Right. And we know that he's slippery enough to mix that sort of stuff in there when he is going to down these aces. I think in terms of blockers too, having the ace of clubs in our hands is bad, right?
Yeah, I agree. Called out King Jack, but I really don't think that's in Rob's range as played with the turn lead.
Like you said, naked Jack doesn't feel like it should be there. Oh, and the aces do concede to Rob, and he had 9-7.
Oh, that hurts.
I'll tell you one thing. Showing the bluff is good for the game.
Good for the game.
Well done by Rob.
Look at Andy.
Sometimes,
that's a thumbs up.
No, I mean, respect.
You got me.
You have an 8?
I was going to say.
Queen.
Sometimes.
Aces.
When it doesn't add up.
Shit, I had to bet 200 if I know you have aces.
It's exactly because it doesn't add up.
It didn't add up, and it was that hand. It wasn't one of those spots where someone's trying to make it look funny. And,
right.
You know, it really was a bluff.
We can get into our own heads and level ourselves, but Rob helped that happen, so credit to him there.
Really nicely played by Rob.
Pocket kings here for Petrov.
I don't think it was bluff.
King 5 suited, the only customer, and performing very poorly. 7-7 deuce board. I don't think is Tanya looking away from his phone.
I don't think he's going to be playing after this C-bet comes in.
7K. What's he got? Candy Crush going? Who's that?
Look at someone who doesn't look interested at the pot at all. It's this man right here.
I really want to be able to just call a pot. Call a raise for 6,000 and care that little about it post flop. Just peek up real quick, check, fold, next one.
Okay.
Okay, I think they just told off Xuan about having the phone in mid hand, and Jungleman has to take off his phone off the rail as well. Okay.
Continuing.
Focus, guys. It's a lot of money on the line.
Some of the shout-outs here as we see the pocket fours for Andy, taking us up to 5. New York City, Amsterdam, Connecticut, South Africa, Prague, Alabama, North Dakota, Croatia, Queensland, Rome, Sydney, Gold Coast.
Love those guys in Australia.
Romania. Somebody said that they see you at the local supermarket in Melbourne regularly, but they never get a chance to come over and say hi.
Yep.
And I think Randy appreciates that, by the way, for the record.
You know what? I have time to say hi now. So hello. Virtual. But it's close enough.
You should accidentally bump your shopping cart into Randy's shopping cart and then just see what happens from there.
How much
So this 5K ahead brings us to a rare 5-way affair to the King 9-3 Ultra Dry board. Middle set for Esti Wang. The gut shot for Rob. The only noteworthy developments.
Could see Rob peeling. Trying to hunt that queen.
$13,000 ahead to the turn. Not what Rob had in mind.
Feels like ST is going to just keep betting. To not let King, Queen, King, Jack play it slow and check it back. It's often in Rob's range to call that flop 5 ways. Top pair, that is.
And while Rob can indulge ST in one barrel, he can't in a second. So the 35,000 goes uncalled.
Ollie, did the chat ever let us know if they enjoyed the stream?
I mean, we've got plenty of likes working right now. Would love to see that number creep up toward 1,000. We're at 729 right now. About 2/3 of the way through the session. Maybe 3/4 even. You know what I love? You remember how I told you that this was all brought on by an innocent inquiry as to why it is that we weren't paying attention to the chat? It seems like we don't care. That same account, Flamingo, now says, Ali, slow down. That's too much caring.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. So we're going to ignore you for the rest of the day.
No.
We'll be back tomorrow.
But, you know, the roll call thing is done. You guys can read.
You can do your own roll call now.
2 4s and an ace on the flop. Round of knuckles, understandably, given this collection of holdings.
And he's got a nice connection here with the 7 high. Stabbing. He's like, you know what? You guys don't want to bet the flop? I'm going to steal it. And this is not the first time we've seen Andy just take rags and attack. Doesn't shake Petrov, though.
Certainly not with second pair.
That looks like fake showdown to me.
Three on the end, and Andy tried to just see if he couldn't squeak that one. Not happening.
Nice.
Is it break now?
Elizabeth opening ace-9 offsuit. Winner.
What time it will be?
现在吗？
还没有，还有几分钟吧，应该。
Excuse me, what time redraw gonna be? What time redraw will happen?
所以我是这样吗？
对。
他走啦。
没有啊，就停摆吧。
哦。
走了。
酱油打满。
哎呀，唐老板给他斗鸡掏掉了，哎呀。
Pocket queens for Esti. Bad one for Tan to proceed with.
Yeah, he doesn't want these offsuit type hands. He wants these suited baby cards.
The thing I respect about Tan with all of this activity that he can be guilty of with a wide variety of holdings is he does try to skew the times where he calls resistance in the form of a 3-bet versus his open towards those available portions of the deck in terms of not interfering with perceived range.
Right.
That allows him to stay out of trouble and win the big ones. Pocket nines, surfacing.
Esti's in there.
Broadway offsuit combo. 6K ahead. Ace 3 for Tan in the big. Gives it a whirl, but comes up empty on the 10-6-5 board. One over card to the nines.
Decides on making a little bit bigger. 11K. Keep it simple.
So a simple end to the third of 4 frames of play here on day 2 of our Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Esti Wang up over 400,000, almost twice what Andy Nees put together on the night. Tony G, 130 in the black. Petrov hovering around 50K. Chen, Yong, and Xuan, all with their work cut out for them as we will draw for seats and pay you another visit in about 15 minutes time. Stay close.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Delivered it to the hotel, like if it was the address, and initially his response was just, I delivered it to Montenegro. I'm like, it's a big country,
And
man.
it says it's delivered.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably here in the country somewhere. Ace Queen for Tan. Makes it 6K to go.
Look at Andy. Remember, before the dinner break, they played that pot where Jack 10 suited against the aces of 10. Xuan.
Second board run out allowed Andy to chop. Otherwise, Tan would have been virtually even on the session, and that's in part why he likes to rebuy and not run it down to the felt.
So Andy 3-bets free. Gets called.
Oh, and flops himself the heart draw here. Ace of hearts becoming very relevant for Tan, who's got the wheel gutty. 2 overs.
Yeah, both players with a pretty solid piece. And he's going to bet his 2 hearts. 28,000.
Pretty healthy.
Really nowhere to go but call for Tan. He's got position. Might have the best hand. Oh, man.
9 of hearts on the turn. The flush comes in for Andy, but as you can see, Tan's not going to be looking to go anywhere with this ace of hearts. And in fact, it could land him in some trouble if he were to try to represent something.
It's crossing his mind. For now, though, Andy's going to double barrel 48,000. Like the sizing. Trying to get some crying calls. Oh, some pocket pairs.
Well, no tears, but for the time being, no hope either, unless he finds a heart, which he does not. A board pairing 3, but that does change the texture in terms of being able to make a bluff on the river look like either the delayed nut flush or perhaps 5's full or 4's full, something along those lines.
Sure. I don't think Andy's going to do anything but bet in this spot. Doesn't really make sense for him to check all of a sudden. There's a lot of hands that call to flop and call to turn that's just going to check it back. So he does jam and wins this massive pot.
Yeah. And the fact that he jammed obviously takes all of that maneuverability.
The use for him, but
using good stem cells.
Yeah. He's still.
I think they just keep him alive somehow.
He's a hero.
7-3 suited up front.
Survive the system,
Tan
whatever,
takes
you
it
know,
up.
Jungleman. Smooth calling the queens.
Second tour duty.
No going back.
His reputation at Russia now, we're very close to Stalin.
Yeah.
There is a lot of phonetics already. Really phonetics, whatever happens. Of course.
Andy in a bad way, flatting the queen 10.
Just phonetics will protect him, whatever happens.
Elizabeth contemplates.
Oh, she's trying to pounce on the Tan Xuan Open,
I
which
wonder who
is
he's rooting for.
usually
Harris or
very
Trump?
weak, and it is.
Who's
Problem is
piecing one?
Daniel Cates is
Probably Harris.
slow played the queens.
He probably doesn't want Trump.
I think he wants Trump.
36,000
Be under pressure to stop the war.
out of Elizabeth. Jungle, the only patron, and for obvious reasons.
Trapping here.
9-6 deuce board.
The way Jungle's played his hand, it looks quite weak, so it doesn't surprise me that Elizabeth Chen is going to c-bet this flop. This should be the very first time they've played with each other as well.
To the turn we go. As Elizabeth's storytelling never going to be persuasive enough to move Jungle off of 2 queens on this board.
Yeah, it's very unclear what hand she'd be able to move off the turn, hence the check. Jungle's got to feel very good Shouldn't fear kings and aces. They often will continue to fire the turn.
70.
Board's getting a little dangerous.
So after she slows down, she suddenly faces the 70K barrel. Where are we looking to go with King 10, though?
I think this one is over.
Yeah.
That's a nice one for Jungle. Slow playing it pre.
What's good about Miami is
earns them
through
86,000 in profit. That hand.
Yes, it comes down to just the swing. Race.
It's on the table for everybody, and in particular the deeper stacks, Randy, that violent collision where all of a sudden you won't be able to say, I haven't seen so-and-so lose a big pot. Pots are only going to get bigger,
4 or 5 callers,
especially if those straddles get negotiated.
Rob Yong getting a lot of respect here. 3 calls.
Well, listen, he does have Jack-8 suited, so.
The Aaron Zhang. What's the flush draw?
4-3. Top pair for Andy, who was dominating the pre-flop raiser. A hard draw for Rob, which does not fire.
Dun, 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 dun. 小妹妹昨天输了，
我输最多，
输多少？
快40。
10K effort to thin the herd out of Andy.
都输给 Alton 了。
又都输给他了。
被他摧残了。
他坐你后面是吧？
对，然后一直要我实在。
抓多少啊？
我抓4000，他就8000。然后今天想找他报仇，他不在了。
啊。
Pair and the flush draw now for Rob.
If Andy can bet this turn and get some more value out of this Jack-8, that's not going to look to fold once it picks up that pair.
Well, the 10K button bet on the flop turns into a 16K bet on this turn.
Getting the right price, making the call.
Yeah, very straightforward and brisk. Number 32 into the middle, and now the flush comes on in for Rob.
Flush.
Unable to induce flush the declaration, and he'll take it down.
你会打鱿鱼吗？
I'll allow it.
Telling you, I'm right. Like we said, Nemesis not here today at this table. Obviously, if you guys missed it, go back and watch day 1. That was some really good content.
Yeah. All of these streams will be archived on the Triton YouTube channel.
I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I just felt it. Did you?
7 deuce suited, and Don just looking to punish someone and inflict pain as we see the ace deuce open, which was always wavering a little bit, along with the Jack-8 flat behind it, both crumbling.
You know what sucks here, I think, for Elizabeth Chen? It's like, okay, Elton's gone, but we replace Elton with Tan Xuan, who's got position.
Right. How do I get more
clubs was it they squeezed?
I mean, he's not going to do that every time, but
no,
his chips are restless. We know this much.
The 3-4 suited, though, is really the one he loves. Oh, bad for Elizabeth Chen. Opening King Queen, but not going to expect the straddle to have Ace Queen right behind you. Curious to see how Rob Yong navigates. Is it 3-bet? Rate to have the best hand and...
42.
Yeah, there is the 3-bet.
Hard to fold in this spot.
Elizabeth's like, is that Elton there? In the one seat? Oh.
It's Elton in every seat. You know, like, how am I getting played back at? This is a new day. don't believe these two have played with each other, so gotta defend this king-queen because it's just so strong, the new blind versus blind.
8-4 deuce. Ace of diamonds. Relevant now for Rob.
Not a bad flop for Rob, right? The ace of diamonds, like you mentioned. Hard for the opponent to continue, even to c-bet. Position, you got backup.
Fires 42,000.
And no diamond in hand for Elizabeth, which makes me think you don't want to continue. But she is. I suppose.
Boy, this is ambitious here, Randy, and we'd better have a plan beyond simply hitting a king or a queen here. And note that when we don't have a king or queen of diamonds, sometimes connecting with the best of cards in that form means the diamond draw gets there, and that makes it tough to get any value. So the 10 rolls off now.
You know what it is, Ollie? I think she's got the game plan. If Rob just bets once on the flop, he's got ace high, and she's just going to bet this river and steal it.
Well, obviously, now that Rob has quickly checked back the 10 of hearts turn card, and the board is 3 middling cards and 2 baby ones, maybe she thinks she can do a little bit of representing with 171 out there. Her plan wasn't to try to get the showdown with king, queen high, and sure enough, Rob's check back on the turn has opened the door for her to measure out a healthy helping of blue chips. 85,000.
Very credible bet. 85K. With the check call on the flop. She can easily have like a 2 pair. Even like jacks. Makes sense. Some kind of diamonds that hit the 10. And Rob holding an ace of diamonds isn't helpful in this spot because if he is picking off, it's against busted diamonds. Nicely played, Chen. She had a plan. Because that flop, definitely not a standard call, but it's like, if I don't think Rob Yong is going to double barrel me relentlessly, maybe I can just take one out of position.
I mean,
she's
the
got
heart
game.
of a lion beating in that chest there. Elizabeth Chen nabbing one from the ace-queen.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
One last 2-hour frame of action, and it tends to be the one that is the zestiest. Welcome back to continuing coverage of our second of 7 cash games here at our first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational from the Maestral Resort and Casino. Just take a look at that stunning property under the cover of darkness, and take a look at some new faces here in our cash game streets, namely the one they call Handz. 7 players for the last 2 hours. Only 2 of them are in the black. As the Chinese delegation is up 610,000, but also down 611,000. So net negative by 1K.
Okay, it's not a team event.
I know it's not a team event, but nevertheless, I think these things are interesting as we see Elton Sang milling about here.
Did he come over here to say, hey, you guys got to do the straddle thing?
He might have, because the straddle is on. And by the way, the fact that he hasn't taken that 8th seat is probably just fine by Elizabeth Chen. He was her nemesis yesterday. Tan, the first of the straddles here as we get things back underway. Esti, King, Queen, makes it 10. Andy, with pocket 10s, makes it more. 40,000 to be specific.
Is it chilly outside?
Jungle's the only person in a jacket in all of Montenegro right now, I promise you. It's hot and humid. We do tend to run the air inside the studio, though, to offset kind of the heat from the lighting and the steam from some of the players who are stuck.
There's a lot of steam sometimes. So Andy's 3-bet wins it. Do keep in mind we also have a seat shuffle, right? They got to redraw new seats.
Yeah, that's right.
So
and I'm not sure that Elizabeth's picked a great one. She's to the left of Tan. This is good, but ST has certainly been the most solid, you know, of all of the people that we've observed. I would say almost across the first 2 days in total.
I agree with that. I will say though, you don't want to be sandwiched by them, but if you were going to be sandwiched, you want this setup. You don't want Tan behind you.
Yeah.
That's the absolute worst situation for anyone.
And it's the one that the new arrival Handz finds himself in. He was playing yesterday for a bit.
Rob, do you know what a 4-bet is?
Hmm?
Do you know what a 4-bet is?
Do I?
Why?
Do I know what a 4-bet is?
Do you know what a 4-bet is?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Why?
I'm trying to see what you know. What kind of kids stuff?
I haven't had a hand to 4-bet anyone. Chance to 4-bet anyone with.
Huh?
Yeah. I haven't had a hand to 4-bet with.
You can take any hand in a 4-bet. You don't need to listen to the charts. That's all bullshit.
I've never seen a chart in my life.
Did you have anyone coach you on the charts?
Never in my life. Did you?
Yes, I have seen the charts. Believe it or not. I have been down the way of the charts. Braves.
Hey, Jungle, have you seen Tan Chuan's chart?
Yeah, it looks like a scrambled egg.
I know the blackjack charts. Basic strategy. So I reckon I could learn the poker ones as well if I.
Me too, Rob.
Yeah, the blackjack one is considerably simpler.
I could probably learn them.
ST. He's
I know
in
all
the
the
straddle
blackjack
defending
hands, what you
against
should do
this
in every
very
situation.
creative
I'm
cutoff
guessing the
phrase
poker ones probably just take a bit longer,
from
right?
Jungle.
What are you saying?
The poker ones would probably take me a little bit longer to learn. But if I'm able to learn the blackjack ones,
Yeah,
it should be okay, right?
that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
To be honest with you, if I have to learn charts for poker, then I don't think I want to play.
Huh?
If I have to learn charts to play poker, I don't think I want to play poker.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said about randomizing. If I have to randomize in order to win. I like to randomize.
It's not my job, is it? So it's different, right? But normally I don't play in games in these type of harder games, right? So I'm normally playing against.
Well, based on that last open, with 6-3 suited, this one could be just about anything for Jungle.
No,
As
but he's not looking at he's
Rob's
not
in
look-
the straddle.
he's not-
With King
looking
Jack
at-
off suit, this 10K is
he's not
turned
looking at
into
charts and that sort of
40,
stuff, so we're
courtesy
all
of
off
what
an
else
even-
but aces.
We're all off an even thing.
Why doesn't he just start looking at some charts? How hard is it? Why don't you just look at some charts? You know what I mean?
I mean, where would I even get time?
You got time to look at some charts.
Do you think it make a big difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. Will it tell him what to do now? I just look at this and I just auto play it, yeah?
Depends what you have, man.
And I could have 4-bet with.
You should. Then you should 4-bet it. If the charts would have said a 4-bet, you should 4-bet.
Yeah.
Two pros, 2 wizards.
Oh, wow. King Jack went into the muck.
Yep. Understandably, Rob didn't have an appetite for it at the 40K price point as he and Jungle chatter away, and TBD whether or not Jungle is performing well with 87,000 in the middle. He did call the extra 30, so presumably we can condense that range down to something toward the upper part of said charts. 32 ahead to the turn, and now a queen. Holding a Broadway gutty to ST, but a board texture that could present some problems.
Yeah, it's not a good one for ST, especially this deep. Still, he could be best, but the lead could have been taken away from him. 2 pairs come in, straights come in. Handz he still beats, of course. King 10, Jack 10, Ace Queens, things like this.
Pocket jacks, pocket queens involved?
Involved for sure, given
Not so
how
much the
deep they are.
kings, given the flat pre, right?
Yeah, I do think that, yeah, Jungleman's got queens and jacks in his range. Kings a little bit less. That's a small bet.
41.
That is a great river card for ST because he counterfeits the 2 pairs that did get there on the turn.
Yeah, you're right. Some of that which he was concerned about would have been the 2-pair combos from the Broadway hands. And now he can throw all of that concern out of the window.
I kind of like betting if I'm ST. That 5 is just so nice.
Is the holdup just salesmanship here from ST?
Yeah, he's trying to figure out what is the best price, because you can really play it in many different ways. What he's cutting out right now seems a bit more milky. What is that, 155?
Healthy and not auto-folding is Kate's.
So I don't think Kate's is... Let's see. He's never calling worse than at least a king. Like a queen X, jack X. It's not continuing. King queen, king jack. They're in a pretty tough spot. Ace 10 and 10-9 would be great for him. Instead of jacks and queens. I mean, if he does happen to jam, ST is going to throw up.
All in.
Wow. That just sucks.
How much more?
A jam for 280,000, representing an extra 125K. And what is it that we're concerned that we're up against with the aces up in particular?
Well, ace 10, 10-9, jacks, queens.
Would the straights
still
seek
jam?
to jam here with the pair having arrived against this sizing?
10-9, I don't think so. Ace 10. I mean, I think you're right. I don't think those hands necessarily need to jam. If that's the case, then we're narrowing the value shove range to queens and jacks, right? I wonder if jacks always jams. I think so. This is weird. We are very deep, right, to start this hand, too. I just don't really see how Jungle's bluffing, though. But Jungle is the type of guy who is studied, and he's aware that he's supposed to have a little bit of bluffs in all situations for balance purposes. You can't, if you are bluffing, you want to block with 3 pair, blocking boats.
Chewing hard on this spot and ultimately laying down the 2 aces, and it was jacks full. That was the one that was most probable as a winner against those 2 aces, don't you think?
He doesn't want to see it. He doesn't want to see it.
Because like we said, kings are going to be a 4-better pre. We're blocking ace-10. We don't really think with the arrival of the pair on board, given how strong we've conveyed our hand to be, that the raise would be coming in from a straight. Kings full, we would have heard from queens and jacks.
The thing is,
just flatting more so the jacks than the queens.
I do think queens flat there a lot pre.
Okay.
200 big blinds deep.
Could have been.
So, but they do 4-bet at some frequency.
Yeah, the best hand.
I just want to say it's hard to find a bluff he beats.
4-bet.
And
Yeah.
I don't think there's ever a worse value hand at jams there. So
Yeah.
what I mean by that is king, queen, and king, jack. They're never jamming. They're just
Turn's not
calling.
great as well, yeah. Turn's not
It's a good
great
fold.
as well. It was good flop. Was king jack ahead on the flop? Or did you have 5s?
I swear to tell the truth. I plead the 5th. The 3rd, whatever it is. I forget which one it is.
Jack 3 suited, by the way.
Huh?
Was king jack ahead on the flop?
Raise and take it for time.
Would it have? Because either it was or it wasn't. I didn't have king jack. I'll say I had a jack in my hand. I had the jack. It's my straddle, right? We're straddling.
Sounds right.
Jack in your hand?
Huh?
You have jack in your hand?
I have jack in my hand, yeah. You got an ace in your hand? You got an ace in your hand. Must be ace.
You see the immediate impact of the straddle. It is remarkable, Randy, because there's plenty of pots that get open and then 3-bet. But when they're open to what would otherwise be, potential 3-bet against like a min, more so what we see in tournaments. Then the 3-bet on top of that, we talk about the 35,000, 40,000 range. All of a sudden, we look up at 100K in the middle before we go to the flop.
Yeah.
The game gets much, much bigger.
Look like bluff.
Show
me one card, I show you one card.
You can show.
Huh?
You can show.
I show. I tell you I have jack.
今天最后的机会了。
等一下还有，人家赌一场。
Aaron Zhang paid a visit.
这边打完然后继续打。
I trade a card for a card. It's the poker law.
Not that these briquettes need any more heat, but Aaron Zhang would be a little bit of lighter fluid on this thing.
Yeah. He would be always at my table if I wanted, like, hand-picked action.
Plenty of action without him, though, here, as we see Tan's Jack 7 suited getting pumped By ace queen off, now on the button, ace queen suited for Rob.
This is a nice hand, but it's uncomfortable because look, the 3-better's got 800K in front of him.
You know what? You do have to make a psychological adjustment though, right? Because that if you just pay attention to the 35, you think, oh, this hand might not be good enough for 35,000. But you've been playing non-straddle poker more than straddle poker. And this is not at all dissimilar to somebody opening it to 6,000 without the straddle on, and you're playing 1K, 2K, and then someone behind coming in and making it like, let's say, 16,000.
Mm-hmm. I hear ya. No shame in binning that ace queen suited. Is this hand over, or is Tan Xuan has got big pot ideas? This is a 3-gapper. This man is insane.
$130,000 pushback here from Tan. Here's the thing, though. You end up in these leveling wars with yourself and in your head and the context, and Tan will just drag you into some very dark corners.
Esti. He knows that Tan Xuan is messing around because this is not a standard call pre with ace queen offsuit. There's 269,000 in the middle. Look at these two hands.
And remember, 1 ace and 1 queen were binned by Rob, which always was an issue for St. Wang, and those issues become even bigger once Tan outflops us with not just the pair of 7s, but the jack-high diamond draw as well.
Amazing flop for Tan Xuan. St. Wang. He's got 2 overs, ace of diamonds. I'm expecting Tan to come in small just given how good his hand is. He also doesn't mind if his opponent catches up and he hits a flush. That would be nice. He might even check from time to time. He 4-bet massive.
Yeah, you don't get to 269 in the middle courtesy of some standard action. This was straddle. Open.
35K, then $130,000.
Yep.
He's coming in big, 145. And St is thinking about that ace of diamonds, but it's harder to work with when your opponent bets big.
And remember, this is exactly why Tan kept topping up, kept his stack big, even as he was descending into the red deeper and deeper. And that ace queen with the ace of diamonds at that price point can't carry on shopping.
You're definitely right about that. He kept topping up because he likes to play these big pots where players, when they 3-bet, good hands. What do you do when you put it in 4-bet? They feel like they've got to defend or they just fold. And we've got some good poker coming up in the wee hours of this one.
Boy, that laugh is almost sinister and menacing because Tan knows I got you guys right where I want you if you're going to play this straddle game with me, and you're sitting deep.
I kind of don't want this table to ever end. I know there's going to be some massive clashes at some point.
And you just feel in advance for the person who's going to be left breathless at showdown. Ugh. By some very creative kid.
I didn't think that Tan Xuan is trying to drag St into that hole he's been digging. He's climbing out. And St's been on a bit of a downswing. At one point, he had like at least a 1.1 or 1.2 million stack.
No, for sure, and it's been snacked on.
Yeah, he's got like a 700K stack now.
Up stuck.
Yeah, but that's an upstuck that hurts,
Yeah,
right?
but not steaming, I don't think. I
No,
mean,
he's not steaming. He's playing well.
irritated maybe.
I have to imagine chat is entertained right now.
You seem very concerned with how entertained chat is, Randy.
Because I'm very entertained. I want them to be as well. Is that a problem? Is that a bad thing, the way you bring it up?
choice, Randy, I too would love for chat to be entertained. I would.
What is this choice thing you're mentioning?
But I also want to keep chat in line, you know what I mean?
No, I'm actually on
Firm
their
but fair.
I'm on their team. That made you chuckle.
You're
Okay.
here sitting in the booth with me and you're on their team through the screen? We're all in the same team, by the way. And
Look at his turn card.
Unfortunately,
Kate's opened the button. C-bet the flop, and Tan's turn top 2, but that is a good combo draw there for Daniel.
he's got the wheel gutty, the heart draw, position, and initiative. And it's all coming together.
Full pot.
To the tune of full pot 52,000. Top 2 pair here for Tan.
To check call or to check raise?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Does feel like the latter.
He's the type of guy that can go for check raises and still get paid off by worse. It's not unreasonable that Daniel Cates has got a big draw. He's going to make the check call. 155 in the middle. Queen of Hearts on the river. Jungleman. He's done the dirty.
He has done the dirty. And let's see whether or not Tan can sniff it out. He does check it.
Jungleman can get most value against aces up. Tan's got ace jack, ace 5, ace 3 in his range for sure. 107,000.
Fuck hurt. Fuck hurt. Jungleman, 长了。Happy. 最差的一张牌，他妈。
Oh, I know enough Chinese to know what he just said there is not the response of someone who's pleased, as all of a sudden his tofu got stinky. Payday for the jungle.
He's sorry.
Yeah.
丢了个嗨呀！
You know, he apologizes, but ironically enough for Tan, that's kind of being walked down the path that you generally walk people down. Showing down in big pots with that kind of kid, the backdoor flush, all of a sudden breathlessness from the aces up.
Is that in your chart?
Yeah. My lucky stars. Mine is in my astrology chart.
Nice when the heart comes. Not nice when the heart misses. Because he's not going to fold.
That's why you gotta check your astrology charts before you play poker.
The astrology charts. Wow, okay.
What chart?
Astrology charts.
What sign are you, Jungleman?
That's the charts I was talking about.
It takes to learn all the poker shots.
Not all of them might take a minute, but they're all kind of, a lot of them are similar.
Is it just pre-flop, or is it flop, turn, and river?
I mean,
Three
most of
pocket
it's
pairs
pre-flop.
here
Hard to do flop,
joined
turn, and river, isn't it?
by
Like,
ace deuce of
millions
clubs
temptations.
and bottom set on the king
I mean, no
queen
one really knows all
10
that.
board for
You
Andy,
see,
the best of
that
what's
World
around.
Series was-
Huh?
You see people playing live poker looking at charts on their phone, even at 1-2 games now.
Who?
Even in a 1-2 cash game, people are looking at charts.
Fuck, man.
So I guess it's just pre-flop, play this hand, whatever.
Well, if all they do is change things up a little bit, like they don't have any charts.
It's just pre-flop, right?
Round
Mainly.
of checks.
That's just pre-flop.
3-bet here, call here.
They change the structures a little bit, they can't look at the charts.
Really?
Not so easily, anyway.
This board's dangerous. Andy needs to bet.
You change the structure. It's the same structure in every game.
Well, how do you change the structure again?
You just like, change the blinds, change the antes, add the squid game. There's no squid game charts. Where are the squid game charts? You got the squid game charts? You know squid game on dial? Hey, I need some squid game charts.
I know someone who thinks they've got them. I know someone who thinks they've solved them.
I know that too, but that doesn't mean it's like public.
It's true, no. It's all not good for poker.
Well, you can't really fight it. You can't really.
Pretty one in the straddle awaits Rob. That dominates the opener, Andy.
Well, let's see if he gets an opportunity, because this is a hand that Chen might 3-bet.
Young man.
Especially after losing that pot.
Yeah, suited one gapper with perhaps heightened core temperature.
You don't
Does
care
make it
enough to
35.
like make larger scale changes. It's the same thing in the real world.
Yeah, but then people don't support those changes.
Gotta align incentives somehow.
No takers. The King 10 concedes, and Rob's King Queen concedes before it. Well, if you like playing online poker, there's really only one place to do it. GG Poker, the world's biggest online poker site. Sink your teeth into their award-winning poker software. And if you're a new player, sign up using the promo code Triton_2024. Get yourself a full deposit bonus with a minimum of $20, plus a $50 Global Millions ticket. And then, on top of that, Russian Cash Fridays also available. It all happens at GG Poker.
Jungle ace-8 suited. Things have been going so well for him. Pocket pair for 10. He's in.
I mean, hunting sets become so profitable, in particular when these straddle pots get things bloated. $29K in the middle. And Don with a bit of a bone to pick, as those chips in front of Jungle look very familiar to him.
There's a
and
set.
There's the K6, as one was binned pre on a board texture where Jungle has got the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot.
He's not checking the check fold. 18,000 from 10. Well, let's play a turn card.
That turn doesn't change much.
As played, and I'm going to imagine Dan is just going to be check folding, but you know, Tan has got to put his opponent on a range that can check call the turn. There's a lot of hands. Overpairs can easily be check calling this flop, especially super deep. 9Xs, 7s and 8s, 6, 7, just plenty of hands that can pay off to a sizable turn bet.
Tan Xuan. Yeah.
A follow-up to the 18,000. A bet of 53, which ends things.
There's boss spectating.
What was that then?
Boss actually a
Olympic.
massive football fan. And I'm talking outside the U.S. football, meaning soccer, if you're an American. Sweating the Argentinian national team, reigning World Cup champs, rumbling in the Olympics.
They take the Olympics seriously? These teams? It's not like World Cup or something, is it?
Thanks for dropping that knowledge, because
well,
I don't know anything
maybe
about it.
If it has anything to do with pop culture, movies, music, sports.
Definitely not sports. Thank you, buddy.
My small van.
I'm here for you.
Our team. At least until this week's over.
At least until you shower me by saying you tolerate me in the booth.
I won't say that anymore today.
You're running out of time.
I am.
And so's Tan if he's trying to dig out of the hole. King Jack, raise and take. Don't think we've seen Handz get involved.
No, he just stepped in.
Just yet.
Recently, and you see, he's just been a spectator of this crazy action. Do you blame him?
I mean, this is one of those spots where you showed up to go snorkeling, and then all of a sudden you peered over the edge of the boat, and you're like, there looks like there's a lot of sharks down there.
Don't worry, they're friendly, and they're just like biting his blood everywhere.
They're juvenile sharks. Don't worry. The reef sharks, they only
Yeah,
are
there's
looking
a
for
floating
fish.
hand, but don't mind that.
Yeah, exactly.
Not by hand on the button.
Headless carcass floats by the surface. Like,
don't worry,
what
that was last year.
Oh, man, that's a thing for the tourists. We don't, That was last year. They're full now.
They just ate, so you'll be all right for a couple hours.
We're going to the Bahamas. Both you and I have been down to Atlantis before, which is going to play host in December to both the World Series of Poker and Triton in a collaborative week-long stretch that'll include our $500,000 invitational event. And then our main after that, and then, of course, the 25K, 50 million guarantee somewhere in the Bahamas. I don't think it's where we're going to be. Near Nassau, I think, right? That's where we go.
Yeah, we're going to Nassau.
There's this place where pigs
Swimming with the pigs. Yes, I know about that.
Maybe, you down? Should we take a little side trip?
It's not at Nassau. It's one of those other islands.
I know. A little side trip. I'll rent a
kinda
plane. I'm like halfway into my pilot's license. What could go wrong? Hashtag Aliyah. Sorry.
I'll just
Too
take
soon?
the regular. I'll take a boat rather than have you pilot
Would you let
me
me
around.
captain the boat?
Skipper.
Queen 6-4. Tan captaining a jack high flush draw here. Nines and jack 10 smattered elsewhere in a 35K pot. Round of checks. Now the nines downed by the turn. Andy with the best hand. Esti didn't follow through.
Andy's going to bet his pair of tens. I wonder if Tan occasionally comes in check raising this, thinking, look, this is a cap range on the button. I can have a lot of big hands.
This one was 10K ahead, courtesy of the open in this straddle. 2.5x by Esti's nines. Andy flatted.
I don't think he wants to check call this in. It feels like a check fold or check raise spot.
Tan came along as well pre. You saw the round of checks. And now the second pair of checks in front of Andy leaves him thinking, I don't need to worry about a queen, so 16,000. And all of a sudden, we're regretting our decision as Tan just activates, grabbing the torque wrench and ratcheting things up to 75 dimes.
This is why Tan Xuan likes to play super deep. He knows rangers are capped, and that's when he attacks the most. This is very uncomfortable for Andy. It kind of feels like Andy feels like he's got the best hand, but then does he really want to pay this much more and maybe a river bet and not sure what to dodge? Really, the best hand Andy usually shows up here is Queen 10. Oftentimes it is a hand like this, or one pair. Andy's going to lay it down in Tan Xuan, just doing Tan Xuan things. He's tough to play against. Like,
where
your
do you want to
stack
go
is
from there with the
always
10, right?
at risk, you know what I'm saying?
He's the dude that you look over and you're like, man, I know you're doing it to me. Okay? But what? I'm going to call this 75 and pray that you don't barrel at me on virtually any river? And then I'm sitting there with the 10s puckered?
You're exactly right. When you don't have the nuts, you are terrified playing against them.
不抓啊？抓吗？到底的。
Like a bus with no brakes. You
This
can't
is
count on him to
speed.
slow down.
还有20分钟 pass 上。
Did you ever see the video of the kids on the school bus that did go out? The brakes went out. They had like a surveillance video. I can only laugh about it because all the kids were safe. But
Yeah, I was going to say, you...
They caught some serious air in the back seat.
Did they,
man.
did they hit the ceiling?
They hit the roof.
Is that a razor or straddle?
I know it's not funny. I just,
You
know, actually it
are-
is, especially when they didn't get hurt. But
You're getting me in trouble. It's collateral damage right now. Like, please, keep these kind of
家里
thoughts
抓不抓？都还记。
with a different commentator,
No,
but not me. I'm a good one. You're taking me down, buddy.
海力不够。
You're going to be all right.
All right.
You'll survive. I'm not sure the 5s will survive, though. Tan, ace-6 suited top pair. 2 overs to the nickels. Just going to play it as a check call.
Makes sense with this kicker.
This one came down.
Elizabeth.
Uneventfully, by the way, given that the straddle was off.
Double barrel snap called. Elizabeth trying to leverage that undergun range that's super strong normally. Once she gets snap called, oftentimes Tan Xuan is holding ace, so if you want to bluff him off of an ace, you need to go big, representing ace king, ace queen, ace jack, to blow out this hand. And she is going to bet once more. It makes sense. If you're betting this on the turn, you need to follow through.
Look at her exchanging this smile with Tan, who I think very much gives her credit. I mean, this is an upfront open in an unstraddled pot. Dry board texture. She's barreled not once. Continuing to tell the story.
Yeah, she's 3-barreling this one.
Yeah, not twice, but 3 times.
And look at her just kind of looking at Tan like, hurry up and fold so I can just take this pot. It looks very credible. This looks like a big ace. Leveraging that position and flexing the call.
That's a deflating way to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, by the way. The single finger flick of the white chip,
Off
it
the top.
recklessly rolls into the pot and then makes a U-turn and comes right back to you along.
小年纪。
With a bunch of Elizabeth Chen's chips.
我看你前途无量啊！
3条觉得打不掉你。
已经很想丢了，换别人早就哭了。我看了你一眼，有点怕。女孩子鸡比较少。
Game recognized game there, by the way, in terms of Tan.
It
catching
almost
Elizabeth
worked.
there. It really did almost work, but the problem is he's like, hey, listen, I wrote the book on this business here. Okay. Don't try to BS a BSer.
Chose the wrong customer.
Yeah, he did. You know what, though? I give her props. Because a lot of people would shut it down, fearful of Tan's stickiness. And I think he knows that, which is why when the barrels come in against him in those spots, he's like, wait a minute. Few would have the moxie to fire against me here. No moxie required for aces to 3-bet, though. As Tan would do this with far less kit, so Andy hanging in. King, queen. Turns into a Broadway gut shot versus top set on this 2-spade texture.
Andy's got plenty of life. If he can find a 10, he would win a massive pot. Xuan coming in with the C-bet, 20K. Can Andy find a 10?
He's going to try. Another 40,000 sliding into the middle, but no help. Sliding onto the board for Andy.
It's actually possible for Xuan to actually trap this on the turn. Andy's got a lot of gut shots. King, queen, queen 10 that might stab. He might not think a jack would call another barrel. Of course, betting is fine given the texture. But of course, holding top set, you block the aces a bit. Like this check.
Oh, a little grimy. The thing is, it's tough when we have 3 aces to give credit for an ace to be across the way, but perhaps giving credit to Andy not being able to resist the temptation of us pumping the brakes on this board. He has successfully induced this 62K barrel. Now, do we pounce?
No, we often check call here.
Even though the board's so wet and you can maybe charge a price?
Is it that wet, though? It's just the spades we're worried about.
Well, some straight draws, I guess, but all of those will be gut shots, you know, in terms of Broadway interactions.
Well, it looks like he is going to pounce. So there's, what, 1 ace left in the deck? I mean, it is possible Andy's got it. But obviously not going to continue with the king queen.
What do you mean by it's possible that Andy's got it?
Like something that can call check raise is what I meant.
I see.
He also might not think that Andy, if he was holding a gut shot, would follow through for river bet. Like he was going to bet turn, and if he got called, was check it back unimproved. So maybe there's not that much merit to slow playing once again. But I do really like the turn check to get that bet out.
I mean, 62,000 got put in there that I'm not sure when Tan chooses to lead ever has any prayer of entering the pot. So
right, exactly.
He's so crafty.
He's playing a $1.2 million stack now. He's really pushed his chips up.
This is the thing. He's a man that doesn't panic about getting buried.
No. He's in for 1.4, I believe. It was down like 600,000 at one point. He's dangerous. He's fun to watch. Really is pretty much a mandatory player to have at any high-stakes cash game if you want entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
哎，哇死了，快了！
一阵风。
Yeah.
We are? I feel like we're like always doing a round.
Yeah, we are always doing a round because this is what happened at this hour. Jungleman is doing amazing though.
Anima.
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 Anima. Jungle?
Yeah, showing off the less savory part of the language is jungle, but isn't that always the rule when you're learning a foreign language, in particular through friends in poker or gambling?
Knows that
it's
line,
always
yeah.
the curse words.
Yeah, it's always that.
Ace, Queen, 5 here. Three-way affair. Jungle's got this one covered.
Instant check from Jungle.
Oh, and Elizabeth gets induced.
Trying to steal this one, but Ace-10 is check calling. As the pre-flop raiser.
好，能不能去搞一下？
Was a straddle pot.
That yawn was massive. It almost looked like the Scream Mask.
顶3条，你在这搞
Not
搞
since the Pride of Lions got through
啊
a freshly taken down wildebeest have we seen that amount of drowsiness. King on the river for some showdown here. Elizabeth did not fire the turn.
Could see Jungle go for value. His kicker's quite decent.
Jungle's fading, Randy.
Jungle, are you thinking about sizing or are you going down literally? Okay, he is still functioning because...
Consciousness maintained. This is a very...
Just push those in.
Very feeble 35,000.
Jungle is looking tired. As Elizabeth Chen thinks about this one, is he thinking about a raise? Or is it a call? She might think it's odd that Jungleman check called this flop and has the ability to fire the river. I think she might be concerned of King Queen. Ace-10 is good.
Yep. One-time bank. Spent. Marker down.
I want to use the toilet. My straddle?
Yes.
I want to use the toilet. I don't know what's...
Well, I'm a little bit concerned. Is he thinking like just there at the table? He'd like
No,
to use it,
he's
or?
going to go to the restroom. But
Because there's this movie, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, from back in the day with Steve Martin. I know I'm dating myself. It's a very funny movie. And he's at a dinner table and he says, "May I go to the bathroom?" And they say yes. And then he quietly sits there. And then 15 seconds later, he says, "Thank you." And everyone's mortified.
I promise you, that's not what Jungleman's thinking.
I'd like to go to the toilet. Thank you. That would have been epic. I'm telling you, Jungle might not know where he is right now
Like
anymore.
Jungle?
He looks real sleepy.
Did you wash your hands?
This is just...
Well, he's getting involved in pot, so...
With Elizabeth again, by the way.
That'll keep him awake.
I wouldn't be too sure. He looks like he's barely hanging on.
Oh, he's focused, don't worry.
Focused on 3-3 deuce with 2 spades. No spade in hand. Just a check fold there. And for Elizabeth, even though that's a modest pot, I think...
Straddle's over or what's going on?
Staying the tide is important. He's slurring out there, Randy.
How's this? What is going on here?
There it is.
I think he needs a pillow.
Tan's just hitting his stride. The straddle pot. Andy. Limps King 8 off. Jungle. Can't resist the deal. Queen 6. Handz no choice but to play this one, unless, of course, he wants to shoot it up, which he does. Table image is quite tight right now. This will read credible.
And there's a sleepy jungle.
Yeah.
He's not going to mess around. Nice one, Handz.
Yep.
I don't like being put in a box.
We're bringing in Paul? It looks like to me.
Boss popping in. I would imagine he drew into that seat at random.
Thank you.
Jungleman.
5K。
马上过来了啊
I win. I win. I win. I just play the same.
对呀，不用等嘛。
So welcome back, Paul Phua, to the festivities.
No.
马上到10家的时候，你等到哪时候去了？你10家的不都凑过来？
你们谁的啊？
对呀。
打把谁的啊？
那这有一圈。
第一把，是谁第一呢？那你第一的。
All right, so Tan's got the mystery hand. Whole range into play.
You know, the thing is, Tan always has the mystery hand, whether you can see his 2 cards or not. The mysterious hand is maybe the better way to describe it.
我现在把玩免费嘛，公道嘛。
不是，你等到大猫完，就是我10家的，对吧？
就不刚了嘛，你2次了嘛。
Jungle
最后一把
getting after Tan straddle with King 7.
你正好大盲嘛。
28 in the middle. Top pair for Jungle.
Instant check. A drop of a hammer.
Ace on the turn.
他说要输钱，对，应该100咯。
2 strikes at the table from Dan Cates. But Tan's going to bet.
你给他偷了，很少偷的哦。
对啊，我感觉他很少偷的。他那个不过第5张发
他偶尔会。
12K check called.
他上次偷
pot up to 52.
在伦敦笑死我。
Consciousness level down to about 6.
Yes. Got some aggressive checks. Tan.
4 to a wheel out there.
Yeah, he can rep that. He's in the straddle, so he can really have a lot of holdings.
整个面赢那么多。
赢了我一把。
赢了这一把，赢了
张军
一把。
I mean, some of the trouble with the line that Cates took here on this King 5-4 board, despite flopping top pairs, you under-rep and end up playing the guessing game down the streets. And unfortunately for him...
哎呀！小钱他给你赢。
妈！翻币的，我他妈来不他。
I'm getting value.
哎呀！
我 A 勾顶2倍哦，给他。
我思路 O 了。
没大他，让他的表演，他妈的。
哇！
演出一个后门花。
Jungle's my spirit animal after some of the epically long live streams that we've done toward the end of the night. Randy's looked over and seen me in similar shape.
Not in that shape.
No, he's pretty bad right now. You want action on whether or not he falls out of his chair between now and the end of the match?
You might be a favorite.
Queen Jack offsuit. Esti takes us up.
Handz has got a decent hand in a small blind. Could activate in terms of aggression.
45.
It's been quiet. He gets it done.
Kind of a silent assassin. Handz hasn't had to take a flop.
Yeah, 30啊，60啦，可怜。但我现在还没有进去是吧？现在吧。
Scoreboard time.
Yes, it is. That scoreboard shows Jungleman Dan Cates as the lone player in the black at present, having cobbled together with a semi-lucid state of consciousness an almost $400,000 win. Andy Nee, 90K winner. Handz working his way back toward even after bleeding out a little. Boss and Esti in the red. Things really have turned around for Wang, by the way, in the wrong direction.
Feels like a $500,000 swing downwards from his peak.
Note, by the way, that Xuan and Rob Yong,
another round,
roughly $175,000 losers, and Elizabeth Chen stuck over $250,000.
We're keeping the straddle on.
Well, that'll give you a shot to get even or get even more buried.
Why 6 only?
Ton's ace-10 suited has its problems here.
We're definitely going to be seeing a flop in this spot. This is one of Xuan's better holdings. It's button versus straddle. This is the type of hand where you tend to call a bit more with these positions. It's not unheard of to 4-bet it, but we often see call. But we often see Xuan making it 4 bets. 120,000. He doesn't stop.
He wants to get things dirty. Let's get in the mud.
I think that Esti might just rip this one in. There's just been a lot going on. These aren't early positions. He could call as well. But with the straddle, we do shrink the stacks a bit. And against the bigger 4-bet, jamming becomes a bit nicer than calling. So instead of jamming, he is going to 5-bet. But it's looking to commit.
280K. And note that that's a chunky bit of ST's stack.
Yeah, this is not fun for Xuan. Kind of feel like he wishes there was more stack to play for behind.
I mean, it's so brutal to muck a hand and post 120K loss without so much as seeing a flop, but high variance.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of regret there now. He's like, oh man, maybe I should have called and played some post flop. But ace-10 suit is definitely a hand that you could 4-bet with. kind of feel like Esti and Xuan has been the two have been battling the most today.
Jungleman.
It's not a feeling. I think that's just a fact.
What? Huh? You want to swap the hand?
What?
Swap.
What are you saying?
Wait.
I don't know what you're saying.
What's that? Strider?
You have to speak clearly, Esti. This is Montenegro.
What?
I don't know what that means.
I don't think he knows what it means either.
I'm curious. What do you have?
Swap. Curious what you have.
So, yeah, so swap.
Huh? Swap?
Yeah.
Swap information. What you have?
What you have?
What he have?
No, I mean, that's big pot I win, right?
Yeah.
So another big pot I win, we swap the hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you send me.
I tell you?
You send me. Send me the message.
Oh. You send me a message?
Send him what you have.
Yeah.
What you have.
The last hand.
Looking to keep it discreet between one another and
Owe you one hand.
not indulge
Swap
us
hand. Esti.
in the revelations. Of course, we already know
I don't think that's crazy.
what Jungle had.
Yeah, where's my phone? Yeah, 手机怎么没了？
6-6-7 flop, king turn, now backdoor clubs. And boss able to show the ace for a winner. So all the action came in pre.
This is the hand I want. You won versus me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't bluff, right?
Huh?
You don't lie, right?
No lie.
No lie. Can we see on TV?
So you had this hand, not when I had the hand I text you, when
Yeah.
the hand I lose to you.
Same.
What?
Same.
Okay. Same?
Yeah.
Let's talk about those two big pots. Esti actually had aces
Yeah.
both hands, both times.
I did not have that hand. The hand I lose to, obviously. The hand I lose somewhere else.
Nine, 7 suited, similar architecture for Elizabeth, being played as a flat against this Jungle Open, which is the spirit of Aaron Zhang, basically.
Aaron really likes the Jack-8 suited as well, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah.
3-bet called by Kate's Chen. Closing action. There's $149,000 in the middle, and we've got Ace, Jack, Jack 9, and 9-7.
So we head to the Ace 8 Deuce ultra dry board, just fine by ST. Elizabeth bookending the 8 of spades.
What about? Here?
ST's going to main control.
There's some.
Okay, I go to the toilet. I don't.
That's 20% pot. Elizabeth Chen is floating here.
We've seen her
straddling that 8 of spades.
I mean, we have seen her do some very interesting things on the day, especially I think in spots like this where if ST didn't have an ace and he was just barreling, we see he improves to the nut flush draw to go with that ace. But you anticipate the checks out of position into you, and then you can try to take it or assess once that happens.
Yeah, this is actually, if she did not improve this turn, she most definitely would be looking to bet. She might still, but SC, when he bets the flop 20%, checks turn, he has a lot of air. He has like kings and queens that maybe you can move off of. And she hits the 9, running 9s to take the lead.
This is remarkable. ST felt like he had so much hand that He didn't need to bet it. And this is going to be so concealed. What 9 combo is supposed to be across the way?
Does not exist.
Except when it does.
And this is going to be dicey. 70K into 200.
She's not flatting, my friend.
No, she's jamming. ST is going to be a bit confused. Like, really? You're going to check the turn and jam now?
I really like this out of Elizabeth because the vibe that I'm getting as I sit here prior to the anticipated raise is one of uncertainty and genuine deliberation, which of course is offset by the 2 little words all in.
This line is so confusing, the ST. ST should not expect Elizabeth Chen to have like an ace-queen in this spot. They probably wouldn't be jamming the river. They might even bet the turn when checked too. He knows that he bet so small on the flop and might have induced some floats, so maybe he can craft some bluffs. Just doesn't realize he's been backed into by the trips.
Finds the fold, Randy.
我告诉你，不许看，
等2天之后他们让我不错，
不许看。
I think Tom gets paid there.
Tan wants to look so bad. She's like, no, you're not allowed to look.
Yeah.
没有。
If you do show a card, show that 7 of spades and they will have no idea.
Oh, for sure. Show the 7 and they're breathless.
Like, what can you have?
Right.
有个 A 转投机。
Why you never ask me to take a piece this time?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, I can actually.
Set， 不像 set。
我不能有 set 吗
？4路打5路打不是更好吗？
哎呀，4路不打5路。
哦，占了。
欧机就漂亮哦。
有点相机哦，但是也说不准，搞不清楚。他反正刚才偷我一个小鸡，
我偷了他3条街都没偷掉他。
所以他是有偷鸡的前科的。
肯定有了，打完的偷鸡是把我输的。
包加码加30。
Jack 9 suited.
You know, Handz is just hanging around.
Yeah, this time piquing his interest. He continues to cobble away, largely uncontested.
He's even.
What isn't it? Handz the Z at the end?
Yeah.
No.
It is.
Why? Was it
2天去哪看？
电视上啊。
哪个电视台？
Make it special.
中央电视台。
YouTube
Make it special.
啊。
还要慢慢找，我等要看这个时间了。
Handz isn't a special enough name.
No.
啊，等我坐下来一下就有了。第二次。
That's a special
Yeah,
hand.
you get to be special.
厉害厉害厉害。
Ace King.
Who's 300?
In the straddle. Who's getting after it?
ST topping up 300,000, it sounds like.
Andy,
Oh.
2 queens, the classic brewing on the horizon.
His hands are.
Look at the positions.
Aaron?
Ace 3 suited.
Oh, this is... A jungle.
Yeah, swinging from the vines here.
Handz still to act. Because this straddle, this reduces the number of blinds they're playing, and I think we're going to see what, an 850k pot. I don't really see how Andy's going to fold 2 queens.
那个下去了才开始松起来。
哪个？
那个2个。
苏联的。
对，
那2个不是来打牌的，
真的不知道来干嘛的。
我不是讲了，一上来，投进去就赢了一把，赢了你嘛，就喝咖啡了。
投进去喝咖啡还强一点，起码别人。
哦，那个4万不应该去。
35.
一个晚上就3比这1把，还在
All
场内
parties were waiting eagerly for the response from Handz, and all of a sudden, 135 the declaration.
These are the 3 blinds, small blind, big blind, straddle. Andy doesn't feel comfortable, rightfully so, because Handz has put in a cold 4-bet.
哇，
总数17万多而已。
少输了，对不对？
第5张没有发，不懂是什么。
I think queens is just too much. Too much of a hand to not get it in right now. Especially if jungle's messing around and you get that extra 51k overlay.
Boy, this is getting very funky though. Because I don't think there's any perception that Handz has it in him to be light here. Right?
I agree with that.
So, if he isn't light, how are our queens doing?
The thing is, queens, if you're up against ace-king, queens is actually a favorite, right?
Of course.
I prefer having queens than ace-king, I would think, because of that fact.
For waiting on jungle, 82 to call. Is he out, man?
It kind of looked like he dozed off for a second.
Is he just... Hang on. Can we get a shot of jungle?
It was a small one earlier.
I know the action's on Andy.
I mean, if Andy looks at jungle and jungle's actually out, maybe it means he's disinterested in...
No, what you do is you wait for jungle to fall asleep. And then you tell everyone, shh.
Oh, and then
You
the
call,
clock
and
runs
then he
out.
times out.
Yes. Oh, you're a genius. So jungle times out with aces or something.
Yeah, genius isn't the word you're looking for. Scumbag is really the one.
Professional scumbag,
There
Ali
you go,
Nejad.
see?
There we go. There we go. I can't believe you even thought of that.
I know. I'm almost embarrassed that it came to me.
This is Triton poker. Come on, man.
No, that's never going to be allowed to happen.
Rules are rules. Let's go find Luca and ask him later.
You know, this felt like a very reluctant decision from Andy. He moves all in. That wakes jungle up.
I'm not that crazy.
Handz is priced in.
Yep. He says call 853k pot. We're used to seeing these in the tournament streets, Randy. But now we're seeing them where real US dollars are on the line.
You ready for the classic?
Are we going once or twice?
It looks like once. They aren't even discussing it.
Oh my.
Okay.
Hang on.
3. The one wins. You want 3? Possible?
Hey,
Let's go. Okay, Han. We want to see some blood.
Andy wanted 2, and we got 3 negotiated.
Okay, now what that does is ensures that there will be some blood. Now, of course, the queens quite happy to be running it for the time being, at least more than once, given that Handz has found the king on the flop. Gutter on the turn for Andy.
Oh.
And that gutter comes in, and all of a sudden, it is Handz who is happy to have run this more than once. Always a dog Wasted the king on that particular board. Finds it again on this one, though. Running hard.
Yeah, running hard.
One path.
Hard this time.
Oh, no. This one's my fault if it comes in.
他是那个是顺顺。
Nervy moment here for Handz. And now, this third and final board will dictate who takes a modest profit. When I say modest, when we're carving this pot into 3 parts,
It's a lot.
it's actually a chunky bit of profit. 7-3-4.
应该没什么红心了。
2 kings already burned. 4 outs. 4 hands. And none of them show up.
So Andy takes 2 of 3.
cover 就这边的1/3咯。
没有，总共是看看谁多一点。
Running it twice would have been the less damaging way to go, but
我应该
cover.
I do think that sometimes the run it 3 times just to make sure somebody wins or loses a little bit,
I like it.
instead of just chop it up, can be good for the game.
Okay, cover.
So Handz. He wanted to run it 3 times. He was the one that got a little flesh wound there.
哦，正好。
400, yeah. Okay.
All right, this is a bit of a
4, 5 something. That's the
math problem
You do.
to figure out now.
133。
Shall we take a look at the scoreboard while they figure
Yeah,
out?
Sure. Let's get things sorted. Esti 241 in the black. Andy 251. Jungle 277. The $250,000 crew, roughly. The only 3 in the black as Tan continues with some urgency to try to dig his way out of an over 300K loss. Rob 200 in the red, and of course Handz, the product of Ace King versus Queen Queen, now down 116, with Elizabeth having mounted a significant comeback.
Yeah, she's
Boss
climbed out.
just treading water.
他计算马上把别人钱算没了。Fish。
备胎。
VIP。Fish VIP。
King 8 suited hit the muck, but not this one for Rob Yong.
Standardized 11K open in these straddle pots. And Handz says that isn't enough. Ace 10 suited. Makes it 40. No further questions.
Can you call
Case
for
closed.
tips for me? Tips.
Uh-oh. Handz wants to roll a little deeper. Jungle's in Rem, by the way. I don't know if you're seeing this. He's got, look, once the head slips off the hand, we could see the forehead crash down into his stack.
Chips everywhere.
Something like that.
Give me whatever I have.
I believe Handz is looking to unload
Bankroll on table.
his bankroll. Yeah, whatever he transferred in is on its way to the felt.
Handz. He's 3-betting again. This time with just King 8 suited.
I don't know how steamed up he is about the Ace King versus the 2 Queens potentially, but it does feel like all of a sudden.
Am I playing with more chips behind?
Dropped the clutch in and shifted gears. I'm not sure if we got a response on whether or not the chips he requested are in play in this particular pot. It would appear not, just based on the 255 figure that we're seeing.
It probably isn't, given he didn't really specify amount.
Yeah.
And it's not even clear to Jungle how much that amount would be, so it makes sense that's not in play.
So then Jungle will be the covering stack, a bet and a call of 30K, and now potentially an opportunity on the turn here for Handz to continue to tell the story. Ace comes off in Instead of doing that, he pumps the brakes, however. Jungle with 2 8s. I'm not sure he's rushing to get chips into the middle, but he does make a flush on the river.
Yeah, really nice for Jungleman. Obviously, ace. Wait, he's nodding off mid-hand. There's 158,000 in the middle.
I've been here, man. I've been here while I was doing 80 down the freeway, too. I'm just going to be honest. And the problem for Jungle is he doesn't have those little lane dividers to wake him up here. You know. You've heard that noise, Randy.
I've done it in my time. I've done a 360. Okay.
Ooh.
I have. What I do know is that
achievement unlocked.
This 50K is gone.
But I got a flush.
Yeah. The guy that can't keep his eyes open.
You're losing to that guy.
Here?
I wonder if this is what I look like, because, I mean, every summer there's a couple of sessions that I'll play in Vegas and mix that are like 40 hours long, and I know all too well what Jungle is dealing with.
You're relating.
You know, because I don't really do the coffee, I don't really do the energy drink thing. I do, every now and again, go to a Celsius to wake me up. But there's a point at which that stuff doesn't work anymore. Your body's like, no, we're in sleep mode. Shut down imminent.
You can't shut down the game. This game is going on.
It's like when your laptop gets to that point when it's like, no, I am going to power down. It doesn't matter.
And you keep turning back on.
4%.
Yeah,
like, let me, come on, there's just 3 more hands. Like, nope. Yeah, you press the power thing, and then it just gives you the battery screen, and you're like, wow, really?
Well, there's the top up from Handz. It looks like at least $400,000 on top.
6,000 on top of the 4K straddle, said Andy's King Jack. Takes it.
Oh no, Jungle. Come on.
就升码咯，中间放5个。
1000、2000，中间放5000。
244就中2000、4000，中间4000哦。
差不多吧。
不一样啦，你244大很多啦。
对，244是大很多。
大最少大6、7成。
Andy, King 9 suited. Jungle on the duck hunt. 10 a man.
是才125个大盲而已。是吧
？ST defends his straddle, dominating Andy's 9. Queen Jack 5 board, gut shot straight draw for Andy. No heart on board, but no hesitation to reach out and grab a c-bet into 35,000.
Does have that gut shot. One over to the queen.
4个底。最后一天拼命的再来。
什么？最后一天再拼。
输的可以拼。
Well, if you like action, head on over to tether.bet and bring your crypto, as they offer you an exclusive welcome bonus. Use the code Triton and get an extra 10 USDT on a minimum deposit of 20. Offer available to new players only. Bonus is valid to the first 100 redemptions.
Jungle's officially asleep.
哎，也是看人的。
Rock my baby.
Raise. He's got Jack 10 suited. I'm going to tell you a story. This isn't even that long ago. I was a part of a really, really high stakes private game that was being played in Vegas. I think Dan's Chinese gets better the sleepier he gets, by the way. So he's made a 10. Todd Flax. Pretty one for Andy. And he's going to ask the half-asleep dude how good his hand is. 60,000.
This dude is coming
my God,
in.
it's Jungle. Jack 10 suited just plunks in an extra 50.
He's in there.
Look at Don's like, how am I supposed to put this guy on a hand? Maybe he didn't even see his cards right. Elizabeth realizes it too. You can see on her face she sympathizes with the awkwardness.
We got 185,000 in the middle. No one's got an ace or king in their hand.
2 out of 3 people are awake.
Great board for Andy for not having it, because if he c-bets, he can just take this one down. He's got all the ace kings in his range. Nice thing about Queen Jack too is it actually blocks King Queen and King Jack that could look you up. And Ace King you would have heard from pre. It's a great c-bet.
90,000. Max pressure applications here. And I think a lot of this is you expect that Ace King, granted it's cash game, not tournament, so that 50 extra K, sometimes it's played as a flat. But, you know, these two characters may be more likely to put in the 4-bet. So if I can remove that from their range,
yep.
Now all of a sudden the pocket pairs,
wow,
suited aces, I can get after it. But look at Sticky Tan Xuan. Calls with the 2 7s and now an ace on the turn. This is a little weird.
This is very weird because it was a pretty healthy bet on the flop. So I believe he shakes out ace, queen, ace, jack a lot. Although he might not fold out ace 4 and ace 5 suited that turn top pair. He does turn that gut shot and queen jack is nice. He's cutting out another bet. $175,000. Man, this is some sick poker.
You know, most wouldn't have the heart to barrel this 175. The issue is Ace X isn't really supposed to be looking to pile 90 in there against 2 opponents on a king 3 deuce board where maybe you'd bink this turn. So if we take the ace away and we say, okay, he had the king also isn't supposed to be barreling on this turn. So if we take both of the king X and the ace X away, if we're in Tan's shoes, we start to wonder what's going on. But it could be set of kings, could be set of aces, of course.
Nice one, Andy. That feels
and
good.
He gives a look at the queen jack. And Tan disgusted. I think the arrival of the ace in particular is what left Tan.
That's the card he didn't want to see.
It isn't, but again, when you unpack things, like we were doing a little bit there, didn't add up. It's just that, okay, I call and now what on the river? You know, I pray for check.
And obviously his hand's very vulnerable.
For sure.
No, really well played from Andy.
Pray for check and then have the guy show me 2 10s.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Rob not around.
哦，对对对
对，他刚才没有那个。
啊，那下把 straight 怎么办？再空一把吧。他知道把
没关系没关系，我再来一盘嘛。
啊，好，可以。不过这个
哎呀，就
流了汗都流出来了。
不掉 A 你很难搞了。
没有掉，如果没掉 A 全都送给你了，真的。我肯定打3000，这个我肯定不会停，不管你什么牌的，你有 K 高还 K 10送给你的。真的。
Paul on the button, popping it. Andy relishing that Toji that got through with the Queen Jack. Going to invest some of those gains.
Open-ended against the top pair.
Yeah, that 4 of clubs serving as a blocker to the straight draw with 25,000 in the middle. Action knuckled over to boss.
But if another 4 comes,
oh yeah, that's a bad card.
That's an Andy knee card. Not quite there.
Board pairing 5. 2 quick checks. free pull at the straight. Instead, it's the 8 for Andy. Now he's got some showdown.
Yeah, he doesn't need to bet this one and, you know, try to win against other high cards. He is going to bet, but it's block.
Trying to set the price himself. In comes 13,000. I'm not sure Paul's going to have an appetite for anything more than a flat.
13?
Yeah, he's definitely calling this one. Pot going to go Paul's way shortly.
Maybe 8.
Oh, he said maybe 8. He's exactly right about that.
Interesting that he was able to sort that out.
Yeah, but Andy was immediately saying, I'm not calling if you raise.
心脏就梆梆梆梆梆。
4家。
哎，
不带 A 思路你不敢打了。
哦，没有带 A，我肯定
不会打了。
没有，我会套的，我会套的，肯定。真的，100%，1000%我肯定会套。
他已经决定了。
相信我。对那个套为比较
Sing it with me, Randy. You know that. You're a dad.
都抢这么多了，我还。
Oh, he woke up. See, your voice woke him up, man.
We were out of tune a little bit.
I was never in tune.
Yeah, both of us is out of tune, so.
No, Rob.
Tone deaf over here. 9-8 suited. Button raising.
Jungleman.
No.
You know,
No.
I would imagine that in the lookbook for, you know, the Spring-Summer 2024 collection, Versace didn't pair that particular collared shirt with the Columbia jacket as Jungle is.
Yeah. They're like, it's a bit of a clash.
Right?
Not exactly the best state to model in as well. Like, sleepy pajama clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, could be the Versace sleepwear line. Jungleman.
Red Jack's here for Elizabeth. Taking things up. And by the way, if you're hearing in the background some chatter, don't forget there is still another cash game being played, Stratospheric Stakes, elsewhere in the room.
I think it's safe to say Elton's over there. Probably Aaron Zhang, who showed up at our table to say hi, just check on the feature.
又是给 Eden 一万，真厉害，场场赢的。
没有，他前面不是输50吗？
打回来了。
昨天？
今天？
是吗？
他说打回来，但是也很难倒赢吧？
然后从 Danny 那里打回来了。
Danny 又打回来了。
从 Danny 那里
又赢100回来，赢老外。
哦。
上了马 double up，40万 double up 还是30多？对的，也。
7-7.
Whenever I hear that at a poker table, it's usually when I'm playing Badusi, and it's deflating because that's a very strong hand.
I see.
I know you don't know what I'm talking about.
I also don't care. Laugh louder, my friend. You a little loony too over there? No, I don't want to learn.
No, but
you're trying to bait
that
me
has
to come
nothing to do
play
with
your
it.
game.
Is Boss whistling a lullaby
He
for
looks
Jungle
like
right
he
now? It
is.
sounded like our tune, by the way. Kings and nines for Handz. who
This is
defended.
nicer.
Yeah.
Do you have any flute?
Problem is, might put me to sleep. I'm getting kind of tired in here. It's almost 4 a.m. local time.
Flute play, yes, please.
I know you're tired. I actually don't want this to ever end. This action is too good.
You're so right.
Jungle.
I said it at the top of this frame, by the way, that this is always the 2 hours that
The
where
best.
the fireworks happen.
It's the very best 2 hours every single time.
Handz. Check called. And now looks up at a third heart. Boss Has a flush draw, but definitely has a sense sevens aren't any good. Let's see whether or not he wants to turn this into a bluffy line.
Well, he's rarely ever good. The 7 hearts is a nice card if you are going to multi-barrel. Really just attack these one pair straight draw type hands like Queen Jack, King 10s, etc. He bets 15k. It's on the small side, but I think it's of a lot of intentions to bet the river unimproved. Hands though, 2 pair. Not the greatest run out so far, but clearly going nowhere.
King's full, and if he wasn't going anywhere before, he's certainly not going anywhere now. One more check as he seeks to lure more chips out of Boss, who's generally so good at sniffing out trouble.
Yeah, I think that if you were going to triple this one a lot when you bet the turn, but the king is not a good card.
Yeah.
Surrender.
Yep.
Surrender.
White flag, and he'll be quite pleased that he waved it.
不敢偷啦，来这张，不来这张我这一枪了，已经打断了。
That's the kind of pot where the L feels like a W.
Mm-hmm.
丢到你嘛？
啊？
丢到你嘛？
还好没投。
我掉这个他也是扣你的。
对，2队还不够啊。
对呀。
我2队也只赢投钱，你再打下去2队只赢投钱。
我已经里面7万，我已经打算打5万了。来 K。Surrender 哦 ，King 上。被抓了5万，他输钱的时候。
Jack 10 gets after the straddle.
Unfortunate for Elizabeth, who likely will be defending dominated.
Yep. $25 in the middle, as well as a 10, which continues to bode poorly for Elizabeth. Outkick now facing the C-bet of just 8,000.
Just enough piece to get in a little bit of trouble. The king, though, is perhaps a bit of a saving grace where you don't lose too many chips. She has taken her sweet time. Does fall on call as expected, though.
Sometimes I think measuring our pace helps to kind of protect our ranges from seeming like they're, you know,
fair,
narrowed into certain types of hands. I mean, granted, there are players who just play quickly no matter what part of the range they have. But I think it's generally good practice.
Interesting turn bet by Andy. The ace favors him. Actually gets a worse hand to call.
This call here, for me, is where perhaps Elizabeth would be better served to just look up at this board texture and ask herself, where am I trying to go?
But she hit the chop.
At this point. And she's going to be very fortunate that this 5 rolled off on the river and that Andy didn't turn his hand into a bluff.
Choppy, choppy.
And she realizes it. Check, check. Carve it up.
小枪的小枪。小枪。
打得小吗？
讲了2枪。
We're gonna play 2 more rounds, and then we're gonna stop recording.
Okay.
If you wish to play after.
Up to you.
2 more rounds.
All right, yeah. Final 2 orbits of the evening. I'm not sure whether or not Jungle is going to be with us by the time we get to the end of the second one.
最后一个。
不是觉得到底吗？
所以到底啊，对啊，我中2次嘛。
这块是。
你才中1次嘛。
啊，不是，继续打下去了吧？
我知道。对。
我不打了。
那不打了嘛？
那聚散了。
你们
有人，
你不打就聚散了呀？
大把人，大把人，鲨鱼在那边等住，
不开心吗？
那边要爬坑的，要 要怎么你？
那边一个睡觉的我都打不过他，真的是。
那一会儿我们是在这里
Esti's suited ace takes us up.
The kids are awake.
Oh, here we go.
两个 sleeping，go sleep。
Look at the hand marks on the cheeks. Oh,
He just got snapped by hands.
Jet lag, still jet lag after so many days.
I think the food's getting to me a little bit.
Oh, that's a real thing, by the way. You eat the big meal. You're already tired. All resources get allocated to digestion. Nothing left for consciousness. Seven four deuce. Wonderful board texture here for Esti as he picked up not one but two king jack offsuits in the form of a flat. Comfortably c-bets.
Top pair, top kicker.
Yep.
Downs the two king jacks.
用打两把又爬起来，打两把爬起来。
Back to the jungle cam.
啊，前面还要夸张，他们说要换位置了。那个老外要大忙了，也不打。下面一个老外说我也不打，哦，就说10分钟要换位置嘛，两个大忙都不丢。哦。
那两个数量人在那里专门那个呢，对吧？那个。
What is Jungle thinking, pulling his phone out like he can even see straight right now?
It's been a while since Tan's 3-bet, right? So why don't we do it with this ace-6 suited?
Precisely his sentiments. Able to squeeze the hands flat. Or rather, raise to 10,000, forgive me. Not being squeezed, but rather being isolated.
Full bet. Queen.
We're going to block out Elizabeth Chen's cards as she makes it 80,000 to go.
Cold 4-bet.
Elder 的徒弟没来是吧？小妹妹。
Keep in mind, these two have had some history already at this table where she triple-barreled.
By the way, no, respiration appears a bit elevated there. For Chen, a natural byproduct of getting yourself into the weeds with Tan Xuan, by the way.
Yeah, big pots, of course.
Look, he just doesn't have a lot of folds in him at this price. 44K more plopped in there with this ace-6 suited. Pot grows to 178,000. King Jack 5, deeply divorced from that texture, is Tan. Let's see if whatever's under the hood is enough to keep Elizabeth barreling. It sure looks that way.
60,000?
Sizing is...
It makes sense given its cold 4-bet.
Yeah.
It takes it down. Well, ace-5 suited was getting in the weeds herself. The cold 4-bet that one.
Yeah, found herself with bottom pair. No spade on board, but caught Tan in exactly the right spot to shed one of the stickier players, by the way, when he's got 80K invested post-flop, in position in particular. He likes to see whether or not you've got number 2 in the chamber.
Yeah, I hear you.
回水喽。
But it's nice to see you attacking someone who you know is just messing around. But the cold 4-bet ace-5 suit is no easy task. It's $80,000. Nicely done.
I can't wait to track Elizabeth Chen's progress as a cash game player. You know, because there's some real, like, courageous, you know, again, Tan Xuan-esque bravery, moxie. You know, she's audacious out there, man.
Yeah, clearly, she's been playing a lot before coming to Triton. Has got a lot of experience, and I don't know what damage she does in those tables. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, this isn't the woman that was sitting in the lobby of Maestral and just, oh, wait, what's this? You guys are playing No Limit? Put me on the list. No, this is an invitational event. She's crossed paths with some of our folks before. And the thing is, if you play in a somewhat insular environment with a handful of the same rotating characters, there are certain themes, certain cultural you know, patterns, I guess, for lack of a better way to put them, that emerge, you know, like the Jack 9, for example, the Jack 8, very much like a thing in this crew.
That's a real, you're really right about that. It's
Right?
just other people doing it, you start to kind of get into your play a
Absorb,
bit.
yeah.
You don't absorb everything, you know, like not everyone's playing Tan's ranges, but I hear what you're saying. And I'm going to go on a limb and say that those games in general are just very splashy, so everyone tends to do a bit of that. Andy, 45K ace-jack suited against Paul. Making the call. Nice spot for Andy. Advantage. This is a fun one.
Nut spade draw for Andy versus bottom pair backdoor diamonds for Boss. No regrets about inflating this one pre-flop for Andy. Comfortably following through for 52,000 here. Half pottish.
Nowhere to go but call for Paul. You could have the best hand. Backdoor diamond. Sometimes you turn an ace and your opponent hits it or they rep it. Let us play a turn card.
Price of admission paid. Both parties picking up the wheel gutter.
This is where it gets very interesting if Andy fires a massive shell. Both players picking up that wheel draw. Paul still best, but it's uncomfortable.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is just ace-jack high at present. And with the pot sitting at over 200,000, Andy sensing that maybe this 3 on the turn isn't the kind of card that's going to allow me to shed whatever it is that's kept Paul interested on the flop, especially given that he's the one blocking that nut spade draw. And if that's in his hand, then more of the pair sort of stuff is across the way in Paul's as played. Because we don't expect him to peel with just overs.
Right. Like this check.
Hold on. You're going to like this king of spades even more if your name's Andy Nee. You're very much not going to like it if you're Boss.
Yeah, Boss now losing to ace, king, spades. 75%. Paul feels like he got rivered.
150K barrel, 3/4 pot.
Paul throws in that time bank. Most likely, he loses to ace king.
Trying to construct the bluffs.
Yeah, he's also thinking, will you value bet thin with queens and jacks? Called out ace queen as a potential bluff, especially with a spade. Jungle's actually out.
Boss so seldom puts a foot wrong in these spots. It feels like his batting average in these decision points is really, really strong.
You're right. He's got it right again.
What's not strong, though, is that deuce. Absolute bluff catcher. Oh, he shot it over to Boss and nut flush.
跟这这。
又被偷了。
Nice fall 咧。
有可能 A 我。
Oh wait,
对
Jungle,
七
hang on.
啊，对7对6还是
对2，
对2，对2以前
Oh,
差。
wait a minute.
我说对
We're
7
headed
黑
for the
桃来我
forearm.
有可能抓。
Oh,
没黑桃
slowly
来就给你
descending and
A2 方便，欧门化。
It's gonna stay in that position.
You know how brutal this. You know when you're on a plane and you just can't get comfortable. You're trying to sleep in the seat, and for some godforsaken reason, the headrest is always like pushed forward relative to the backrest. So you got this awkward. Anyway, and then as you're falling asleep, you keep waking yourself up, and the head crashes down. Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
he's sinking.
We may be drooling over there at this point. Okay, hello. Jack Hayes.
Look at his face. It's like live entertainment for these players playing high
没黑
stakes.
桃我可能会抓。
No, by the way, no one's suggesting we give him an out button.
Yeah.
Just keep those cards dealt.
I think he's not going to be playing his very best.
I can't wait for next hand where all of a sudden someone wakes Jungle up to tell him he's in the straddle. I started to tell the story, by the way.
Rock missed the strader.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you bought in for him.
没关系，验了，没关系。
啊？
刚才是我刚才是
对
回出来的，
，it's strader twice.
没关系。OK 啊。
Boss recognizing that Rob may have missed the straddle while being away from the table here?
You know, the thing is, so he's saying that Andy straddled twice, but Andy Nee
How
said,
about
it doesn't matter. It's okay, I'm a boss. Let's go. You gotta love that guy. Uh-oh, Tan's getting tired too now.
为什么你的 turn 不打的？不奇怪的。
It can be infectious.
这下不多了。
Okay, so earlier I started to tell you the story about this super high stakes, now unlike this game here,
我差点推 OA 打的。
private holiday cash game I was a part of in Vegas. One particular
推 OA
night,
你怎么办？
somebody was about as tired as Jungle was. The game was kind of breaking down. They decided they're just going to play bomb pots. 25K ahead to get to the flop, and then 50K after the flop to see turn and river. That was the game.
我知道你有可能 JS OA 的。我在想你
半途我就推你。
你答对会不
Flop
会
comes out.
答对我就可以。
除了 S，
I realize action's on the guy who's falling asleep. And he's got his arms folded and his head in his arms. And he hasn't looked at his hand. And I'm gently, politely, respectfully trying to ask him what's going on. And without even looking his head up, he has not looked at the board and has not looked at his hand. He grabs the 50,000 and puts it out there with plenty more and goes, I'm automatically in. I'm like, what? Needless to say, he wins the next 6 or 7 hands in a row like that. And I'm actually trying to push pot after pot under his arms.
There's no
like
spots.
there's nowhere to go. Everyone's boiling in the game. They're looking at me like it's my fault. I'm like, you hurt him. Oh, it was a very awkward evening. So the 8K straddle was on here in the midst of all that storytelling. There's a little bit of storytelling going on here, although Kate's genuine article with the 210s, not going to be thrilled by looking up at ace queen. Note that the 210s serve as blockers and are still good in spite of the presence of the 2 overs.
Yeah, already 78,000 in the middle, given it was double straddled by 10. Check through on the flop. King on a turn, giving Tan Xuan now the best hand.
Still no action and a 10 on the river. Kate's bottom set, 4-liner out there. Ton with Broadway though.
The thing is, yes, it's a 4-liner, but Tan can really get some value still against this set. But actually, it's Jungleman betting 60K. That's a big bet with his set. Interesting sizing. Gonna get clicked.
Well, not quite chop chop. Has Jungle made a believer. Min raise from Tan. Action pre, I wonder how much that weighed into things with Andy having flatted the 8K, Jungle making it 32. Tan calling the 24 extra. Andy out of the way. You know, there's some ranging going on out there. How do we get our hands on one of those fruit plates? That looks delightful.
You hungry,
I
buddy?
would go in for the cantaloupe first if I'm
And we
being
would
honest,
avoid
just in
all of
terms
the
of
mess of
priming
counting the
the
chips.
taste bud.
You want to let Esti know how to eat his
On
fruit
all
platter.
I mean, you know.
He's looking straight at you.
This GTO is
Never
obviously
running it 3 times
what's watermelon first.
Watermelon's
No,
okay.
I have no clue, by the way.
When does the dragon fruit come in?
Wait, are we going to get into this conversation again?
You know,
Pattaya,
the Chinese love the dragon fruit.
It's
No,
pretty and tasteless.
no, it's pretty tasteful.
Slimy. It's like Instagram fruit. That's what it is. Before Instagram, nobody really was tripping on dragon fruit. But then all of a sudden, yeah. See,
Okay, no. Chinese people have been loving dragon fruit for the longest time.
Yeah?
You tried the
How
purple
about,
one? Do you like the purple one?
How about durian?
That's great
No?
stuff. I don't like it though, but yeah, that one's bad.
That's like the flatulence of the fruit world, by the way. I mean, if you have to wear gloves and a nose clip to eat something, maybe we shouldn't be eating it. 10-6 deuce, three-way affair here. King 5 against 2 queen jacks. 35 dimes.
1 queen jack's a lot nicer with the backdoor hearts.
Yeah, that's the one that belongs to boss.
Chen was the pre-flop raiser. She checks. Decent spot for Paul to actually fire this flop with 2 overs backdoor hearts. His type of texture with the flat call in position. I like this bet.
Looking to see what's what here in position. Sheds the king 5, and the other queen jack
Nice.
be a little bit too ambitious. What about jackfruit? You like jackfruit?
Yeah, it's not bad.
The texture is a problem.
So you don't like any of
You
the
like
Asian
monk fruit?
Monk fruit? What is that?
That's a thing.
It's like Buddhist temples or something?
No, it's not. It's not like.
Just kidding, bro.
Yes, it's a Buddhist fruit. Sometimes it lights itself on fire. Okay, all right.
You're a little loony in here. Jungle, what are you doing?
4 in the morning, man. I'm staring at Jungle trying to stay awake. It's having an impact.
This is fun, though.
Pocket 6 is taking us to 11,000. Nobody knows where the action is anymore. Jungle's trying to order an Uber. Tom, the only customer.
Pair on pair.
Jack 7-5 board, 2 quick checks, no sets developing. Open ender, however, for Rob, courtesy of this turn.
The Ducks are going to fire.
Rob making the call after Tom just asked a question. If the pre-flop raiser's checking back, maybe he really doesn't like this board. The call makes things a little bit peculiar. I wonder, though, if Tan keeps his foot on the gas, this board pairing 7.
I think he was, but the 7's actually an okay card from the check because he does win at showdown sometimes against ace X of hearts, ace 10.
Hands, by the way, that I think he imagines are going to be very happy to check back and allow him to get to showdown free of charge. And Rob, happy to be showing down a winner with these 2 6s.
Cool it. Cool it. Cool it. Two pair.
I confess I haven't been keeping track of how many hands into the last 2 orbit declaration we are right now, but I would imagine we're getting close to the end of the night.
We have less than an orbit remaining. I know that because TD came over and said, I don't know why I said TD, it's not a tournament director. CD, cash game director, CGD, the cash game director said 1 more orbit not too long ago.
Not to be confused with CBD.
Central Business District?
No, I think that's a different CBD. I know the one you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Is it appropriate? Okay, let's not hear it then.
It's not inappropriate. It's, you know. It's like the dispensary thing. There's like creams and, you know, they say it's super healthy. It's like a derivative of the herb. Top pair against second pair here.
Oh, I think I know.
I don't know what it stands for.
I got it. 20K. So that 10 of diamonds is not a great card if you're going to bluff catch. It is going to, but I was going to say that blocking Jack 10, King 10, diamonds that would multi-barrel. 5 of spades.
$75 out there with the extra 40 that slid in on the turn.
Not sure if Paul's contemplating a lead to rep the flush.
And he doesn't have a spade.
This one's going to check through. Nice one, Handz.
I think Paul's getting the sense that that hand might have been stickier than he imagined, were he to have tried to turn the queen into a bluff. Well, I'm way overdue to do so. But at long last, just a few minutes away from the sad conclusion to tonight's stream, I feel compelled to acknowledge those of you streaming us on Twitch.
Oh, those guys.
You know, we always talk about YouTube. We always talk about the Triton Poker Plus app. I often overlook the Twitch streams where we also provide the product.
No,
all 3 platforms free of charge, mind you.
You have the what? Okay, go.
Do you have anything else to add?
Click subscribe and like or whatever it is. Click the good button, the happy button on Twitch.
You acknowledge Twitch, but why don't you have Twitch chat open?
I don't have a Twitch account.
I don't think you need one to see it. But okay, thank you for acknowledging Twitch.
I'm old, man. Queen 9-7.
Set of 5s.
Top pair against bottom pair, and no action through to the river where Tan makes 15 cents.
15 cents, okay, I get that now. 15K bet.
Yeah.
I don't
Does
blame
it feel
Jungle.
to you like a little bit of a weird time to activate, though,
No.
in a pot that seems like it's been so passive?
It doesn't, because it's so passive, so you got to think the queen is good. It's rare for a king to not bet, and it's going to feel weird now that he's raising to 65,000.
Pretty unanticipated reaction from Tan.
It screams set or nothing right now.
No 6-8?
Okay, normally no, but I think it's in Tan's range, although he might bet an earlier street with it. Pays it off. Man, Tan Xuan really knows his image.
Jungle keeping Tan honest. The thing is, there's some frequency with which he just shows up with air right there, thinking that your river bet can't be that strong. Elizabeth looking over at Jungle like, really? Smiling. She's like, make sure you pay me off too in that spot.
搞得好，张老板。哎呀，很难中一个啊！你还想每盘中啊？对呀，还不想。
I have an idea, Randy.
Yes, I want to hear your idea.
That's an alarming amount of enthusiasm you have.
Okay, I don't want to hear it. No, I'm just kidding. Tell me.
I think every cash game shouldn't start until somewhere between like 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. And you don't get to know when. Randomly, an alarm clock just goes off, and then you have 10 minutes or 15 minutes to get down to your seat, and we play cards. Just based on the consistency with which this last frame is always the zestiest.
I know, but like, there needs to be that build-up before to kind of have this last frame effect. You know what I'm saying?
Why can't we skip to dessert, Randy? Why do I have to eat my vegetables?
Let me know when you got a better idea.
I might not have any better ideas.
Get that brain working.
Comfortable. Check fold there as Tan showing up with King 3 offsuit.
我们是直接在这里打还是这里打就好了嘛？
这张桌子好一点，那张桌子暗一点的。
那张小一点。
对，小一点和暗一点。
Suited one gapper for Handz.
80、90、100。
Makes it 10,000 to go. 2.5x with the straddle still intact.
140嘛。
Andy loves that straddle blind special.
9 deuce suited. Bottom pair versus top pair.
Gonna cost him a bit, as the top pair is c-betting.
Check call of 10,000. And now the spade draw acquired on the turn. 1 overcard to the 10 for Handz.
Oftentimes he gets a free turn card. But Handz is still charging
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
10.
Not supposed to be many jack combos associated with
说下水係咪？
Andy's peeling range here.
Fair.
輸好多啊！
你结束了吗？
我们也快了。
我们还有几把？你们已经结束了是吧？我们合作了。
合作了。
Bricks on the river.
Yep.
合作了。
Handz got nice value with his 10-8.
That he did. 2 streets of post-flop action. And then a shutdown, obviously, with more of the 5x being in Andy's range on the river. Kicker also not playing on the 10, so...
Yeah, he can definitely value own yourself if you bet once more. No, it was really nicely played. If he checks that turn, I'm not sure if he gets paid off for 2 streets.
Shout us out, chat. How many of you have been streaming since the top of this broadcast? Almost 9 hours ago, 8 hours of play and some breaks. Who's burned it all the way through? Respect if you have. Obviously, it means you haven't missed a beat. And there's still 5 more days of this action to come. Tomorrow's buy-in, by the way, don't want to spoil it for anyone, but we're going to take it up from a 200K minimum to 500,000.
Oh, so it only gets more exciting.
Oh, yeah. Pocket 8's here for Ton.
By the way, that's 500,000 mid. You can still come in with
That's
more.
a good point. I didn't even think about that. Shout out to Anthony and K-Byte on YouTube, both of whom say they've been here the whole time.
Hello, hello.
Cates defends with the ace, flops a wheel gutter. King high board, snap check. Ton sprinkles 10. Jungle peels. And finds the deuce.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, snap checks again. Ton does not get himself in any trouble there. Checking back. Backdoor diamonds showing up, and this is the kind of board development that really could protect Ton from further losses.
It could, but he still might pay off.
35,000 into 47.
So he's looking to beat busted clubs, 6-7,
He blocks a club.
7-8. He does block some of these draws.
The combos, yeah, that you want to slip across the way. The 8-6, the 8-7, as you mentioned. He also unblocks diamonds.
We've seen 10 keep players honest.
I mean, this just isn't 5x, 4x turning itself into a bluff out of Cates.
Agree with that. Those hands have enough showdown value. Looks like he's grabbing the calling chips. Will he drop it in? There we
Pays
go.
off. I'm a little bit surprised that Ton called that one.
I hear you, but you know, Tan Xuan is just... He doesn't keep it simple. So, people can't... You gotta think about the whole game, right? Like, it shows that he's calling you down there. You can't just float him and just bet the river, you know? Like, it's not just one hand when you're playing Tan Xuan. It's a whole package. And he was wrong there. Sometimes he will be right. Immediately double straddle on after losing that pot.
King Jack awaits him in that double straddle. Single straddle is going to be 4s for Handz.
It's crazy, right? So the intention was obviously to Russia becomes more
Andy, suited king, plays it as a limp.
Feels like Tan Xuan is going to juice this one up.
Yeah, 2 limps in front of him.
No?
But instead, he checks back.
Okay, respect. Ace 10-5. Gutter for Tan. Andy's thinking about betting. Backdoor clubs. Perhaps he feels that an ace-x would often raise behind him.
In either seat, by the way.
Yeah, especially a guy like Tan Xuan.
Look what Tan. So sticky.
He's in.
Understandable here, but this is going to make things difficult on Andy.
Is it?
9
Because
of
he's
clubs.
turned to clubs.
Yeah, this is exactly what we have in mind. In terms of cards that allow us to more comfortably barrel once more. He's firing 40, and again, I think it's specifically because Tan is so much more likely than your average bear to be raising that ace-x in the face of 2 limps in a double straddle pot pre-flop. So if we remove the ace, now we target 10x.
And 5x as well.
5x, spades as well.
Nice. We synchronized there.
Yeah.
Olympics time?
You and I synchronized diving. 2 huge splashes of the same size. I'm going to make a bigger splash than you.
That's just due to weight, right?
Yeah, but there's more mass hitting the pool.
You have more talent.
What are the other synchronized things? The synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
No, because...
Synchronized diving I would do. I should do commentary on that, by the way.
But 还要拉了，我们还有一把牌
2把，
就合作啊，一把，你看那边有这把打完还有一把，
哦，这把是他最好的
2把，
还有2把呢，
你们有那么多啊？
一把哦，
这把完还有一把，
哦，
对啊，合作啊，
合作可以他们也继续打很少。
阿肯呐，一组输30、40、50，妈的。
搞不起来。
对啊，一直就输那么多。
买多少？
Tan taking that one uncontested pre-flop, and just a few more opportunities left. If you like what you've seen, whether it be across the course of the entire stream or catching us here in the last frame, which has been the most exciting of them, whether you're on Twitch, whether you're on YouTube, give us a like, give us a subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge.
And make sure you show up tomorrow.
Yeah, for the 500K minimum buy-in. By the way, if day 3 is the 500K min,
You're telling me it could go higher?
by the time we get to day 6 or 7, Randy, brace yourself. People didn't make their way all the way down here to Montenegro to not test their mettle.
And there will be players who are up a lot or down a lot at that point.
Yeah, luckily I don't think even those who are down a lot are going to be panhandling outside the casino.
But I sure will be looking to get even by the end of the trip.
Well, that's going to do it, maybe? I heard that one more hand being sought. Apparently, there will be no more hands. Confirmation being passed down to us. And over $500,000 win for Andy Nee. Back-to-back W's for him. Half awake, half asleep. Daniel Cates manages to put together the next biggest W. 227,000. Elizabeth Chen clawed her way out of the hole to find the green. Everybody else in the red. And that'll do it for tonight's coverage of the Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational. Day 3 comes your way tomorrow, 6 o'clock local time here in Montenegro. Set your alarms, whatever time zone you're in, and come back and pay Randy and I another visit for some more nosebleed cash action.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.